So hope this program will be, so we expect that this program will be an enriching experience for all of us. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much, sir. And may we now request our Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor Chiranjeev Bhattacharjee, for his address.
So at first, a very warm good morning to all of you, all the delegates, all the students who are present here. And it's a privilege to be present on the dais with eminent dignitaries like our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Suranjan Das, and Padma Vibhushan, Professor M.M. Sharma, Padma Shri, Professor G.D. Jadhav, Dr. N. Kalai Selvi, DG, CSIR, Dr. Ashit Das, Head Refining, R&D, Mr. Ashwin Shroff, Chairman, Excel Industries, and finally, our Head of the Department, Professor Rajat Chakraborty, who was at one time my students also. So it's really great to see that the Department of Chemical Engineering is organizing its centenary celebration. And in 1921, the Chemical Engineering Department has started its journey in the form of Bengal Technical College under the aegis of National Council of Education, Bengal. So actually the Chemical Engineering Department has completed 100 glorious journey on 2021. But due to the COVID-19, basically we couldn't celebrate the centenary celebration. In fact, truly speaking, the centenary celebration should start from 2020 and it should be ended on 2021. So this is the general concept, but we couldn't organize that particular centenary celebration because of the COVID. All of you are fully aware of that the COVID has created a lot of problem in our life, particularly during the year 2020 to 2022. So now we are celebrating the centenary, and with the active participation of all the faculty members of the departments and the students, the research scholars. So this particular day, now we can see we are sitting here and we are inaugurating the centenary celebration of the Chemical Engineering Department. Though today I am just delivering this small pitch in the capacity of Pro Vice Chancellor, but I feel proud to think myself as the alumnus of this particular department during the decade of 80s, and I am also the faculty of this Chemical Engineering Department for last 30 years, more than 30 years in fact. So it's a privilege for me to be associated with such an old department. It is the oldest department not only in India but also in Asia. So actually the lot of alumnus of this particular department has contributed a lot to organize this centenary celebration. My heartiest congratulations and gratitude to all of them. Particularly, you know that you have already, many of them, and many of you have already read that in the newspaper that we have actually just got a corpus of 46 lakhs from the alumni themselves. And particularly one of the alumni of 1971 batch has donated alone 31 lakhs for development of a pilot plant. So definitely I must congratulate and I must pay my gratitude to him. He has contributed a lot. He is Mr. C. Ravi Prasad, Chennai based, and passed Chemical Engineering Department in 1971. And this pilot plant would definitely serve a lot to give the glimpses of a real chemical engineering equipment. It is a continuous high pressure reactor which will be installed in the department. And basically you are having the CRC lab, the chemical reaction engineering lab, but there you are finding a very small prototype of the reactors, but here you can see a real life reactor, how it operates in industry, and it is fully automated. So definitely I must thank Mr. Ravi Prasad the contribution to the department. Apart from Mr. Ravi Prasad, several other faculty, several other alumni also donated a lot to make that corpus 46 lakhs. And in the capacity of Pro-Vice Chancellor, I have also tried to give some amount from the university also for the facelifting and for the structural augmentation of the chemical engineering department, particularly its building, because you know that our building is a very old building, particularly the original building was very old, and it is not made of the concrete or the cement. So at that time, particularly in the decade of 1940s, this particular building was actually constructed, particularly the portion which is housing the departmental library and the head of the department. That portion is the oldest part of the department. So definitely we have contributed from the university, though we are just having a lot of financial crisis, but still we have contributed, we have tried to contribute something from the university fund also. With the generous help from our finance officer, we have contributed a little so that this facelifting and some sort of structural augmentation can be done for the chemical engineering department on the occasion of this centenary celebration. Because of my busy schedule, I'm really not attached to the department physically nowadays. It is some sort of pain for me also that the chemical engineering department is always in my heart and in my mind. I always think myself as a chemical engineer, as a professor of the chemical engineering department, but due to my extreme busy schedule in the dual capacity as a Pro-Vice Chancellor as well as a President of West Bengal Council for Higher Secondary Education, I am not getting any time to be associated with the chemical engineering department physically, particularly for organization of this centenary celebration. But a lot of all the faculty members, all the students, research scholars, you have participated and you have contributed a lot. My thanks to all of you, and particularly the head of the department for coordinating such a huge event on the behalf of the chemical engineering department. So I thank you all, and I wish this 3 days centenary celebration would be a real success. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Before requesting the Vice Chancellor for his address, we would now proceed for the formal inauguration by lighting of the lamp. And may I request all our dignitaries on the dais to accompany the Vice Chancellor, the chief guest, for the lighting of the lamp ceremony. The lighting of the lamp ceremony would unleash the true effervescence of Chemervescence, and we look forward to this momentous, this historic occasion of the inauguration and the recognition of a centennial journey of the Department of Chemical Engineering, Jadavpur University, the oldest of its kind in maybe Asia. Thank you so much. We would like to capture this moment. Thank you. Thank you so much. As our distinguished guests return to the dais, I would request the Vice Chancellor, Professor Suranjan Das, for his address.
Distinguished personalities on the dais, which include our nation's leading personalities from the world of learning, the world of industry and other walks of life, my esteemed colleagues of the university, which include my Pro-Vice Chancellor, Professor Chemervescence Bhattacharya, the esteemed alumni of this department, and of course, my very dear students. Could I say a very big thank you to the Department of Chemical Engineering for enabling me to be here and be a part of the centenary celebration of the department, which happens to be the oldest department of its kind, not only in India, but of the whole of Asia. Friends, today as we seek to put the Indian higher education in a transformative mode, we are stressing the importance of national science and technology. We are stressing the importance of unfolding the indigenous knowledge system. We are stressing the importance of university-industry partnership program. And we are stressing the importance of turning inventions into innovations. Significantly, with the blessings of such personalities as Acharya Prafulla Chandra Ray and Hiralal Roy, the Chemical Engineering Department of this university has pioneered all these processes, and I'm sure the department will attain new heights of excellence in the coming days. I congratulate the head of the department and his colleagues for joining hands to celebrate the auspicious occasion in a befitting manner. On my own behalf and on behalf of the university, I express my sincere gratitude to all distinguished personalities, with some of whom, especially with Professor Sharma and Professor Jadhav, I had the privilege to work in policy formulation bodies of the Government of India, to spare the valuable time and be with us to provide a source of sustenance to my colleagues in the department. I particularly recall the proud moment when during my tenure as a Vice Chancellor of Calcutta University, I had the privilege of conferring the honorary D.Litt degree on Professor M.M. Sharma and also to award him the first Acharya Prafulla Chandra Roy Medal. It was indeed, sir, it was indeed a very proud moment for us, for me. I join Professor Chemervescence Bhattacharya to particularly express our university's gratitude to the alumni of the department for making generous contribution, not only to organize this program, the centenary program, but also to develop the infrastructure of the department. The alumni of a department remains the link between the past and the present. The alumni of the department, of any department, remains the ambassador of the department. And by extending the timely help, the alumni of the department has fulfilled the hopes that are reposed on them. We do look forward to receiving the alumni support in the coming days to meet the emerging challenges of Indian higher education, especially for a state university like Jadavpur. Friends, there is no doubt that compared to the countries which won independence almost at the same time that India did, what in history we call the period of decolonization, India has made tremendous progress in the realms of science and technology. But, as a social scientist, I'd like to pose a question to the distinguished House. And the question is, have we been able to foster a dynamic and constructive relationship between science and society? Perhaps not. The pursuit of science and society, as I see it, cannot be an end in itself, but it is a means to an end. The end being to create a better world to live in. And what I would like to do is to raise a couple of questions in the context of this crucial relationship between science and society. Let me draw your attention to two quotes from two leading scientists. The first is, I quote, "Science begins when speculation ends," unquote. The second is, I quote, "The whole of science is nothing more than a refinement of everyday thinking," unquote. And the question that I would like to raise is whether after 7 decades of our independence, have we been able to avoid speculations? Or have we been able to get rid of superstitions? Perhaps not. In fact, sometimes I'm struck that very often my friends from the science community tend to be more superstitious than we who come from humanities and social sciences. We thus need to ask ourselves, why has not the pursuit of science caused what Einstein looked for, the refinement of thinking, or what Swami Vivekananda called for, the scientific temper. I believe among the factors, this dichotomy has been due to the absence of what I call an effective science communication policy, by which I imply a process which enables communication of the fruits of scientific knowledge to the broader sections of the society. One way of ensuring the communication of scientific knowledge to the society is surely by undertaking popular science exercises. I am here reminded of Einstein's The Meaning of Relativity, or Stephen Weinberg's The First 3 Minutes, or Watson's The Double Helix, which are perhaps some of the classic examples of how popular science texts communicated to people like us, who do not belong to the privileged members of the scientific community, some of the basic intricacies of scientific discoveries. Bertrand Russell was certainly not a professional scientist in the modern sense of the term, but his ABC of Relativity can be considered as a seminal contribution to popular science literature. Above all, we have the wonderful model of Kavi Guru Rabindranath Tagore's Vishwa Parichaya, which remains a classic instance of bringing to the young mind some of the basic truths of science. What I am trying to submit is the necessity of scientists to reach out to the common people. The other issue which I would like to highlight is the problematic of a disconnect between scientific discoveries and their use for the society. For instance, India has made tremendous progress in biotechnology, but why is it? As a leading social science journal tells us, only 10% of the fruits of researches in biotechnology go for the use of the poor farmers of the country. Or why is it that despite India becoming a leader of pharmaceutical industry, our country houses one of the largest number of children without basic vaccines? And why more than 450,000 infants die due to diarrhea every year? We do look forward to our scientists of not stopping at discovering, but also to help the process to ensure that the fruits of the discoveries benefit the broader sections of the society. The fundamental question I wish to raise for your kind consideration is how to pursue science and technology in a country like India so that science can become a weapon for inducing inclusive growth based on social equity and social justice and preservation of the rich legacy of our cultural pluralism. We thus look forward to the scientists to tell us how quantum mechanics or gravitational theory or the basics of nanoscience and chemical science can refine the thinking capacity of the civil society without which democracy cannot flourish. The famous scientist Richard Feynman had noted, and I quote, "I think we should teach students wonders, and that the purpose of knowledge is to appreciate wonders even more, and that the knowledge is just to put into correct framework the wonder that nature is," unquote. What Feynman was underlining was the need of scientists to come out of the cloisters of laboratories, to relate their researches with social aspirations and social demands. And I do hope that my colleagues in Chemical Engineering Department can use the rich legacy of the department to contribute to this process, reminding themselves of how Gurudev Rabindranath Tagore had reposed in the faith, his faith in the students of the Bengal National College and School, which was the precursor of the present Jadavpur University, and I quote from him, "তাই আজ আমি ছাত্রদিগকে অনুরোধ করিতেছি, এই বিদ্যালয়ের প্রাণকে অনুভব করো, সমস্ত বাঙালি জাতির প্রাণের সঙ্গে এই বিদ্যালয়ে যে প্রাণের যোগ হইয়াছে তা নিজের অন্তঃকরণের মধ্যে উপলব্ধি করো। ইয়াকে কোনোদিন একটি স্কুল বলিয়া ভ্রম করিবে না। তোমাদের উপর এই একটি মহৎ দায়িত্ব রইল। স্বদেশের একটি পরম ধরনের রক্ষণভার আজ তোমাদের উপরে যতটা পরিমাণে ন্যস্ত হইল, তোমাদিগকে একান্ত ভক্তির সহিত, নম্রতার সহিত তাহা বুঝিয়া লইতে হইবে। And also remembering Sri Aurobindo Ghosh, who was directly associated with the process that culminated in the establishment of Jadavpur University, and he had aptly envisaged, I quote, "Such a time has now arrived for our motherland, when nothing is dearer than our service, when everything else is to be directed to that end. If you will study, study for our sake, train yourselves body and mind and soul for our services," unquote. Let this day of celebration be also a day of commitment for my colleagues in Chemical Engineering Department both to sustain their quest for scientific excellence and also to contribute to the process of fostering a constructive relationship between science and society, about which the founding personalities of Jadavpur University had reminded us. Above all, our philosopher President Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan had reminded us, and I quote, "A life of joy and happiness is possible only on the basis of the knowledge of science," unquote. As I conclude, let me also compliment the local press for highlighting the contributions of this Department of Chemical Engineering. This is certainly a welcome move, because usually the press is interested more in identifying holes in Jadavpur University rather than celebrating the attainments of Jadavpur University. Let this be a break so far as my media friends are concerned. With these words, could I have the pleasure of inaugurating the celebration, which I am sure would be academically fruitful, invigorating, and stimulating. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you so much, sir. That was a truly thought-provoking lecture on the sociological implications of science. Thank you so much for this very, very well thought-out inaugural address. And now, as mentioned by our Pro-Vice Chancellor, we are immensely grateful to C. Ravi Prasad, who has contributed an actual reactor to the department. Can we request you, sir, to kindly come up on the dais, and we would request our HOD to felicitate C. Ravi Prasad on giving us such a valuable equipment. A very, very big hand for C. Ravi Prasad and his extraordinary generosity to the Department of Chemical Engineering. C. Ravi Prasad, thank you once again. May I request our head of the department, Professor Chakraborty, to present a memento to Mr. C. Ravi Prasad for his benevolence and the wonderful opportunity that the students of our department get from such a valuable equipment. Thank you so much. Can we request you, sir, for a few words?
I am overwhelmed with emotions. First of all, such an august audience who filled me with awe, and such a wonderful young students and my ex-classmates. Honestly, I'm speechless. I can't quite think of what to say here, but I would just like to say one little thing. Somebody asked me, why did you do what you did? I just want to summarize that in 2 lines. I spent all my student life in Calcutta in Jadavpur Vishwavidyalaya. I didn't, more than chemical engineering, I learned what a good human being means. So my value systems, my code of ethics, everything around that, I learned in Jadavpur University. And I can never tell you all how grateful I am for the boon given to me by the gods to study in this august university. What I've done is a very small Guru Dokkhina for the enormous learning during my 5 years in Jadavpur Vishwavidyalaya. Thank you very much, Jadavpur Vishwavidyalaya. Thank you very much, all my professors, and thank you very much, all of you.
Once again, thank you so much. And with that, we are going to start with the technical lectures. And it would be up to the dignitaries present here today whether they would like to catch it from here or would like to sit there. Okay, all right. So thank you so much. And may I request someone who is perhaps a living legend in his lifetime, Professor M.M. Sharma, our chief guest, to start his panel. And our distinguished guests would actually take their seats in the front row. Okay, so even it would be better if people sit in the front row and catch it, right? Actually, there's right. So we have here today Professor Sharma, Professor M.M. Sharma, who is perhaps one of the most redoubtable combinations of being an academic and a scientist. He had done his PhD way back in 1964 from the Cambridge University, and on the research front, his immense contribution in Bronsted-based catalysis in carbon dioxide hydration, and subsequently the kinetics of COS, it has released immense possibilities and new dimensions in linear energy relationships. He has received many awards, only his due, of course, the Padma Vibhushan, the Padma Bhushan, and also the Leverhulme Medal and the Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Prize. And of course, he is, as I mentioned, a living legend, one of the most senior and iconic representatives of in the chemical engineering field. So without everyone knows him, so without going into more details and taking away more time from his lecture, may we now have the privilege and pleasure to present Professor M.M. Sharma.
Mr. Vice Chancellor, Pro Vice Chancellor, distinguished guests of honor, first of all, I wish to bring to you greetings for your momentous occasion of the centenary celebration. I did have the pleasure of participating in your Platinum Jubilee more than 25 years ago, and I'm here to greet you on this momentous occasion. I'm delighted that Professor Chakrabarti has taken all the pains to organize this momentous occasion. Life is not possible without chemistry, but life can be better with chemistry. And chemical industry is the heart of the fourth industrial revolution. Chemical engineering, therefore, is indispensable. Life will be miserable without chemical engineering. So this is the occasion to celebrate chemical engineering, not only your centenary year, but the whole subject of chemical engineering. I'm going to dwell upon 3 or 4 important topics. First of all, with reference to refineries, and I know there are some persons present in the audience, the shift from fuels to electric cars is going to trigger some major challenges to chemical engineers, because the cat cracker, which was originally designed for maximizing gasoline, then diesel, now is being used to maximize propylene, so that propylene yield could go from 4% to well over 20%, and is wished that we might be able to go to 30% in the near future. The design of these reactors is really challenging for chemical reaction engineering people. There are many methods of designing these high severity crackers. But one of the fortes of chemical engineers is the separation technology. And this will bring in its wake problems of separation technology for various reasons. First of all, how do you valorize C4 olefins? What kind of separation scheme you are going to adopt? Even more challenging is the LCO, because LCO out of high severity brings in 30 to 40% of naphthalene. As of now, it is downgraded to diesel. Now imagine the separation technology. Once again, I say forte of chemical engineer, that you will have naphthalene, monomethyl, dimethyl naphthalene, and 2,6-dimethyl naphthalene is required for PEN instead of PET, which has properties that you can even retort it. And the films have extraordinary quality. One of the reasons why PEN has not gone places is because of the high cost of naphthalene dicarboxylic acid. It is a pity that a lot of C4 olefins are being consigned to LPG. Their value is much more than you are inclined to believe. There is still no recovery of C5 olefins from the naphtha crackers, even from cat crackers. And here also separation scheme is of very great importance. Dwelling on this theme of separation technology, there are many, many problems that we would be facing in the coming years. Very smart separation processes would be required, and the energy intensity has to be reduced, because energy is connected with CO2 emissions. And therefore our workhorse distillation, which people thought was a mature subject, is not so at all. We have had reactive distillation, we have had divided wall column. We are now talking of recovery of heat from condensers, including vacuum columns, where the top temperature may be as low as 100 degrees centigrade through heat pump. All these are going to throw challenges at chemical engineers in terms of valorizing, so that your energy consumption comes down, CO2 emission comes down. And this is the way. But energy guzzlers like ethylene, ethane separation, propylene, propane separation, and many other related separations, cryogenic distillation is very energy intensive. The latest development in adsorptive separations, marvels are being created, because MOG and COG, they are opening up totally new frontiers. For example, MOG has areas equivalent to 3,000 square meters per gram versus maximum like 1,000 we get in activated carbon. And you are able to module them in such a way. Wonder, can you make an MOF ethane selective rather than ethylene selective, so that impurity ethane can be removed in a facile way? Similarly, propane selective MOF. Now, this material science is very intricate in making. As of now, they're expensive. It is the job of chemical engineers to bring down the cost of MOF and COF. But one of the latest development I have come across is the size-based separations based on zeolite is well known. And in fact, everybody in the public knows PESA without knowing the full title. Pressure swing adsorption and vacuum swing adsorption was a follow-on. But what people are missing out in terms of these adsorptive separation is we are now heading in the direction, even if the molecular diameter is same, but if the size is different. Just a few days ago, I read a paper how acetone and butanol can be separated because of difference in the size using modified MOFs. The separation technology based on adsorptive separation is really going to do wonders in coming years, including in the biotransformation where you use ion exchange resins and so forth. Like the role of adsorptive separation, membrane separations have opened up totally new frontiers because energy consumption, mind you, even adsorptive separation can bring down energy consumption to 10% of cryogenic distillation. Classic example of RO, you look at the energy consumption in RO for desalination versus multiple effect evaporators. But we don't stop there. With the advances in polymer science, we had all these hollow fiber based thing. And you see the impact of this in quality of life by way of dialysis for people suffering from renal diseases, kidney diseases, how the dialyzer works on the basis of hollow fibers invented by chemical engineers. Membrane separation is going places. How? It is not just ultrafiltration, microfiltration, RO. We are now talking of something far more challenging in terms of nanofiltration. That is, you sieve out molecules with molecular weight more than 250. And pharmaceutical operations are undergoing dramatic changes because most of the molecules have molecular weight more than 250. So nanofiltration and membrane separations based on valency, monovalent from divalent. Look at the marvel that you can design a membrane which sieves out divalent from monovalent. We are now talking of membrane reactors. We are talking of membrane distillation which cuts down energy consumption enormously. The retentate in the desalination can be subjected to membrane distillation is almost commercial now. In the pharmaceutical, the emphasis today is on chiral molecules. And apart from resolving racemic materials, there is now this great emphasis of how we can speed up this process by simulated moving back chromatographic separation and using chiral columns. Because FDA does not approve any molecule which is racemic, you have to give. So chiral engineering, the smart crystallization, in fact, most of the earlier literature in chemical engineering was for inorganic materials. Today we are talking of crystallization as a critical factor in the entire pharmaceutical industry, which is like $1.3 trillion industry globally, in contrast to chemical industry of $5 trillion. And crystallization to give the right particles. In fact, I can dramatize this by telling you that you have put up a plant, the product has come out, but is not sellable. Why? Because loss on drawing is not right, particle size distribution is not right, because chemistry was right, but chemical engineering is not right. So smart crystallization would place heavy demands. Just as many years ago, chemical engineers did a great job in melt crystallization. Melt crystallization is very critical. Further advances are taking place in melt crystallization. So I want to repeat and tell you that one of the strongholds of chemical engineers in terms of separation technology is going to be more and more demanding in coming years. I now switch on the gear and talk because in your celebration, sustainability has been. First of all, I want to make a very positive statement. Sustainability is attainable. Chemical engineers can do it, and they have a very big role to play. I'd like to pose 2 or 3 very important issues in this. Our biggest biomass that is available, almost distributed throughout the country, is bagasse, sugarcane bagasse. We are only simply burning fiber. Remember, taking out cellulose, hemicellulose, and lignin. And how lignin will undergo pyrolysis, catalytic cracking to make phenolic substances. Now look at the quantity of lignin that would be available year after year without any problem. 35 million tons of sugar is produced in India. We are only taking cane juice to make alcohol, where a lot of carbon dioxide is emitted. At the same time, we talk about carbon dioxide emission to be curtailed. Same material can be converted to far more value-added products, which also pose some separation technology problem. Let me dramatize this by a very simple example. In second ward, 2,3-butylene glycol was made by fermentation, just as in first ward, acetone and butanol were made by fermentation by Weizmann. 2,3-butylene glycol was dehydrated to make butadiene. Now, 1,4-butanediol is commercial, and very soon 1,3-butanediol will be also commercial. Can you imagine how we can turn around bugs to make 2,3-1,4-1,3? That tells you how we can ferment and get itaconic acid, such a versatile material. But today, even precursor artemisinin, so biotransformation of renewable raw material is going to go places, and it is going to be a very demanding job. And let me explain to you why. Just as when you want chiral intermediates for drugs, whether it is sitagliptin or whether it is atorvastatin, we have no expertise worth the name in India. And this requires, in the context of the Nobel Prize winner Francis Arnold, directed evolution. You change the bugs through directed evolution, and you are able to do these incredible transformations. Imagine a precursor of artemisinin being made. Itaconic acid is a simple thing. Alcohol is a thing you can't go wrong in fermenting. Any fool can make alcohol. Your efficiency may be low. Lactic acid has come to some status, but the scope is much more than we are inclined to believe. You know, today vanillin is running in pilot plant by biotransformation. Farnesene is commercial. So many more things are going to be commercial. What is the role of chemical engineers? Very big role, because bugs are critical. Just like in catalytic processes, catalysis is important, but major investment is downstream. Here also major investment is downstream. Many times the concentrations are very low, like B12, vitamin B12. And we need very smart separation technology post-fermentation. So once again, chemical engineers will be called to solve these problems. So renewable raw material, you know, many times too much is being talked loosely in India. Very close to Calcutta, Rishra had alcohol-based ethylene polyethylene plant. Union Carbide had ethanol-based complex in Chembur, Bombay. Synthetics and chemicals in Bareilly had synthetic rubber based on renewable raw material alcohol. Alcohol gave acetone, alcohol gave acetic acid. All plants are shut because they are not economic in relation to petrochemical processes. So it's one thing to talk, you should use, but our job is to make them economically competitive. Now, this sustainability in terms of energy consumption, sustainability in terms of availability of raw materials. As long as food is produced, you will always have materials like bagasse, but you take even rice straw. Rice is one crop where after you burn, you get silica. And this silica is already valorized for making precipitated silica, which is competing with carbon black in the tires. Silica coming from rice husk is an interesting phenomenon. Now 2G alcohol will take some more time, but it's all question of how you can make sure that is converted to fermentable sugars. And it is very much on the annual. Now with renewable energy being available both through wind as well as through solar, we can have new paradigms in chemical industry, and I refer to electrochemical engineering. You can have hydrogenation plants in any nook and corner, because electrolytic hydrogen cells today are designed to give hydrogen at 30 bar, and many of the hydrogenations are done so you can eliminate compressor. But if you can do anodic and cathodic reactions simultaneously, like methoxytoluene going to anisec aldehyde, ferric anhydride going to the reduced product, it will do wonders, because you are able to make use of both anodic and cathodic. Now, electrochemical engineering, which used to be fashionable earlier, somehow took back seat. But I dare say now that it will be back into full swing because of availability of renewable energy and ability for minimalization of industry. Not everything is not great by being grand. Pyrolysis of polyethylene waste or polypropylene is simple. It is not at all simple. Number of units are coming up throughout the world now because there is a mandatory requirement for recycling circular economy. For polyethylene, polypropylene, they are the largest volume. We are talking of total volume of something like 150 million tons per annum. And it's quite a serious problem. And chemical engineers will have to play a very big role in this circular economy. Now, water is going to be a very, very demanding item. 70% of water, 70, is going into agriculture, and rather poorly. Sugarcane, rice being the biggest culprits. But we chemical engineers should know how to do complete recycle of water, not only through RO, but first recovering valuable chemicals from waste stream. Take pharmaceutical industry. For every kilo of API, many times you have 5 kilos of unwanted material, sometimes even 10. And there is nothing like a waste stream. Waste stream is a raw material with negative cost. So valorizing these so-called waste streams, or I call them feedstocks with negative cost, they are very challenging problems in chemical engineering, and I can tell you more from my first-hand experience, they are worth a fortune. You can have crores and crores of rupees in a pharmaceutical company only recovering chemicals from waste stream, but not by very textbook solutions. Textbook solutions, like many of the problems you have in separation, you can't solve through simulation, through Aspen packages. So recovery of chemicals is going to be a crucial part. But in the drought-affected areas, harvesting moisture from air, where adsorptive separation will play a big role, is something to look forward to. So water-stressed area, water is like sweet. Water is like sweet, and water, there are many famous sayings that you go in desert and then you can't have water for all the money that you might have in your pocket, but here is a new avenue. Then I also want to say, whatever way you can recover water from any stream, please go for it. Because water is going to be a very stressed, and chemical engineers have decisive role to play in this area. And valorization of food waste. Look at chemical engineering that you can apply and valorizing food streams. There is a lot of production of now instant coffee, instant tea. What do you do with the waste? Burn them? There are many valuable components in them to be recovered, and now attempts are being made. You are processing for orange. Remember how limonene was recovered, how pectin was recovered from large orange farms. We have pineapple, we have mango juice. What do we do with the residue material? Valorizing them using smart chemical engineering would be a very, very welcome feature in coming years. Remember cashew nut shell liquid from cashews, which today is in great demand, so much so that we are importing cashew nut shell liquid from Vietnam, from West Africa, East Africa. It's a phenolic substance capable of giving high-class epoxy resins, many other products, ethoxylates and all. So here is a renewable raw material. As long as you produce cashews, you will always have CNSL. Similarly, what you do with jute, or what you do with banana, what you do with pineapple, all these are candidates for chemical engineers to work on in coming years. Finally, I want to talk about something, about challenges. Can we use propane in place of propylene for downstream projects? There is already an awakening, and people have been able to make acrylonitrile from propane. Mind you, there is a big difference in the cost of propane and propylene, ethane and ethylene. If propane can be used for ammo-oxidation to make acrylonitrile, even via two-step, if not one step, if propane can be used to make acrylic acid, will bring down the cost substantially. If we can make many products that we make from ethylene, from ethane, for example, there is a pilot plant running in Saudi Arabia where ethane is converted to ethylene and acetic acid by smart catalytic oxidation. Therefore, you can have large capacity vinyl acetate plant because you have ethylene and acetic acid. You want to throw challenges. Will you be able to make hydrogen peroxide by direct reaction of hydrogen and oxygen? Will we be able to make phenol directly from benzene? Will we be able to make aniline directly from benzene? These are some of the challenges that are in front of us. What I want to say is, chemical engineering has always been an evolving discipline. What I learned in my school days, or if you have your oldest chemical engineers from Yadavpur University, ask them. When I started doing research, I didn't have a formal lesson in solvent extraction, and my first area of research was in extraction. And if we show slide rule to our son or grandson, as per the age, and they will, laugh, what is this damn thing called slide rules? Now, we all worked, and remember how long it used to do plate by plate calculation, which you can now do in a whiff. But remember, all these simulation packages like heat transfer coefficients in agitated vessels, those equations are based on small-scale equipment which are not reliable. Therefore, if your model is not reliable, what simulation will do? But the scope of doing simulations, doing smart scale-up, we need astute scale-up, safety like in nuclear plants. Therefore, simulations will be very important, artificial intelligence will be important, digitalization will be important, and of course CFD. You can't put pilot plants for many things. Let me give you one example, how waste gases are being converted into alcohol. There are 2 commercial units in the world, that CO2, hydrogen, CO, all put together in fermenter. Now look at what is the chemical engineering challenge. All of them have very low solubility in water. So unless you make gas liquid mass transfer exceptionally efficient, and KLA, liquid side mass transfer coefficient, to be of the order of 1 reciprocal second, whereas in a normal gas liquid contactors, we hardly approach 0.1. So you are talking of 20-fold increase in the gas liquid interfacial area. So you are now talking of micro bubbles and even nano bubbles in the design of these kind of reactors. So the scenario is changing all the time. When I say chemical engineering is an evolving discipline, and remember, no technology is ever mature. No technology ever mature. We are still making big differences to ammonia plant. In fact, after 110 years, we are still looking at how we can make ammonia production smarter. I see some great opportunities, not in another forte of chemical engineers, catalysis, reaction engineering. If we can modify the Haber-Bosch flow sheet, ammonia plant is an energy guzzler. Although it has come down to below 7 million kilocalories per ton, but There is scope if we change the entire method of removing ammonia, if you can develop high temperature membranes, if you can develop methods of absorbing at higher temperature, then all this refrigeration and all will become redundant. So keep in mind that no technology is ever mature, and therefore challenges will be always there. And finally, I want to, in this great Vivekananda Hall, because I see this great statement which applies to chemical engineering, arise, awake, and rest not till the goal is reached. So I challenge chemical engineers not to rest, but keep on working hard and keep on opening new frontiers. Once again, greetings to you on this momentous occasion. Radha Chakravarti, you have done a great job. I compliment you and your colleagues and the support that you received from Vice Chancellor and Pro-Vice Chancellor, and one Pro-Vice Chancellor is chemical engineering faculty member, so it makes things somewhat easier to deal with in a state university. Wish you all the best. Have a wonderful time in the next day or two and enjoy yourself. Thank you.
Professor Sharma, just a stool has to be given. Can you just move that side? Come.
I also pay my tributes to late Hiralal Roy, in whose name I have given today's lecture. I had given H.L. Roy lecture before also.
We would once again like to thank Professor M.M. Sharma, and may I request our head of the department, Professor Chakraborty, to felicitate him once again with a stool. I think it would be nice if you could move forward on the stage so that it would be easier for the photographer to capture it. This is Professor Sharma is being felicitated with a traditional Tasar stole of Bengal. Thank you once again. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are sort of tweaking our schedule a little because we have Professor Dr. N. Kalaiselvi, who has to leave for another assignment. So may I request Professor Dr. N. Kalaiselvi to kindly come up on the dais. Dr. Mrs. N. Kalaiselvi, she assumed charge as director of CSIR, Central Electrochemical Research Institute, in February 22nd, 2019. Dr. Kalaiselvi's research work of more than 25 years is primarily focused on electrochemical power systems. And today, of course, she is going to talk about how she has worked on lithium and beyond lithium batteries and power storage system and enlighten all of us. Please welcome Dr. N. Kalaiselvi.
Namaskar, Vanakkam, and pleasant morning to every one of you. I'm very glad to be a part of this centenary celebration of Chemical Engineering Department of Jadavpur University. And the title itself is very, very encouraging. And I should really appreciate and congratulate the organizers for having picked up such a nice title like Chemervescence. Friends, we have heard about fluorescence, phosphorescence, luminescence, chemiluminescence, photoluminescence, and also effervescence. So when will you get effervescences, carbonates, or insoluble in water? And to make a carbonate salt to be soluble, normally you will be adding little hydrochloric acid. And at that time, the carbonate will dissolve and it will liberate effervescence. It is nothing but even a dissolvable, non-dissolvable carbonate could be dissolved, and at that time it will show its involvement in the in the form of effervescence, and this is where your chemical engineering is showing your involvement and you are showing your progress in the form of Chemervescence, and I really congratulate the organizers for having picked up this particular topic. And another very interesting point to me was, you are celebrating your centenary celebration, meaning is chemical engineering department, whether your university is junior to you. So that's a very, very amazing fact, because I am representing CSIR. We normally feel so proud that India got independence in the year 1947, whereas CSIR got established in 1942. Meaning is, CSIR is 5 years senior to India's independence. So this is how very, very important scientific and technological events and organizations, they got established maybe at milestone times, and today we have the liberty and we are feeling so proud to celebrate the centenary celebration of the Chemical Engineering Department of Jadavpur. So taking this particular very important August gathering, I wish to draw your attention towards very important point, or I would say the tagline, which is nothing but innovation. Friends, country India is today a developing country, and days are not so far off. We should make the country to become a developed country, for which we need to think about one point very strongly, which is innovation. So I thought that I can share some of my views with you today by way of sharing what innovation is, what kind of innovation is required in India. So as chemical engineering fraternity and research scholars and students, how best you can also really contribute to the innovations that the country is looking for. And of course, I will say that in what way CSIR is now coming up with the kind of innovations to help the nation to consider itself to get its development in the nearest future. Can I have the pen drive? Can you show the slides? You need 1 more minute? Okay, I will talk again, no problem. So friends, so now we are living in a very, very important point when the country is celebrating science, scientific research, science, technology, and innovation also. For a country like India, once upon a time, we were criticized for the kind of population that India is having. 2 countries were teased by all the global community for the kind of population. One is China, the other one is India. But China changed the history by way of making all its human resource for the benefit of the country. Almost 2 decades back, China started calling back all the experts, calling back all those who have migrated from China to other countries, and they now are showcasing to the entire world that if at all human resource for their capabilities and expertise could be tapped in the right way, could be mentored in the right way, could be channelized in the right way, yes, you can really become a supreme power in the coming days. And therefore, for India, this is the critical time. Now in India, the youth population that is below the age of 40, it is so huge. You can really say that we are rich with the youth power as on date. But this youth power should be utilized, should be mentored, and should be properly utilized for the development of the country, at least within next 2 decades, without which you will be losing the real power of this youth. And therefore, you as very responsible citizen of the country, you and me, because I am not a youth, but then what we can do is, we leaders are here just to handhold the youth and to channelize your thoughts and to help you and to direct you and put you in the right path, by means of which the country can soon see the developments by way of making use of all the human resource and the youth power that we have. And when we talk about our aims, our vision, We are living now in a particular era, which we call it as the very, very important era of Atmanirbhar Bharat, and self-reliance are getting popularized, are getting celebrated, and this period is called Amritkal. So when we are living in this Amritkal, we are fortunate, we are gifted, and this Amritkal period should be utilized by each and every one of us very, very properly. And therefore, I say that this Amritkal is the right period when countries should think very strongly about innovation, and this innovation could be made in reality only by youth like you. So coming to today's thing, so I'll be talking about CSIR, how it is getting itself geared to act as the innovation engine of India. So recently we had our 200th General Body meeting, wherein the Honorable Minister of Science and Technology unveiled the new tagline of CSIR, which is CSIR, the innovation engine of India. Friends, CSIR is such an amazing organization. Most of you may be knowing. Across the country, we have 37 national laboratories. We are touching the lives of this country, lives of every citizen of this country, through various science and technology-driven disciplines, for which no branch of science is an exception. And we are so fortunate to have the Honorable Prime Minister as the President of CSIR Society, and the Honorable Minister of Science and Technology as the Vice President of CSIR. And I thought that today Professor Mashelkar will be here, and CSIR is always so proud to have the visionary leaders in the past, and therefore I'm standing here as the Director General of CSIR, and at that time I really thankfully recall all the leaders who have really helped me to stand here with a lot of pride in the name of CSIR. And one such leader is Professor Mashelkar. As all of you know, Mashelkar, he is a very vibrant leader, and he only told in the year 1998 that I in CSIR must stand for innovation. Friends, when CSIR was established in the year 1942, that time the country was not at all even independent India. Therefore, the country would not have had any kind of Indian industry, but it was named, the organization was named as Council of Scientific and Industrial Research. But by the time, originally it would have been functioning as Council of Scientific and maybe Indian Engineering or Indian Research. This is what it would have been functioning. And therefore, Mashelkar, he said that I in India, it should be really thought in this way that it should not stand for imitation, meaning is we should be second to none. Even today, many a times, when a technology is developed by some other country, we casually take it and we start practicing it with some kind of a marginal improvement. So this kind of incremental improvement in the technology should be avoided. Therefore, there should not be any kind of imitation, and also there should not be any kind of inhibition also. In science, actually you should be really forthcoming, you should win over inhibition. And therefore, I in IIT must stand for innovation, I in industry should stand for innovation, I in CSIR also should stand for innovation. So accordingly, CSIR had this Innovation Protection Unit, and our first US patent that also we got in the year of 1942. Dr. Shanti Sharup Bhatnagar, and who is very well connected with CSIR. CSIR and Shanti Sharup Bhatnagar are inseparable, and he himself got 50 patents in his name. Similarly, in the year 1995, CSIR Intellectual Property Management Division also got established. This is how this organization is playing a very important role to have this IPR policy and innovation in our name. So are we doing innovation only within ourselves with the scientific fraternity? No, guys. We always make it applicable that whatever is happening at the lab level, in the research level, that should percolate to students also, and therefore we have created CSIR Innovation Award for even school children. So whenever school children are coming up with a new idea, innovative idea, So this was started in the year 2002 on a very special day of World Intellectual Property Day. Meaning is, we are very strong believers that next generation leaders like you, if at all you really pay interest to science and technology, only then we can do wonders. So this is again CSIR Innovation Centers. At different places we got CSIR Innovation Centers, and recently we got one innovation center which is on Innovation Center for Next Generation Energy Storage Solutions. So we are living in one particular period where energy is gaining a lot of importance. Energy generation, energy conversion, energy storage, energy audit, and energy management. All the 5 factors ought to be considered very seriously, and therefore this energy storage is gaining a lot more momentum, and this is where our Chennai center is coming up with a kind of innovation center for next generation energy storage solutions. Similarly, this year is the year of millets, and therefore we have one exclusive institute, that is Food Technology Research Institute in Mysore. So there we are coming up with a kind of a specialized activity on millet mission. So by the end of this year, we'll be coming up with a kind of a millet calendar, wherein this India origin-based millets with a calorific value, and we'll come up with a kind of a recommendation also based on Indian millets. And similarly, we are having another center for innovation and translational research for biostudies also. So that is available at least in 4 or 5 different areas. Now coming to this Atal Innovation Center, we are working closely with Niti Aayog, and we try to reach the school children through this kind of Atal Innovation Labs. And so far we are getting ourselves connected with a minimum of 3 lakh students through this Jigyasa program. And friends, if you so we have another innovation complex which is in Mumbai, which will be mainly concentrating on our linkage with the industry through the innovative projects and the technologies and the products and the processes that CSIR is developing, which is going to be operational in Mumbai. So we are planning for a minimum of 3 such things, and the first one in Mumbai will be operational maybe in next 1 or 2 months. So if at all you want to make a kind of a scientific business, if at all you want to make a revenue generation along with sustainability, definitely you need funding opportunities for innovation, incubation centers in terms of infrastructure creation, consultancy and networking. Definitely it could be offered by R&D labs like CSIR. And of course, we ourselves are giving training as well as we are extending our services. We give skill development training program to almost every age group of students, even for school left out students, school 10th class failed student, 10th class pass, +2, UG, PG, PhD, postdoc. Similarly, if at all you are an employee, your early career, mid-career, and your topmost career, like every age group, we offer this kind of a training program. And we have a special innovation fund also. CSIR comes under DSIR, which is Department of Scientific and Industrial Research, wherein we have a Section 8 company called NRDC. So through that DSIR and NRDC, we are coming up with programs called PRISM, PACE, CRTDH, and PIII. CRTDH is one very important thing that it talks about Technology Development Hub. So if you just see whether it is NCL's Spencer Center or whether it is CCMB's Biology Related Incubation Center, whether it is the Atal Incubation Center of CCMB, IHBT is also having another innovation center, and our IMMT Odisha, Bhubaneswar is also having InTech. So like CSIR is having a minimum of 6 to 7 innovation centers by means of which we try to inculcate the importance of innovation. So today CSIR, it's a big family. So we have 37 national labs. We have around 5,500 PhD students also. And we are having number of patents and publications. And every year we see that the number goes up. And friends, if you just see what CSIR has made as an impact in the society, I would say without any hesitation, CSIR, every bit of CSIR has been already realized by every Indian industry. Whether it is drugs and pharmaceuticals, whether it is genomics or energy or leather, we normally say India's memory is CSIR's memory, because memory plus it is CSIR's technology. Similarly, India's leather technology is CSIR's leather technology, because CLRI is the unique and the dedicated institute. India's electrochemistry is CSIR's electrochemistry, because we have one electrochemical research institute. So this is how every industry, and especially in aerospace and defense, I wish to share a very good news and a great news. Just 4 days back, our CSIR NAL lab, we got even the certification completion for our Hansa next generation hobby flying aircraft. So it is a very great accomplishment, and soon maybe both the ministers will be taking it to greater heights. So this completion was really a great, great milestone activity. Therefore, whether it is agriculture or aerospace, whether it is pharma or chemicals, everywhere CSIR is finding a footprint. So this is where I can say, starting from minings, fuels, and also minerals, metals, materials, everywhere CSIR technology is having its impact. So if at all you talk about urban technologies, I can showcase a minimum of 5, 6. Friends, the last one is very important, biojet fuel. Even the cooked oil could be reused, and it could be used as a biojet fuel. We have already completed 65 flying hours with the reused oil as a biojet fuel, wherein the blending ratio is 15%, whereas the next milestone is we have to complete 200 flying hours, and also we have another ambitious plan that 50% of the biojet fuel will be really tried for its blending. So for which now we have already developed the engine. Only thing is we have to complete the flying hours. And friends, when it comes to the other technology that is for rural, all the time CSIR is worried about how best we can connect us with the unreached portion of this country. Not that in the country like India, everyone is reachable. Still we have some amount of population in the country in the form of unreached place. Therefore, we are trying to touch the lives of unreached people also. If you go to the southernmost part of this country, there is a place called Rameshwaram. Near Rameshwaram, there is one Gulf of Mannar is there. That place is called Mandapam. There, the seaweed cultivation has really taken up a very, very great momentum. A minimum of 2 companies, private companies, are making more than several crores of profit and turnover just because of the seaweed cultivation. It is not only the seaweed cultivation, they are further processing the seaweed, and they make it as powders, they make it as biomanure, they make it as a cattle feedstock. Number of value-added products are there, and therefore the seaweed has also created a lot of things. Friends, many a times you would have heard about CSIR's aroma mission and floriculture mission. When the Honorable Prime Minister is talking about that the farmer's income has to be doubled in the coming days, we from CSIR, we took it very seriously, and we are seriously and sincerely working for that. By means of this aroma mission, we have really touched the lives of the farmers. Several thousand hectares have been planted with the kind of sampling, sapling, and the cultivation technologies. Everywhere our scientists are working with farmers. We are not getting ourselves stopped only with the laboratories. We go to the farmland, we work with the farmers, we give them hands-on training, not only to the farmer, but also to the entire family. Even after cultivation, for example, in the case of lemongrass, we help them to get the lemongrass oil, meaning is oil extraction. Even after the oil is extracted, how best the oil could be taken to the market, by means of which this becomes a great cash crop. This aroma crop should become a cash crop. And this is how we are helping the farmers to get their income increased to the tune of 1.5 to 3 times according to a third-party evaluation. It is not evaluated by CSIR. Third-party evaluation clearly says that the farmer's income has been doubled. So that is one with respect to the lemongrass oil. Friends, again, with a lot of pride, I can tell you, till last year, India was depending upon other countries for lemongrass oil. In the entire history of India, last year, 600 ton of lemongrass oil was exported just because of CSIR's aroma mission. So that much CSIR is really impacting the lives. And we are coming up with even marigold oil also. So soon we will come up with a lot of success stories. Just because some very important leaders are sitting here, I thought that CSIR, to share that CSIR is working on 8 different teams, and one such team is specialty chemicals, including leather and petrochemicals, because I was just talking to Mr. Ashwin Shroff, and I was just making a mention about that. So apart from these chemicals, we are working with aerospace, ecology, environment, energy and energy devices, agriculture, healthcare, mining, and civil infrastructure. That's why I said that every area is having CSIR's impact. So this is one success story I told you. This is Hansa NG. This is a 2-seater aircraft. It is a sport aircraft, and it is a hobby flying aircraft. So here only we got the certifications, and soon we will come up with series of Hansa NG production in the country because the technology has already been transferred. And similarly, we are having a lot of strength with respect to multi-copter drones. During COVID time, the drones were used for drug delivery. Now we are using the drones for even fertilizer spraying. So in a place called Uttakamandalam, Ooty in Tamil Nadu, several thousands of hectares, the fertilizer spray has been completed with our drone technology. And Professor M.M. Sharma was sharing his concern with respect to water management and water security. So here from CSIR, we're using a technology called Helibone technology. We're trying to map and manage water. We call it as water mapping and water management. And for water mapping, we use Helibone technology. And for water management, we use AI, ML, and IoT. So even in the water arid regions, you can really explore how much is the water and how best water could be rejuvenated, and that kind of attempts are also ongoing. Along with water, now we are extending the Helibone technology to explore even metal as well as mineral wealth also. So this is what I said, that in the country now all of you are living with only mobile phones. Life without mobile phone cannot be imagined at all. And all the mobile phones are having lithium batteries. And in the country, we started this kind of a lithium battery producing facility at Chennai. Right now, this can produce 1,000 lithium cells per day, by means of which we will try to address the requirement of the country at least to a level of a fraction of its total requirement. So now, last week was a very, very enjoyable week, and it's a special week for all battery researchers, because even in India, lithium reserves have been identified. So we are also, like you as chemical engineers, we are also coming up with a number of technology transfers to chemical industries. Recently, Honorable Prime Minister dedicated hydrazine hydrate manufacturing facility, and he dedicated it to the nation, which is CSIR IICT's technology. Why it's not working? Can you help me to switch on the next slide? I have 4 or 5 slides. Yeah. So this is our low chilling variety. So once upon a time, apple means it will be growing only in one part of the country. But now we are trying to make that apple should be grown, and apple can be grown in other parts of the country also, especially in Northeast we are trying, and this has found a place in Honorable Prime Minister's Mann Ki Baat also. During pandemic, yes, we created a kind of a big network of 280 plus clinicians and 70 centers, and everywhere our CSIR labs really worked a lot. Similarly, what I told you, like metals, minerals, and materials, waste to wealth, Professor M.M. Sharma was talking about circular economy, recycling, refurbishing. Yes, CSIR is into that, and we have already transferred a minimum of 50 technologies. Friends, this will be very, very interesting to the country because India is a country where more number of steel industries are there. The steel slag is now utilized to make roads. All of you would have been aware about this Noida Twin Tower demolition. And many of you may not be knowing that CSIR's technology and CSIR's advisory role was also included in the safe demolition of Noida Twin Towers. Our scientists went there as a team. They placed several sensors and they only cautioned that this is going to be the impact of this demolition, and accordingly the measurements were carried out. And similarly, recent issue of Joshimath. So again, team of scientists from CBRA went over there. They are only helping to provide technical guidance for immediate as well as permanent shelters. COVID, again, thanks to COVID helped us to identify and come up with makeshift hospitals. Now we are repurposing the technology for immediately making some permanent shelters also. So this is what I told you. So CSIR is not getting stopped only with the elderly scientific group. We are grooming our second line leaders, starting from school children. So this is our Jigyasa strength. And similarly, this is our skill development. As I already told you, every age group we have one or the other program. And recently we started ACSAR. That helps us to even tap the PhD students also. And friends, this is my last slide. So you can very well see that wherever CSIR innovation is happening, it is appearing in the news. And I just want to touch upon one point of your Honorable Vice Chancellor, who was sharing his concern about the popularization of science and science communication. In CSIR, we have one lab, dedicated lab, which is called NISPER Delhi, which is exclusively taking care of only scientific communication. Friends, we are living in an era where we have e-book, C-book, we have now C-media, E-media, and we have C-library and E-library, and NISPER is addressing the requirements of all, including C-media and E-media. Therefore, I take this opportunity to invite each and every one of you to pay your attention in identifying the right educational institution for your higher studies, right research institution for your career, by means of which CSIR is always open to each and every one of you. Thank you very much for the organizers, and thank you once again for your patient listening. Thank you.
Okay, I'll take it. Thank you so much, Dr. Kalai Selvi. And it was good news all the way. We are indeed heartened and encouraged. And thank you once again. May I also call upon the dais Dr. Mrs. S.K. Mishra, who also represents the same organization. And may I request Professor Ranjana Chaudhuri to felicitate Dr. Kalai Selvi. Would you, ma'am, would you proceed towards the center of the stage? Thank you so much. Thank you. Also representing CSIR, the Central Glass and Ceramic Research Institute, Dr. Mrs. S.K. Mishra. And may I request Professor Ranjana Chaudhuri to do the honors once again.
This is the, what I say, ek ke saath ek free. Nowadays, that is the thing. I came with our DG, and I am fellow, just we are actually, Jadavpur University and CGCRI is having one wall common. I know there is a lot of, we are working together. I look forward with the chemical engineering division, few works are going on. Professor Rajat Chakrabarti, we look forward for more collaborations with you. thanks for considering me to felicitate in this August gathering. Thank you once again. Thank you very much. I invite all of you to visit CGCRI as a director of that institute. Thanks to all.
Thank you so much. There was quite a lot of food for thought, and now there is food of a different kind to process the food for thought. So, ladies and gentlemen, for our dignitaries, tea or coffee is served outside in the lounge, and for our students in the foyer below. So do have a sip and come back in 10 minutes, and we can commence with our next session. Can we request our alumni members to kindly take their T-shirts from the reception desk? As soon as you produce the money receipt, the T-shirts would be available to you from the reception desk. This is a request to all our alumni members to collect their T-shirts from the reception desk. Ladies and gentlemen, and our dear students, we are about to start a video presentation which was specially prepared for this occasion by Dr. R.A. Mashalkar. As we all know that Dr. Mashalkar is known for his pioneering work in the area of zeolite catalysts, which are used in a variety of industrial processes. Dr. Mashalkar is also an academic, a prolific author who has more than 200 research papers. He received the Padma Shri, the Padma Bhushan, and the Padma Vibhushan. Dr. Mashalkar sends us his best wishes and this presentation. Can we start the video, please?
Years is a long journey, and what a wonderful journey we have had at Jadavpur University. I will like to actually begin by going back to a book that came out which was edited by Nicholas Pepys from Purdue University, and it was all about 100 years of chemical engineering. And different people were asked to contribute their own history from their own country. And I had the privilege of being invited to write. And actually, if you see here, this book came out in 1989, and there was a paper that I had written with my colleague J.V. Rajan, and it was on chemical engineering developments in India. And I'm very proud to say that I had said there, and I quote, it was the foresight of the late Dr. H.L. Roy, who introduced chemical engineering in the curriculum of the Bengal National College, the nucleus of the present Jadavpur University, as early as 1921. Interestingly, then the discipline of chemical engineering was still in its infancy, even in the developed countries of the West. So Professor H.L. Roy was ahead of his time, and we all remember him very, very gratefully. We pay our homage to him on this historic day, and I feel particularly happy and proud that I have been privileged to pay my humble tributes to our pioneering guru, H.L. Roy, after 34 years again. So thank you, Rajat, thank you all your colleagues at Jadavpur University for giving me this opportunity. I'm going to talk about next-gen chemical engineers. We have to look at the future, as they say, that we only think of the future because that is where we are going to spend the rest of our lives. So what is going to be our future? I think first is change. Change is the only constant, as we say, and we have a very rapidly changing society. The second, there will be new challenges: volatility, uncertainty, complexity, ambiguity, as we say, VUCA. That is going to be the new normal. So the new engineers have to be dealing with this VUCA world. The third is there are changing societal expectations and demands from us as chemical engineers. Fourth is there is a vastly expanding scope as well as scale of the chemical engineering profession. You know, they used to joke about chemical engineers that chemical engineer is one who talks chemistry in the presence of engineering and engineering in the presence of chemistry. In fact, it took quite a while before our profession was formally recognized. No more so. Chemical engineering, I'm very proud to say as a chemical engineer that it's a great profession, highly respected around the world. And finally, I would say there will be new challenges, but also new opportunities. And I would like to give you my own perspective on what that is going to be. Now, if you see, science has changed, science 2.0, as you know, after the digital world became prominent, the way science is done has changed very dramatically. Like, for example, we would not have imagined open source drug discovery with something like 130 nations participating, with 40% of them being students, something that CSR had launched. Samir Brahmachari was formerly the DG of CSR who had done that. This is something that was inconceivable. So this is science 2.0. Then, of course, education 3.0. We are all aware of the ingress of the digital. It is no more on periphery. Online learning has a completely different connotation. And we all know about Industry 4.0, how we started with steam engine, the first industrial revolution, and then sort of moved on to the current one, where we talk about cyber physical systems controlling our industry, and of course, chemical industry is no exception. And overall, we are looking at society 3.0. So there's a continuous change, constant change, to which we have to be able to respond. Now, if you see, I mentioned about the scope changing, and if you just see the range of length scales that are covered by chemical engineering today, it is incredible. We're all fixed on the chemical reactors, process units, unit operations, and so on and so forth in this particular domain, as you could quite clearly see in the meter domain. But you can now see that chemical engineers work on quantum devices, on nanomaterials, at molecular levels. At a higher scale, they look at cells, colloids, clusters, molecular machines. At even a higher scale, they are looking at tissues, organs, and so on. But at an even higher scale, they are looking at organizations, ecosystems, atmosphere, oil reservoirs, supply chains. So basically, from nanometer to micron to millimeter to meter to kilometer, as you can see, the scale as well as scope is changing very dramatically. And therefore, the new chemical engineers will have to be conscious of the amount of scope that they have to make a difference to the world of science, to the world of engineering, and to society. Now, although some things change, there are some things that remain constant. The mind of an engineer, that remains constant. Because what is the core engineering mind? Making things that work and making things work better. As simple as that. All right? Whether you are chemical engineer, mechanical engineer, electrical engineering, that's what you do. Now, what are the engineering habits of mind that we have to develop? Improving is one, systems thinking, adapting, problem finding, creative problem solving, and visualizing. And therefore, in order to be able to do that, there have to be some habits of mind that our educational system must develop within our students. That includes curiosity, open-mindedness, resilience, resourcefulness, collaboration, reflection, and ethical consideration. The point I try to make is that although there are certain things that will be changing, these are things that are constant, and these are very critical attributes of an engineer. Now, I'm going to propose, as far as Gen Next engineers are concerned, first, they will have to be responsible engineers, chemical engineers. Second, borderless. Third, solution engineers. Fourth, assured engineers. And finally, what I like to call as MLM engineers. And I will explain that to you. It is Gandhian engineering. That was a term that I had coined, more from less for more. That is a term I had coined. Now, many of them, many of these will be familiar to you, but some of these will not be familiar to you. So I'll explain each one of them. First, responsible engineers. I was the president of Indian National Science Academy, and I remember Lord Martin Rees, the president of Royal Society, give the Blackett Memorial Lecture in INSA in Delhi. And the title of his talk was "The Last Century. Will the civilization survive the 21st century?" This was in 2007, almost 16 years ago. What was his concern? His concern was climate change was going to create a major human challenge. Global warming that was in the offing, and that has intensified now. Ravaging of biodiversity by modern society. So there were so many acts of human which are going to cause sort of problems. And as chemical engineers, we have to ask ourselves, are we mitigating this or are we adding to this? This is a very, very important question. My lecture, you will find I'm talking about things from the book of my life. You will see frequently my photographs or where I was present when there was certain action, etc. So please forgive me for that, because I'm trying to take you through the book of my own life. I think the first disaster the chemical industry had, which was very, very, very tragic, was this Bhopal gas tragedy. Overnight, some 2,600 people died, and they're still sort of suffering after effects. And as it turned out, I was the technical assessor for the one-man inquiry commission, and I was on the accident tank after the methyl isocyanate had leaked out from one tank, and the other tank still had 40 million tons, and what to do with it, I remember. And Professor Sharma is there in the audience. He was there too. I mean, we were all called to find basically solution, and then I worked for a couple of years as technical assessor for the inquiry commission. So I have personally experienced this tragedy that chemical industry had caused. Then, as luck would have it, we had this Maharashtra gas cracker complex accident in 1992 when 34 people died after a blast, and the government of India at that time had appointed me as the chairman of the committee. And what I learned from both these accidents were that they were both man-made in some sense or the other. I won't have time to get into the detail. And therefore, as responsible chemical engineers, it becomes our responsibility that this never happens again. That is one part of the responsibility. The other part of the responsibility is that we have to create a sustainable energy future, and I'm quite sure Professor Sharma has already given an amazing talk on this subject, very, very informative, very, very insightful. I will add my little word to it, to whatever he has said. I think we have to look for new carbon economy, low carbon economy, no carbon economy, carbon neutral home finally, and transitioning to net zero, and the whole world is busy with that. And it is responsible engineers, responsible chemical engineers that can make it happen. Look at, for example, one of the aspects, everybody is talking about green hydrogen. And if you look at India's energy security, this hydrogen can reduce over $160 billion worth of imports for India. And I have given the details in terms of crude, the natural gas, the coal, the petroleum products, and ammonia. So it is important from that perspective. The second is there is a significant reduction in carbon dioxide emissions. India is world's third largest emitter with 3.6 gigatons of carbon dioxide equivalent across sectors. So green hydrogen will play a key role in the energy transition. And the third is it is critical to meet India's target of 500 gigawatt of renewable energy by 2030. The current capacity is 100 gigawatt. So surplus electricity from India's renewable plants can also augment green hydrogen economies. So that is very important. Now, here is something interesting. This is Asia Economic Dialogue that Pune International holds. I am the current president of Pune International Center. Dr. Vijay Kelkar, the great economist, is the vice president, and we have been in existence for more than 10 years. And we have this Asia Economic Dialogue to look at the future challenges. And last year, almost, this is 23 February 2022, almost to a year, there was a fireside chat between two of us, Mukesh Bhai and myself. And as you know, both of us are alumni of Institute of Chemical Technology, formerly UDCT. And it was interesting that two chemical engineers from UDCT were having a fireside chat in the opening session of the Asia Economic Dialogue. And as you know, Mukesh Bhai is known for his grand vision, looking beyond the realms of possibilities. And I want to repeat for you what he said. First of all, he said that India should be able to do 1-1-1. That means produce 1 kilogram of green hydrogen for $1 in 1 decade. Looks audacious, isn't it? But that's what Mukesh Bhai is. That's what he did in Jio, for example, by giving 4 rupees, per gigabyte and voice free and 500 million sort of customers at the lowest cost, the highest quality, 4G LTE. That's what he wants to do. But he has this confidence. Amazing. India can export $500 billion green energy to the world. Because he said, what is our raw material? Sun, which shines for 300 days, water, which we have, and that's it. That's what we are going to do. So electricity and then split water. And then 15 to 20 green energy enterprises like Reliance will emerge. So he portrays a very, very bright future for India indeed. And in fact, there is this Reliance New Energy Council that has been created, of which I happen to be the chairman, and we have who's who as its members. Like, for example, Dr. Martin Green. He is Mr. Solar of the world. If you look at his PERC cell technology, 90% of the solar photovoltaic installations today in the world use his technology, the so-called PERC, passive emitter rear cell technology, the PERC technology. Or look at Dr. Alan Finkel, who laid down the path for green hydrogen economy of Australia. Or look at Bob Armstrong from MIT, or look at Jeff Maitland, Mr. Carbon Capture, I would say, from Imperial College, or Yazami, Mr. Storage. And we have looked at our plans, got them validated. In fact, next month we have a physical meeting in Mumbai where we will be discussing the plan. The sense I want to give you, the confidence I want to give you is that yes, India is at it. India has aspirational plans in meeting it, and India will meet it. The other thing I want to emphasize is that as a Director General of CSIR, I had started this program called NIMITLI. NIMITLI is New Millennium Indian Technology Leadership Initiative. What is the key word here? Leadership. Now, if you see this chart, what do you find? If you look at market certainty and if you look at technology certainty, India had operated so far. That means markets were certain, goods were being sold, and all that, and technology was also certain. All that you have to do was to copy it, do reverse engineering, and then you are. What we did at CSR is that this is not right. We have to move into areas where markets are uncertain and technology is uncertain. Okay? And therefore, this was taking big risks because in the presence of uncertainty, it is very easy to copy or follow. But when there is nothing that and I'm very proud to say that 21 years ago, 2002, the NIMITLI program on hydrogen was conceived actually, and the industry participation, it was a public-private partnership. And you can see the different stages at which you move. And I want to recognize the great guidance and contribution that Professor M.M. Sharma gave throughout this particular program in all the individual steps that you can quite clearly see. What is also very important is that you will be surprised, you will feel that, a lot of money must have been spent during the last 20 years. No. We just spent just 100 crore in fuel cell and electrolyzer R&D. And that is India's great strength, as a matter of fact. At a very low investment. I mean, we do affordable excellence, the highest quality technology at the lowest price. And what was the outcome of that? I'm very proud to show you that. The hero here is Professor Ashish Lele. Dr. Ashish Lele is the director of NCL, one of the finest engineering scientists that the country has, chemical engineering scientists. And he, along with you see Ravi Pandit, who is the CEO of KPIT Technologies, deep passion for new energy, green energy. And this fuel cell that was indigenously developed in partnership with National Chemical Laboratory and Central Electrochemical Research Institute was launched on 15 December 2021. You know what is special about this? The first, we always say make in India, but make in India means assembled in India. No. You have to make in India as invented in India. This is what it is, make in India and invented. Second is, we have to be ahead of the world. And if you see this fuel cell technology, this would cost around $400 per kilowatt compared to 1,000 to 1,200 globally. So it is cost competitive, quality competitive, and most importantly, 90% of the components that go here are indigenous and will indigenize the rest also. And as we speak, actually this is doing now thousands of kilometers of testing drive and certification. So we'll have something of our own. The point I'm trying to make is that 20 years ago, we sort of envisaged that this is what we are going to do, and we have achieved it. But we took risks because nothing was known at that point in time. Again, the message I want to give to all of you is that, yes, India can, provided it dares and if it invests. We have to do some ambitious things as chemical engineers. I have listed out some of them, like for example, Haber-Bosch process, can we replace it with electrochemical green ammonia synthesis just from water and air? All right. And I'm very happy that work is going on this. It's a long distance shot, but still we need to work like that. There are several of these that I'm not going to deal with, but look at this seawater electrolysis with innovative chemistries to separate chlorine evolution, because we are going to run out of water finally. Water is required for agriculture, for domestic uses, and so on and so forth. And if you get that breakthrough, that will be fantastic. Biohydrogen with innovative microbial conversion processes. Don't forget that decarbonization, decentralization, they are going to be the key, and distributed sort of hydrogen generation, for example, is going to be sort of critical. Photocatalytic water splitting, all right, currently the efficiencies are around 1%, but if you make it 10%, it can start becoming commercially viable. And in each of these, there are scientific and technological challenges. What I'm saying is that in the limitless spirit, as you saw, it is all about daring, it's all about taking risks, it's all about investing into the future. These are some of the challenges that we can sort of consider, and I'm sure that there is a lot of faculty and students from Jadavpur University who are listening to this talk. Please look at some of these challenges. Now, generous engineers, so I have explained to you the responsible engineers. We are responsible for protecting the future of not just India, but the rest of the world, and we are all geared to that. The second part is borderless engineers. And what does that borderless chemical engineers mean? I remember 9 June 1994, I had given the 9th P.V. Danckwerts Memorial Lecture. It was called Seamless or Borderless Chemical Engineering Science, the Emerging Paradigm. And what I demonstrated there is that the borders between engineering and science are vanishing, and borders between different disciplines are completely sort of vanishing. And I just don't preach. I also work. I have been visiting professor at Harvard University from 2007 to 2013. And during that time, this was some of the work that we did. So many disciplines bringing together. You know what was it about? See, this is the ability to monitor the efficacy of an anti-cancer treatment in real time, because that can have a critical effect on the outcome. So currently, the clinical readouts of efficacy, they rely on indirect or anatomic measurements, which occur over prolonged time scales post-chemotherapy or post-immunotherapy, and may not be concordant with actual effect. So here, in this paper, we have described the biology-inspired engineering of a simple 2-in-1 reporter nanoparticle that only delivers a cytotoxic or immunotherapy payload to the tumor, but also reports back the efficacy in real time. Can you just imagine? Whether the drug has worked or not, immediately you get to know. The reporter nanoparticles are engineered from a novel 2-stage stimuli responsive polymeric material, something that I've been working all my life, and with an optimal ratio of an enzyme cleavable drug or immunotherapy, the effector elements, and a drug function activable reporter element. How many disciplines you can just imagine must have come here in terms of biology, in terms of clinical research, in terms of chemical engineering, polymers, a whole range of things. So new breakthroughs are going to take place at the interfaces. Like for example, this three-dimensional interweaving of biology and electronic via 3D printing to generate a bionic ear. See how many disciplines have come together here. So I've talked about responsible and borderless chemical engineers. Now let us look at solution engineers. How did that word come about? It's very interesting. You know, I'm a member of the jury of Queen Elizabeth Prize of Engineering, which is a £1 million prize and considered as a Nobel Prize in engineering. And I remember 6 years ago, I got onto the jury and they asked me, which branch of engineering you think is going to be the most important one in 10 years time from now? I said not chemical engineering, not electrical engineering, not mechanical engineering, it's going to be solution engineering. You have a problem, you find a solution. It doesn't matter which branch of science or engineering you use. For example, here is a solution engineer. He is a young man who has a challenge that he has to serve 5 cups at the same time, and he finds a solution, which is the most innovative one. So there is an engineer in all of us who are always creating solutions. This is one solution in terms of the constraints and finding a solution. So similarly, you can actually look at other disciplines and learn from that. Chemical engineers should not be closeted. They must have an open mind. They must be looking at other fields. Like for example, you know, when Henry Ford started car manufacturing, they were very expensive. And then actually the costs were reduced when he started the assembly line approach. And where did he get the idea of assembly line approach? Can you believe it? This was from a slaughterhouse, because he saw the animals were being slaughtered and their meat packing was being done in an assembly line approach. And then he used it, and the rest is history. It revolutionized the auto industry. Now you can ask, what is common between, let us say, a slaughterhouse and an auto manufacturing process? Nothing. But by connecting the two, he got a solution, which was a breakthrough. Similarly, if you look at termite-inspired natural air conditioning cooling, the way this was basically analyzed, and new buildings have been created by termite-inspired natural air conditioning. What does a termite has to do with the air conditioning of the building? Or for that matter, a sheepworm eating the wood and leaving behind a residue to keep the sheepworm safe from predators. And this tunneling shield, that creating a residue-based wall to protect the structure during tunneling operation, was created. Shipworm-inspired tunneling shield. What does a shipworm have to do with tunneling? So the lateral thinking is something the chemical engineers need to do in order to pick up the idea. And I'm very happy to say that next month our book will come up. I have partnered with a young, fantastic innovator, Harsh Helatkar. The difference between his age and my age is almost 38 years. And this book is called Experiment. Experiment is exponential improvement through converging parallels. Now here is the paradox. Parallel lines never meet, they never converge. But what we are saying is that, like slaughterhouse and auto manufacturing, nothing to do, they are parallels, all right? But you bring them together and you get no ideas. I hope you will enjoy this book when it sort of comes to you. The simple point I'm trying to make is that chemical engineering is a solution engineering. Just find a solution given a problem. Having covered all these, let me tell you about assured engineers. What does assured engineers mean? Once again, I bring these two chemical engineers back, and I was been the chairman of Reliance Innovation Council, where growth is life, but innovation as a way of life, and therefore innovation-led growth has been the main dictum. And one day, Mukesh Bhai and I were talking, and he said, "Doc, we must leapfrog." I said, "Mukesh Bhai, let's discuss leapfrogging. Why does a frog leap? He leaps because he's afraid of the predator. Should we be doing that, jumping a few feet? Or should we pole vault? The size of the pole is the size of your aspiration." And he loved it, and we created a program called Beyonders, leadership program, where people were able to go beyond the realms of possibilities. And you can see that pole vaulting, India was here in terms of the mobile data consumption, and they jumped after Geo came. They pole vaulted from 150 feet to number 1 position in February 17 after Geo came. Not leapfrog from 150 feet to 100, but to number one, and they have continued to do so. So pole vaulting is one where the aspiration is high and you lead and go to the top. In fact, this has been captured by my book, Leapfrogging to Pole Vaulting, which won the Best Business Book of the Year award. And in that book, you will find, and in fact, this is becoming very popular. General Bipin Raut, who unfortunately is no more, he read the book and he said, time has come to move from leapfrogging to pole vaulting, making rapid progress with speed, with scale, with sustainability. So this has influenced the thinking. In fact, on the 25th, there is a session in Nagpur on startups, and there is a full session on leapfrogging to pole vaulting, how we can do that. So this is the spirit. And the question that somebody asked was, when you pole vault, how do you make sure that you don't break your back? And that is where the chapter 3 gives the assured innovation framework. These are the attributes that we must have: affordable, scalable, sustainable, universal, resilience, excellent, and distinctive. And each of these can be dealt with. And if you don't follow that, you can just see, our book shows that there are different technologies which were leaders, like BlackBerry was a leader at a point in time, but it failed in remaining distinctive. It remained sort of a key pad-based machine, and therefore when smartphones etc. came, it just vanished. And same thing with Napster and so on and so forth. You can see the assured matrix is here, as a matter of fact. You can see, for example, Geo, you have, it is affordable, scalable, sustainable, universal, rapid, excellent, and distinctive. All these parameters are met, isn't it? But even great companies sort of don't succeed. Like, for example, Google. They created Google Glass. But you could see here that although it was distinctive and excellent, it was very expensive, it could not scale, it was not universal, and it failed. So it is important to develop this ability to create assure. Now, the last point I will come to, which is the Gandhian engineers. Now, this might again surprise you. Earlier I called it MLM engineers. Why is this important? Because if you see globally what people feel engineering can achieve in the next 20 years, improve renewable energy is at the top, but address social inequality is at the bottom. Because one of the big challenges that we have in the world is not only the climate change issue, but also increasing inequality. And to me, this should be number one, because otherwise that will fracture the world. And therefore, this inspiration that I had on Gandhian engineering, Mahatma Gandhi had said that earth provides enough to satisfy everyone's need, but not everyone's greed. And also he had said that I would prize every invention of science made for the benefit for all. So this says more from less, use your resources carefully, get more from less resources, and this says do it for more and more and more and more people. And by combining that, when I gave the ATSC Innovation Forum lecture and I was elected as a fellow, I gave this terminology of Gandhian engineering, more from less for more. And this is something, MLM as it is called, became very popular, and that spread around the world. In fact, Professor C.K. Prahlad and I wrote a paper on this Innovations Holy Grail in Harvard Business Review, and this has become the top 10 must-read papers around the world. And also this lecture of mine on the subject has been now translated into 23 languages. World Economic Forum took note of it and immediately created a session on more from less for more 6 months after our paper. And I spread this message of MLM around the world. As we can see here, all these sort of countries speaking in Washington, World Bank, or Manila, Asian Development Bank, or European Union, and so on. And most importantly, at home, I created this Anjali Mashelkar Inclusive Innovation Award, which had this Gandhian engineering. These are the sort of awardees. And you can see quite clearly how that works. For example, hemoglobin test. You know, what is the best practice, next practice? Best is with needles, this is without needles. 150 rupees, 10 rupees. And you can quite clearly see that he was able to have this needle-free painless anemia screening in less than 2 minutes by using high technology. And later on, just look into the camera and you can actually detect what your hemoglobin is. You can see what difference it can make to villages. Similarly, the ECG monitors, for example, not laying down and the elaborate process, etc., but just handheld device. And this is something that he started with the 6 lead, and now this 12 lead has gone to 8 countries, and 2 lakh have been sold. Similarly, breast cancer screening, for example, not painful biopsy or mammography, but now this is going to 25 countries, Mir Shah's sort of device, just $1, that's it. Now, I like to end by saying that we have this unfortunate young man having a foot which is $12,000. Can we afford it? No. But India has created a $28 foot. And just see how it works as a matter of fact. This is Jaipur foot. And he can climb, you can quite clearly see, like sort of very sturdy, very flexible, very real sort of a foot. And you can see him jump, and still he is just fine. Highest quality at the lowest cost, getting more from less for more and more people, because $12,000 very few would have afforded, $28 he can afford. But as I said, it is not just affordability, not cheap, but it is affordable excellence. And just see how he runs, as a matter of fact. He runs 1 kilometer in 4 minutes 30 seconds. This is the beauty of Indian innovation. This is the beauty of more from less for more. This is what chemical engineers need to do. So I would say inclusive engineering, or an inclusive word, has to be the same. Finally, these are my final slides. I took over as the president of UK Institution of Chemical Engineers in his golden jubilee year in 2007, and I am very proud that you know, for NCL 50 years earlier there was a English director, and after 50 years of Institution of Chemical Engineers, there is an Indian for the first time who became the president. It's a matter of great pride for India. And in my speech, I had shown the same slide that Lord Martin raised, the last century will the civilization survive the 21st century. And I had said, no, not only it will survive in the 21st century, but it will sort of thrive simply because of chemical engineers. And I had said that don't forget, it was the Haber-Bosch process, creating nitrogenous fertilizers, that actually made the humanity survive. And once again in the 21st century we will do it. I'm very proud to be a chemical engineer, and even in the next birth, I'd like to be a chemical engineer. Thank you very much for inviting me for this wonderful celebration.
Thank you so much. And that was a wonderful presentation by Padma Vibhushan, Professor Dr. Mashalkar. And now may I call upon the stage to chair this plenary session, Professor Ashit Kumar Mitro, former professor and head of the Department of Chemical Engineering, Jadavpur University. And it would be Professor Ashit Kumar Mitro's responsibility to introduce the eminent speaker of this particular session, Padma Shri, Professor G.D. Yadav. I would request, there he is, Professor Yadav is already with us, and may I now request Professor Ashit Kumar Mitro to introduce our most honored speaker.
Good afternoon, everybody. I have great pleasure in introducing today's speaker, eminent chemical engineer of our country, Professor G.D. Jadhav. Welcome, Professor Jadhav. He's an old friend of mine, much younger to me. Professor Jadhav presently is the emeritus professor of eminence of Institute of Chemical Technology, Mumbai, and he was awarded Padma Shri in 2016. He's also the president of the Catalyst Society of India and the Maharashtra Academy of Sciences. He's also the past president of Indian Institute of Chemical Engineers. Professor Jadhav has done pioneering research work throughout his career on catalysis with a special focus on nanomaterials, green chemistry, nanocatalysis, energy engineering, and biotechnology. He obtained J.C. Bose National Fellow, adjunct professor at various foreign universities, Australia, Canada, and many other places. He holds 15 patents and a vast number of papers published in numerous journals, more than 350. He has been director of many industries, and he is also member of many societies and organizations and directing research work and the industrial problems. With vast experience in his life, his career, I will now request Professor Jadhav to speak about 100 years of chemical engineering.
Thank you, Professor Mitra. I am standing between you and the lunch, and I hope you won't desert the auditorium. Where are my slides? Can you make it full screen? Okay. Thank you very much. Technology has its own problems. So I'm going to entertain you for next, 45 minutes or 1 hour. So ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, I want to thank Professor Rajat Chakravarti and his colleagues, and Professor Suranjan Das, whom I know very well, Sanjeev Bhattacharya, Chiranjeev Bhattacharya, and many others in the organization who thought it worthwhile to invite me for this very interesting 100 years celebration. So at the very outset, let me pay my tributes to Dr. H.L. Roy and also Acharya P.C. Ray, who were responsible for this Jadavpur University's campus and the first course of chemical engineering, which was started then. Ladies and gentlemen, it's very coincident rather that Acharya P.C. Ray was the president of Indian Chemical Society and Professor H.L. Roy became founding president of IICHE. And I have the honor of holding both these positions. So I was a president of IICHE in 2001, and now I am a president of Indian Chemical Society. And we are going to celebrate our 100 years of the Chemical Society and the Platinum Jubilee of IICHE during this year. So I'm very fortunate to be associated with both these organizations. Now, see, a lot of students ask me these questions whenever I go for some conferences. Why should they become chemical engineers? So is there any charm left in this profession? Is there any beauty? And what are the challenges for our profession? So I'm going to trace a little bit of history and add some of my own thoughts on this. And also I want to give some advice to the young students. Okay, so I'm attributed with this statement, God is a chemical engineer. I said this when I was the president of IICHE. And if you search on internet, you will see that there is a video, maybe there are more than 2 videos, where I've been proclaiming this. It is not to disregard other professions, but just to point out that chemical engineering is present everywhere. So it is omnipotent, omnipresent, and omniscient. From atom to atmosphere, we live in the words of chemical engineering. So I'm going to say a little bit of that. So it is being all powerful, pervasive, and being present in all the time in the past, present, and future. So we are talking about sustainability and how chemical engineering is going to help that, program. I'm going to talk about that. And so since God is providing all material and energy, in what way chemical engineering doing that? So the story is like this. To be precise, on 18th February 2001, I was in Bhubaneswar, and I was in the chair addressing a meeting of people from industry and IICHE, the so-called Kalinga chapter. And the secretary of the Odisha government said that he is going to ban all chemical industry, and Bhubaneswar will be Cybereshwar. I was on the dais. So I said, Mr. Secretary, because I was the last speaker, I'm going to educate you. We don't want polluting processes. On the contrary, chemical engineering helps in reducing pollution, whether you talk about 3-way catalyst or anything. But if you say that no chemicals are required, whatever you have on your body is a producer of chemical industry. Can you abandon it? What will happen? You will have to go back to antiquity, wearing leaves and all that. So that is the power of chemical engineering. So you can say that we don't want pollution, but don't say that we don't want chemical industry. Okay, that is what I had said that time. Has anybody known about this? CTS, LTS, 40S? That is the Olympic movement. Olympic movement. That is stronger, higher and faster. Faster, higher and stronger. That is the meaning. So long as life is there on the planet Earth, processing of materials and energy is done on any scale, chemical engineering will flourish. And it will accept new tools like AI, ML, DL to reach greater heights. There will be more fun in the future than we enjoyed so far. Okay, that is what I'm going to tell you, how it is going to happen. Some of you may not be able to see these slides because they're a little low. Okay, so look at the scope of chemical engineering. This is a little bit of formal definition of chemical engineering. It is the field of applied science that employs physical, chemical, and biological rate processes for the benefit of humanity. Okay, simple definition, benefit of humanity. Rate processes, biological, physical, and chemical. So chemical comes first here, okay? And so its applications are going to be helpful in protecting the planet with principles of sustainable development, which we are talking about these days. So I will give you some examples of that. So chemical engineering is life. That is, it is lively, lifelong learning, innovative, intensive, finance-centric, fun and frolic, energy and environment, and educative. That is life. Chemical engineering is that. And I love it. And of course you will love it because you are in that profession. So chemical engineering is life. Now, look at this. Chemical engineering principles are very simple. So if I talk of material or energy or biology or anything, this is what we do. Chemical engineering students should know. These are what we do. We have a tank, okay? Then we have a column, and then we agitate that. So some places you're mixing, some places the flow goes. So this is what is all chemical engineering. Tanks, columns, and mixing. Somewhere you have reaction, somewhere you don't react, you have reaction. So it could be physical, it could be chemical, it could be nuclear, it could be biological. That is all chemical engineering. These are all rate processes. We want to increase the rate of reaction, rate of physical, chemical, whatever, reduce the volume, reduce the waste. That is what chemical engineering does. So this entire slide tells what we do in chemical engineering, whether it is on atmospheric scale or atomic scale. So that is what is chemical engineering. So we deal with systems. We talk about residence times. We talk about initial condition. We talk about boundary condition. We talk about optimization. Okay, and we talk about system engineering. Chemical engineering is system engineering. And the best chemical engineer you meet at home is your mother. Okay, that is where chemical engineering starts. And then, so chemical engineering is highly science-based. This is a highly science-based discipline. And cross nations, transnation, first industry which was transnation. So this is reflected in the curriculum of chemical engineering departments, which includes study of applied mathematics, material and energy balances, thermodynamics, fluid mechanics, energy and mass transfer, separation technology, chemical reaction kinetics, reactor design, and process economics. This is what you study in any standard chemical engineering course, right? So what has changed? What has changed? These courses are built on the foundations of in all science or chemistry, physics, mathematics, and we are talking about Industry 4.0, so what is going to change? And beyond that, the role of AI and ML, including deep learning. I'm going to give some examples of that. So, the beauty of chemistry is that the chemistry can create something which is different. But chemical engineers make it possible in real life. That is the difference. Okay, so chemical engineers make it happen. You may have the attributes of chemistry that most distinguishes chemistry from rest of the sciences is the ability of chemists to control the structure of matter at molecular level from complex natural products like vancomycin to nanoparticles and whole genomes. So you can imagine, and chemical engineering is already there in those disciplines. So you see, it is highly accommodating, it is highly versatile, and plays in the world of atoms, molecules, physical and molecular transformations. And this is the only discipline, I saw it in England. I was in Loughborough University, the head of chemical engineering was a chemist, and the head of chemistry department was a chemical engineer. That was the very most interesting part in Loughborough University, which I had seen. And chemical engineering is a multilingual entity, right? We like languages. It can talk compatibly with all branches of science, engineering, technology, mathematics, medicine. Okay, all those things, chemical engineers can talk very compatibly. Sign language. What is happening? Can you go to the next? Yeah. So remember, so in chemical engineering, we do analysis of systems and system boundaries. We talk about space, we talk about time, and we do it across all disciplines. So wherever there is a processing, whether it is material, energy, chemical engineering principles are applied. That is what I want to tell you, okay? So, very simple thing, which many times students don't know that, in a broader sense, chemical engineering does not say what it is doing. It says beyond that. So it is just a reference point. Chemical engineering, the term chemical engineer is not even intended to describe the type of work a chemical engineer performs. Instead, it is meant to reveal what makes the field different from other branches of engineering. That was the beauty of the definition. And so you can see that they are, in great demand, because many of these youngsters may not know that they would be enamored by something else, right? So I'm trying to tell you that you may be working, having careers in synthesis and processing of chemicals, materials, and energy, but there are many opportunities. Some of these opportunities, I'm going to show you just pictures, will not say anything about that, and that is biotechnology, pharmaceuticals, electronics, device fabrication, and environmental engineering. And the reason is very simple, because of the unique training you get in the classrooms will make you smarter in these areas. So you see, I'm going to show you some pictures. I'm not going to comment on that, because maybe some of your alumni right now might be working in this industry. For instance, pharma industry, or polymer industry, or fertilizer industry, or a dyestuff industry, or food processing industry, oils, edible oils, fats, waxes, pigment industry, solar industry, which is a new industry, okay? Or a wind energy industry, textile, minerals industry, hydro processing, hydrometallurgy is all chemical engineering. In materials industry, coal fields, okay? And you remember many of these things, and refinery, was the first which we started all our careers. Biorefinery now we talk about. Nuclear industry was one of the biggest employers of chemical engineers. Then formulation, biotechnology, semiconductor industry. In fact, in Taiwan, they have renamed chemical engineering departments as semiconductor engineering departments. This has happened last few years. Of course, construction, because it is materials industry. Then automobile industry. And, see, the ETP. You name it. So the reason being that we live in a world, and we are talking about greenhouse gases, because we have two carbon sources. Our economy is carbon-based economy. One is the fossil fuel, another is the so-called renewable. So no matter what you do, whether it is a fossil fuel or renewable, the ultimate fate in the energy sector of the carbon is carbon dioxide. And by 2050, we will not have any crude oil. So what are you going to do we require carbon for our life. But we don't require carbon for energy. I'm telling you that. Carbon should not be used as a source of energy. So obviously you know this, the refineries and what they do and how ultimately the consumer benefits in the end. And of course, the fossil-based resources, you get all sorts of, the traditional industries which you have, okay? But the versatility of chemical industry is they can right now, whether they are working in R&D or manufacturing or product development or process development, all principles make them smarter in comparison with others. And look at the materials world. We develop materials which could be Regular materials could be functional materials having multifunctional functionality, or smart materials, or engineering materials. Chemical engineering comes to the fore in all these industries, no matter what sort of function you have there. And this is just one example. You look at the, I said biology is coming into fore, metabolic engineering, chemical catalysis, and the last separation, purification, and formulation. Look how many principles are used, whether it is biochiral synthesis, biocatalysis, microbial technology, chiral pharmaceuticals, small molecular synthesis, protein and small molecular purification, new manufacturing techniques, new separation techniques, combo and whatnot. So it is all chemical engineering. Very importantly, this slide is telling you what is going to happen in future. And this is it. That is material recycling, zero energy society, and sustainability. This is what is going to be the future, because otherwise we'll require 3 Earths. So recycling business is the best business. And all principles of chemical engineering can be used in recycle. So this is recycle engineering. So chemical engineering will increasingly be recycle engineering. So all what you have studied in the classroom is going to help you. But beyond that, you will be using some principles which are required for that. And why? Because from atmospheric to atomic, on every scale, chemical engineering principles will be used, no matter which sort of industry you have, okay? Historically, what happened is this. That is, chemical engineering processes began as a substitute for this Lee-Blanc process, which was highly polluting. And this is where the genesis of chemical engineering is, and also green chemistry, which we talk a lot about these days, is in this, soda ash process, of Solvay's soda ash process. And the person who did it was George Davis, who is credited to be father of chemical engineering. So Lee-Blanc process was superseded by ammonia soda ash process, 1870, and same time in Manchester, George Davis was giving these lectures on chemical engineering, and in MIT in USA, they called it Code X, Course X, which is Course 10, Chemical Engineering. But Norton Lewis, chemical engineering began in 2 different places. That is the history, okay? So Solvay process is based on the reaction of salt, ammonia, and carbon dioxide, but the ammonia never comes into picture in the overall stoichiometry. But that is the beauty of, that. So you are talking about process intensification, recycle, reprocessing, etc. That is all in that process. And this is what green chemistry talks about, okay? So chemical engineering became a new discipline in that particular Solvay process. Remember that. I have written a little bit of this in one of my articles. Okay. Now, there were great many practicing chemical engineers, professors in America and Europe of the yesteryear who literally took this discipline to the new level. However, still it was a sort of art, cooking, like the chemist does, only the cooking on a larger scale. So chemical engineering did not get the respectability like the physicist got. Physicist has a hero in Einstein. Chemical engineering did not have a hero of that caliber, although it was a well-established discipline. Okay, these are some of the fellows like George Davis, Arthur the Little, Bosch, Vladimir Hensel, who was elected to the Hall of Fame, all those guys. So the respectability to chemical engineering was brought by MIT professors, Wisconsin professors, okay, and of course later Minnesota. And Minnesota is the place where this mathematics brought to the fore by the professors in Minnesota, okay? And you just think of Bird, Stewart, Lightfoot. Till that time, chemical engineering did not get the respectability of the intellectuals. That is a fact. All right, so what happens little later? So think of this, Bird, Stewart, Lightfoot, and the equations. If you have studied mathematics, McAdams, Coulson, Richardson in England, all these guys brought respect to chemical engineering. And chemical engineering is the only discipline which teaches reaction engineering. No other discipline, maybe heat transfer, mass transfer, all other engineering subjects teach, except chemical engineering where reaction engineering is taught. That distinguishes chemical engineering from the rest of the engineering disciplines. So you can see that one of our former students and revered Professor Ramakrishna has given all this, how many mathematical tools are used in chemical engineering and engineering disciplines. So this is what, he wrote an article in AICHE. So you see, this is what chemical engineering has become now. It is highly mathematical now. And you cannot do research in chemical engineering unless you are good at mathematics. You have to be good at mathematics. That is what I'm trying to tell you. Okay, so since chemical engineering is continuously evolving, it is the job of the professors to teach this thing to their students. You have to make them attracted to the field. If chemical engineering students, and this has happened in many IITs, I must tell it openly, the students are leaving chemical engineering and going to IT or some other junky discipline because they think chemical engineering is not glamorous. And they decide in the third year itself that they will be either management students or something else and not chemical engineering students. And India is thinking of $30 trillion economy in less 30 years. How do you do that without manufacturing sector getting the right quality manpower, the engineers and whatnot? So this is what the professors must tell you. And this in the NEP 2020, you must have major courses, minor courses, all those things you should have because you can teach chemical engineering students more than one. Okay, so this is NEP. This we can do now. IICHE should prepare videos and interviews of successful chemical engineers and show to all colleges, put on the website. This is what is required in today's world. So expansion of chemical engineering, which was traditional, all the courses, what is happening now? We have business and communication skills being augmented by new expertise in science and engineering at molecular and nanomolecular scales, in biosystems, in sustainability, and in cyber tools. These are the new tools chemical engineering students must know. They must study them. So over the next 25 years, how will this change your industry? So we have to think that as professors. So if we look at the future of chemical and allied industry, Professor Sharma very beautifully said about it. So there is a need to develop an environmentally, economically, and socially sustainable circular global economy. And in that circular economy, recycling is coming, so which I mentioned earlier, recycle engineering. The desire of many countries to reduce an over-dependence on fossil fuel imports by diversifying their energy sources and the so-called net zero goal. In fact, I am saying net negative, not net zero. Because if you just depend on net zero, to achieve a global temperature less than 1.5 degrees C rise by 2050, you require carbon negative technologies and not carbon positive. So the so-called, the chemicals and materials are designed for cost, material and energy efficient recycling, and the end of life solution for the products. So very important. So you will be doing green product design. It is not just product design, and recyclability will be incorporated as a part of that product. That is very important. It is slow. Okay. So in fact, what is happening, several of these oil and gas majors are turning their strides on downstream chemical processing. This is going to be a very big business, downstream industry. Like in bioprocessing, the downstream costs a lot of money, maybe more than 80%. So you have to, focus on this downstream chemical industry. And so the other interesting part is going to be miniaturization. That is micro-reactors, micro-separators, waste to wealth, circular economy, all these things will be, interesting part of this industry. So ongoing evolution, since the title evolution was used in my subject, the evolution of profession, including the need for new modes of education, we learned it in last 3 years, okay? So it has to be some sort of hybrid mode, high standards of performance and conduct, effective technical and business and public communication, and desire for a more sustainable future. So this is what is going to happen in, in our business. Okay. So how do we extrapolate this to the future? Predictions are very difficult to make. You cannot predict anything. 20 years back, nobody imagined the avalanche of these mobile phones and what they could do. So a lot of this data analytics will be part of our profession. We will use these tools for every possible activity in chemical and allied industry. So you can see that, so extrapolation is hard, but at the same time, there is another model. What they say, you imagine what will be there, say 50 years down the line, and come backward. So it is literally a figment of imagination. Couple of weeks ago, I participated in a seminar, India at 2047. What will be India at 2047? It's actually figment of imagination. Because in 2008, nobody had known about this mobile technology. Nobody had known about Ola. Nobody had known about Uber. But these are being used every day today. So predicting future is extremely difficult, but it will be based on some scientific advances. So we know we require materials. We know we require energy. We require medicines. There will be more people, super senior people, maybe nonagerians and all that. Their diseases will be. So you can predict all these things and go backward in time and decide what sort of courses should be there, what sorts of educational patterns should be there. Should it be just one single discipline or multiple discipline, designer's degree, take one course here, another course in music, third in maybe something else, and you design your own degree. That is going to happen in future. So what will happen to chemical engineering profession? So you can see that one of the things definitely which is going to happen, the carbon efficiency. Consumers are going to define, society is going to define what carbon efficiency is required. And we are talking about carbon trading and all. All chemical companies or even other companies have to give a sustainability report to their shareholders in the annual meetings. They are supposed to talk about it. So and at the same time, because we have, you are waiting for me to finish or what? So you can see that there will be more demand for food because population is going to rise. Perhaps India will be 2 billion people, maybe plus by 2050. So we need food, we need quality food. So we will have designers food, you will have designers drugs. So you imagine, and that has to be done all the time using these processes. So the mother in the kitchen may have a small microreactor where she puts the waste and she gets the, good product back. That is going to happen, which we are not seeing this miniaturization. I'm comfortable, I'm fine. 5 minutes? Okay, I'll finish. So this, see the limited access to water will continue to drive technology advancement for purification, desalination, and recycle. So industry is practically ZLD, zero liquid discharge. All industries have to go to that. The government authorities are not sanctioning additional quota of water. So you imagine, you have to recycle every drop of water, okay? So this is what is going to happen in case. So renewable of civic infrastructure, bridges, roads, electric grids, water systems and others. So again, material recycle and re-engineering. Okay, waste to wealth. And sustainability is becoming an imperative and not a buzzword with various stakeholders, placing a premiere on it, okay? So chemical companies could prioritize environmental sustainability to protect long-term shareholder value. And we talk about biorefineries. Since carbon sources will be exhausted, fossil fuel will be exhausted, we have to depend on biomass, including waste biomass, and that has to be converted. Once again, hydrogen will play a very, very important role in conversion of biomass into variety of chemicals. And that is going to happen. So you can see that all sorts of things are shown here. Some of these things we have studied in our laboratory. So any sources of biomass, whether it is agricultural residue, instead of burning, it can be converted, like Professor Sharma was mentioning. A lot of silica is there in the rice husk and others. So you take the silica also and take cellulose, hemicellulose, lignin, and convert that into variety of sugars and other chemicals. So that is going to happen. So whether it is oil refinery or biorefinery, carbon efficient processes, carbon recycle. So we talked about green, blue, and gray hydrogen. So green hydrogen is a gold standard. Only hydrogen and oxygen will come out of it, okay? Blue hydrogen, you capture carbon dioxide up to 90%, and gray hydrogen, where, it is just right now what they are doing in refineries, steam reforming of natural gas. So hydrogen production technologies will assume a very, very important role. Hydrogen will be the savior of the world. So we are talking about, you see, the world energy demand in 2050 will require 49,000 terawatt hours of energy, of which 24% will come from hydrogen in that. 73% will be removal, of that 24% will be hydrogen, something like 539 million metric tons. Okay, so you see that, so the scenario here, you see this, so if you want to get really the net zero, you have to take, this was in 2020, 35 gigatons, last year it became 40 gigatons. So you have to come down to 10 gigatons, then only you will be able to achieve the net zero goal. That means carbon dioxide has to be taken out of the stream, and that will happen if we, what is happening now? Okay, so carbon dioxide will be our new oil, because from carbon dioxide we can make variety of chemicals, whether it's in methanol, dimethyl ether, formic acid, hydrocarbons, all sorts of things can be made for carbon dioxide. So that will be our new oil refinery. There are many chemicals which are given here in this list. And the next is, well, this is what we did in our laboratory. So we are using solar energy to make hydrogen. And we have used in all these processes we have studied in our laboratory and got patents also. And we claim that we can make hydrogen in less than $1. So so-called 1-1-1 principle. 1 kg hydrogen in $1 in a year. That is the target given by United States Department of Energy to all researchers across the world. So anyway, biomass can be converted into a variety of chemicals. Lignin can be converted. And once again, hydrogen plays a very important role in all these reactions. That is what I said, hydrogen is a savior. And you can see the number of chemicals which you can make by using biomass and lignin. And we are living in 4G, 5G, I don't know what will be 10G. It is just imagination. What is going to happen that time? And this is where all we need in material and energy. And this is the reason why chemical engineering will flourish. Because wherever material and energy is required, processing is required, only the scale will differ. The kind of reactor may be different, kind of separator may be different, but this is what is going to happen. So I talked about green energy, what is going to happen. You have the used panels, solar panels, used blades, they have to be reprocessed. So material recycling, once again, batteries, for example. Batteries is a very big business, recycle of batteries, because once the battery goes down to 80% capacity in a EV, it becomes useless, but it can be used for something else. In China, this business is flourishing. They have a growth rate of 9%. So you can see that. So a lot of these fuels and feedstock I talked about. So since I have a limited time, I will go towards the sustainability is becoming an imperative and not a buzzword, okay? So we can do that. Then alternative feedstocks. I gave you some examples of that, okay? And obviously, there will be many new ways of energy generation and storage and transfer, okay? That is going to happen, and they must be inexpensive, okay? The next one is design of inexpensive, highly energy density and quickly rechargeable storage batteries. That is what is going to happen. That is what is going to happen, because quick recharging is a very interesting aspect of this, okay? So sustainability will be beyond compliance. Just because the government says you are not going to do it, because you will love to do it. And chemical engineering will once again be very, very useful to you. Whether it is nuclear power, enrichment, or nuclear waste, chemical engineering once again becomes very, very important in these areas, okay? And the coal fuel will decrease in further, although in 2050 still we will be using coal, but with clean coal technologies. So another interesting part is health-related biotechnologies. This is the area where chemical engineers work, you know, in a lot of these areas. So the health sector, new ways of information genetics leading to more personalized diagnostics and medicines. And a lot of professors in America are already working in this area. Our own students, our alumni are working in this area. So this is another area where chemical engineers will make a great contribution in health sector. Then mimicking and tweaking biomolecules. This is another area where chemical engineers, whether it is fermentation or beyond that, chemical engineering will be highly useful. Then the biosciences business, chemical engineers will go into that in a much bigger way. And we know that it is already happening. Biotechnology cannot be done without. Then gene editing and AI, artificial intelligence. Once again, this will be used as a tool. And many chemical engineers are working in that area. Deep learning, I mentioned about DL. Deep learning, because chemical engineers will touch billions of lives by their new knowledge. And this is where deep learning will once again help them. So whether it is live materials or energy, chemical engineering will be very, very important. The so-called process intensification, okay? That will lead to sustainable solutions, smarter solutions, greener solutions, okay? More energy efficient technology. So you can see that in space sciences, all sorts of polymers are used, all sorts of materials are used. There is a temperature variation from minus to plus. Okay, so the materials which are developed there are totally different. Okay, alternative, you know, production processes for chemical reactions. Okay, that is another thing where once again energy efficiency will matter. Nanotechnology and nanomaterials, everybody knows about it, so I won't spend time on that. It's not moving. Pharmaceuticals, okay, I will go towards the end now, okay. Go to the next, jib. You can see all sorts of biotechnologies, whether it is medical or agricultural, okay, industrial, chemical engineers will play a very important role. Go to the next, okay. Then development of medicines and therapies that, you know, right now cannot be cured, can be cured by new types of medicines, mathematical modeling, understanding the disease and, you know, the cell interaction and the medicine and the cell interaction next. So biotechnology, new horizons in medicine, again chemical engineers will add to that. Next. Okay, medical biotechnology next. This is not working somehow. Go to the next please. Gene therapies next. So go towards the end now, because since I have limited time, you just go jib towards the conclusion. Okay? Okay, so this is the Industry 4.0. I want to say that increasing, just go back, increasing convergence, yeah. So go to the next. The increasing convergence of digital, physical and biological assets, that is will be Industry 4.0, that is the fourth revolution. In chemical engineering, next, go to the next, goes to the next. Yeah, so this is once again making use of AI and digital technology. Next. So a lot of sensors are being used based on chemicals and biological. Next. Yeah, so chemical engineering 4.0. This is what you should know. That will be again convergence of digital, physical, chemical and biological phenomena that will bring in industrial revolution in creating unprecedented opportunities for chemical engineers. This will create a lot of opportunity. Go to the next. Now we can go towards the end. Go to the end. Okay, so chemical engineers' new role will be bringing new technology to chemical function, technologies having origins in scientific discoveries on atomic and molecular level. Because chemical engineers understand molecular world and skilled in integrating product design, process control and optimization, they will be highly useful. And their skills are needed to develop genetic engineering as a manufacturing tool and to create biomolecular devices for information storage and utilization. Next. Yeah. So the future is, as I mentioned, Industry 4.0, Chemical Engineering 4.0. It will be all, combined with digital world. Next. And ultimately, the human body engineering, chemical engineering, because it is biocompatible materials, so chemical engineers can produce this. So imagine you are born with body, God has given you, nature's body. 95% of that can be replaced by synthetic materials. And in Bhagavad Gita, you say, Nainam chandanti vastrani, nainam dahati pavaka, nacha kledayante apo nasoshaitu majatra. The soul is not burned. It cannot be clothed. It cannot be wet. It cannot be dried. It migrates from one body to another body. Atma and Paramatma, right? So if I replace 95% of the body by synthetic materials, Atma had already gone to another body. Next. So anyway, so new industries will be created, lighter weight, more durable materials and fully easily recyclable. Next. And so you see, when I mention omnipotent, omnipresent, omniscient, remember chemical engineering is going to solve all these problems, connecting theory, simulation, experiment, analysis, and prediction. Go to the next. So yes, all these innovations will be there, and chemical engineering will be a discipline to be respected. Next. And you see, a lot of research will happen in this area. I have listed a lot of these areas where research will happen. And I mentioned about downstream processing. Go to the next, AI and digital technology. Net zero, go to the next. Well, once again, God or nature, atom to atmosphere. Next. And we talk a lot these days about green economy, bioeconomy, circular economy, biobus economy. All these areas will flourish because of chemical engineering. Because you learn the basics, you use all those principles in this industry. Last, go to the next. So we can create a zero-waste society. Next. And now conclusions. Chemical engineering has been evolving continuously, and in addition to many of the traditional jobs, chemical engineers are at the forefront of every innovation. There is nothing like a pure science anymore. All boundaries are disappeared. Adaptation is the new mantra. That is, adaptation, adaptation, and adoption is the new trinity. Chemistry continues to evolve from its historical focus on molecular structure, reactivity, and synthesis to take on challenges of making small and large molecules, even systems of molecules, with tailored properties and functions. That is what I talked about, functional materials. And chemistry has bestowed chemical engineering with the soul of its functions. Next. Greener and cleaner processes based on cleaner and safer regions are highly desirable in view of the tightening environmental regulations. Sustainable development and responsible care are most important issues of the industry. and catalysis with renewable feedstock is the way ahead in developing green, smart, and economical processes. Next. So applications of chemical principles, engineering principles to biological phenomena has revealed new opportunities, for example, drug discovery. Growing sophistication in the methods used to produce and identify molecules that engage in distinct interactions with one or few components of a more complicated and dynamic biological milieu. AI, ML, and DL will be embedded in chemical engineering, and it will play a prominent role in sustainability and lifestyle at all scales. Next. Use of biomass, carbon dioxide, water and air, and sunlight will lead to sustainability. So nothing is waste but wealth. New types of catalysts, reactors, and processes will be required for process intensification and waste minimization. And the understanding the role of pores, particles, surfaces, and interfaces will help in developing cleaner and greener processes. Next. So I said before, chemical engineers, God is a chemical engineer, so I'm going to end with a small quote, but chemical engineers are not gods. So the question is to be a chemical engineer and not to be a chemical engineer. Think again. And if you are there, remain in chemical engineering. Don't be fooled by some attractions and not become a junkie. Next. So my question is, because I had started with this, is God a chemical engineer? Now, if you believe in that, in divinity, if you don't believe, is nature a chemical engineer? Next. And who says so? Okay? Go down and you read for yourself. God says he's a chemical engineer. Go to the next. Next. Okay. Next. Thank you. Next. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I hope I have convinced at least some of the youngsters to remain in the profession of chemical engineering.
Thank you very much, Professor Jadhav. Very illuminating lecture. He could for a long time. But anyway, the lunch is waiting, so I've been given the warning, please conclude. So I'm very sorry to conclude, to interrupt Professor Jadhav. I hope you have all enjoyed this talk, and he has given 100 years of chemical engineering profession as well as future of chemical engineering. Thank you very much, Professor Jadhav. Thank you very much.
Now I would like to request our department's ex-professor, Ashut Kumar Das, to felicitate Professor G.D. Yadav. I'm extremely sorry, Professor Ashut Kumar Mitro to facilitate Professor G.D. Yadav.
He was reading somebody else's name. Okay. See, that is what happens when you retire and go ahead.
I would like to call on stage Professor. Sir, could you? I would like to call on stage Professor Avijit Pal to facilitate our session chair, Professor Ashut Kumar Mitra.
Yeah, he has come here. He's your colleague. Oh, student also. Yeah.
With this, we would like to end the session and cordially invite all the dignitaries and faculty members to join us for lunch that will be served at the lounge outside the hall. And the students are requested to head over to the ground floor area for having their lunch. Post-lunch, we'll be meeting again at 2:40 p.m. sharp to hear about the changing face of chemical industry by Mr. Ashwin Shroff, Chairman of Excel Industries Limited. Thank you.
Hello. May we request all the distinguished guests to kindly come back as we are about to recommence after lunch. And as we are going to commence in a very short while with our guest of honor, Mr. Ashwin Shroff, who is the, as you know, chairman of Excel Industries Limited, and he is going to talk about the changing face of chemical industry. And this is a much awaited discourse, and may we request all of you who are still outside to kindly come in and take your seats. And meanwhile, we would like to inform you that we have many other distinguished speakers after Mr. Ashwin Shroff, and we are going to have representatives from HPL, Haldia Petrochemicals Limited, and Mr. D.P. Mishra, who is also our guest of honor, as also Dr. Oshit Das, our guest of honor, who is the head, who heads the refining RGD of Reliance Industries Limited. And we are all looking forward to these lectures, but of course, due to the paucity of time, we would request all our speakers to kindly stick to their allotted time. And once again, this is an urgent request to all of you who are still outside to kindly come in. Mr. Ashwin Shroff, our guest of honor, who's going to speak right now, is absolutely ready to go. And by the way, we would like to inform you that after our distinguished guests of honor, they complete their addresses, their lectures, we are going to have an alumni program, which would be followed by, once again, a musical recital by one of the greatest musicians of India, the sarod player Pandit Tejendra Narayan Mujumdar, who would be accompanied by an equally brilliant maestro on the tabla, Pandit Tanmoy Bose. So that is once again another, sort of point of interest of our program today. But right now, Mr. Ashwin Shroff is ready and raring to go. All we need is all of you, ladies and gentlemen, who are still outside, to kindly come in. Before I commence, of course, Mr. Ashwin Shroff is very well known in his area, but some key points about him. He has multi-dimensional expertise across various aspects of chemical engineering, and his main research concerns petrochemicals, the petrochemical industrial matters, and this has come after years of research, absolutely hands-on experience, and of course, analysis of the chemical engineering scenario. In the past, Ashwin ji has held the position of President of the Indian Chemical Council, Chairman of the Excel Crop Care Limited, Chairman of the Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry. He has been widely recognized for his contribution in the growth of Indian chemical industry and has received the ICC Lifetime Achievement Award in 2012. So Shri Ashwin Shroff ji has seen it and done it all, and we are so fortunate that he has decided to share his rich experience with us, and this is going to be industry speak from one of the doyens of the chemical engineering industry. So as soon as our honored, distinguished guests come back, maybe we can wait for another minute or two, and then we can start with Ashwin Shroff ji's presentation on the present scenario, the evolving scenario of the chemical engineering industry. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Shri Ashwin Shroff. Chemical industry, okay.
How do you move this slide?
Mr. Ashwin Shroff will now speak on the changing face of chemical industry. Would you like this?
One, I won't be seen. I'm a very short person. So
No, I'll
give me
give
a
you-
mic. That will be better. No.
Do you want
Where would you give me a mic?
a hand mic? Hand mic. How is
And
this?
also, if the flowers can be
I
removed.
will remove that. How is this?
Fine. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm a very short person, so I'm not going to speak from behind the dais, otherwise you won't be able to see me. So I'll stand here and then do it. Okay. Should we?
This is a request to Ashwin Shroff ji that people are actually coming in, so if you can wait for a minute or two, sir, and do take a seat. And we are going to wait for a minute or two as most of our distinguished members of the audience are still outside. And may I request them very, very urgently that can you please come up, because Mr. Ashwin Shroff is already on the dais and ready to go. Can I ask the volunteers to kindly speed up the entry of our important guests? Can we request our student volunteers to kindly bring back people from lunch, not half-eaten lunch, only those who have completed. So can we do that, please? Right. Dr. Sharma is already here, Dr. M.M. Sharma. Padma Vibhushan, Dr. M.M. Sharma is already here.
All of you back from lunch. I would like to first compliment the centenary celebration organizers. Also thank them for inviting me on this wonderful occasion. It has given me an opportunity to meet so many wonderful people. Stalwarts like Dr. Sharma and Dr. Yadav from Mumbai, but also many of you who are on the eastern part of the country. So thank you very much for inviting me. Maybe some of what I will say has already been said in the morning. Dr. Sharma, Dr. Yadav, they've said this and it is known. But anyway, since I prepared the whatever presentation before I knew what they will be presenting, so I hope I won't be very long. And there's about 4 or 5 slides presentation. After that, a few comments that I have, I will just share with you and then I'll be through. Okay, so may we have the first slide? Just to tell you, the title of my presentation is The Changing Face of Chemical Industry. In a way, in the morning or since morning, we have heard how the industry is changing, the whole world is changing, the new problems, the new opportunities, and how chemicals and chemical engineering are going to be very, very important, very, very crucial in adopting, and being able to live in the new world in which we will have many problems, but also many opportunities to do things differently and still make it a livable world. So that's the kind of spirit of what I'm trying to say. Okay, may I have the first slide? Am I audible? Okay. Yeah, well, this was, I just prepared good morning. It's actually good afternoon. I already said that thank the organizers for inviting me and to share not only the dice with stalwarts, but also to know wonderfully that the alumni of the Jadavpur University is so well known, and one of the most well known names are the Rabindranath Tagore and Aurobindo. But talking of chemical engineering, of course, there are many alumni, which is also very good. A little bit brief about my company. I was just jokingly thinking when the DG CSIR told us that CSIR was started in pre-independence in 1942. So I was just smiling to myself that we were 1 year earlier than that. Our company was started in 1941. So we are 1 year senior to CSIR, but of course they are much widespread. We are a proud company. We have played our part, but the company was founded in the pre-independence India. My family was highly influenced by the freedom movement. So being part of the society, being a good corporate citizen has always been part of our DNA. So not only being a business, but being more than business, a higher purpose to yourself has always been our guiding spirit. So some of the values and culture that we have tried to create is, all of us know about Gandhiji's idea of trusteeship and commitment towards society. The point that he had made was that you are not the owner of all that you have, you are only a trustee. So by all means take legitimate your needs, but after that give back to the society. One of the guiding principles. Satisfying all the stakeholders. In fact, we used to joke within the company when the only stakeholder concerned was the investor. Give maximum return to him, pay the highest dividend, fine. All other stakeholders, don't worry. We have always believed that all stakeholders, shareholders, customers, suppliers, society around you, our own employees, of course, are all part of our stakeholders, and you have to take care of all of them in a balanced manner. Also, one guiding principle that we have used from the beginning is what products do you choose, which business do you choose. So not just anything, but something which is relevant for society, something which is relevant for the country. So that has been, so all our businesses and the new initiatives are based on the basic needs of society and environment and national outlook. So we have very proudly, we say that we have 4 or 5 companies in the group, mostly in chemicals, but we have more NGOs than companies in the group, about 7, 8 NGOs and 4 or 5 companies. So we like to do a lot of work for the society, give back to the society. We have always believed in evolving and adapting to the changing circumstances. So the first set of products that we had were import substitutes. Later on, we got into exports. When the Green Revolution was being announced by the country that we are short of food, so we were the first Indian company to start making pesticides. Not only Indian company, first company in India. There were no companies at that time. So ours was the first company to start making pesticides because they were required as part of the Green Revolution. You produce food, but you have to keep it and store it properly. So later on, when we found that 50 years down the line, when pesticides were being looked down upon, we said, okay, what are the new ways to take care of the crop protection, but at the same time, do it properly. So very new concepts were coming up, like integrated nutrient management, integrated pest management. So we were the first pesticide company to adopt the integrated pest management, where all tools to do the protection of the crop are welcome, including biopesticides, including natural products, etc. So this is one example. The other one was that we were an agro-related company, but we were not in fertilizers. But we found that by overuse of fertilizers, our soils were getting spoiled. So there was something required. So the concept of soil health being an important part was being promoted. And how do you restore the soil health? By putting carbon, by putting the beneficial microbes. And we found that as our cities were growing, as the population was growing, our cities were becoming very dirty. So cities had the problem of being very unclean, and the farmers needed soil health. So we converted the city waste problem into making compost using biotechnology, so that you solve one problem and you solve another problem, or you look at another opportunity. So we were the first to start making compost or organic manure out of the city waste. So like this, we always believed in being of use to the society, doing something which is either a problem or an opportunity, and do something. So our NGOs have been working in the area of water, agriculture, income generation, income increase, and many others. Next one. This I don't have to repeat, but the role of the chemical technologist is changing, whether you are a chemist, an engineer, or others related to that. So, okay, now the next 3 or 4 slides are what are my main slides that I have tried to present. I have tried to look at, and I think, say in the morning we heard quite a lot, so it's not really new, but the typical old chemical industry was based on, let's say, non-renewable materials, fossil materials, let's say crude, coal, and I was also joking to myself that what we call natural gas is actually a fossil gas. It is not produced naturally, you are just extracting it out of the earth. So it is also a fossil raw material. You can't call it natural. The natural one will be biogas or bio-CNG, not the natural gas. So by and large, we have been using more of the fossil raw materials. So what are the new raw materials that we can look at? Natural, renewable, waste resources, recycling, all these will provide our new raw materials for our industry. Coming to the processes that we will follow. Earlier, typically very high temperatures, high pressures, pollution was sort of accepted. Okay, a chemical industry pollutes, it's okay. Safety and health issues were there. Industry has had many serious accidents, but they were taken in stride. I think when we go forward, we'll need to look at the processes that we employ. They have to be green, they have to be clean, they have to be preferably biochemical rather than only chemical. They have to be environment friendly. they have to consume less energy, they have to preferably give back energy. Similarly, hazards should not be there. Also, as Dr. Yadav mentioned, that the new way of even doing the reactions will have to be looked at. Micro-reactors, flow chemistry, etc. Where you do the thing, get maximum yield, minimize the pollution, minimize the byproducts. So these are the ways to go forward in terms of how will you do it. The next one is about the effluent treatment plant or the effluent management. So earlier, the industry and our regulators, we have gone through various, you can call them fashions. There was an incinerator fashion, there was a solar pond fashion, there was a multi-effect evaporator, there is a zero liquid discharge fashion. So they also have been going through processes, and then you discover that no, it's not working or it's not efficient, so you change. So what is the new way to do it? The new way would be prevent as far as possible rather than first create pollution and then try to treat it. If the yields are low, reaction yields are low, go as much towards stoichiometric yields or the 100% yield or theoretical yield rather than being satisfied that, oh, I've achieved 85%. 85% yield, fine, but the 15% is still a problem that we need to. The slide is not seen. It is seen here. It has disappeared from the screen. Now, should I do the change or you will do it? Okay. Yeah, fine. Okay, we are back to the same slide. Okay, so how to minimize the pollution? Now, I think we go back to the previous one. I have not completed that. Go back to the previous one. Next, 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 next. Okay, stay here. Okay. So how to minimize the pollution, how to prevent it, maximize the yields, recover and recycle whatever you can. Also use for even pollution treatment, use methods which are very mild, maybe based on biotechnology, and not use very strong ones, which again will generate some other issues. So don't use very strong materials or a lot of energy to do it. Recently, the Indian Chemical Council had a very interesting seminar in Delhi about 3 months back on how do we achieve sustainability. And one very good example which came was how do we many times contradict ourselves. So it was said that the zero liquid discharge is the way forward. So people started asking that I can achieve the zero liquid. What do? I evaporate all the water from the effluent, and then I get a solid, which is so the pollution becomes from liquid to solid. I have not changed it, number one. Number two, to evaporate all that water, I need a lot of energy. So it is not energy efficient. It is not a carbon, from carbon point of view, not very good. So is ZLD the way forward or it is not the way forward? So like this, questions keep on coming. One has to answer them. But like has been said in the morning by Dr. Sharma, Dr. Yadav, that keep on thinking, keep on looking at ways to minimize the problems and maximize the opportunities in a sustainable manner. Okay, in terms of the image of the chemical industry, we enjoy a poor image, not very good image. That these people are very hazardous, they are very polluting and all that. And accidents like Bhopal accident have really created a bad image, but it has not gone away. With the result that we are one of the most regulated industries. All regulations, are they practical? No. Many times we just borrow some ideas from abroad and put it here, whether they are practical or not. So that is one. But regulations are very high. Image of the industry is not high. So by becoming better, by becoming cleaner, by becoming greener, what will happen? We will have a better image. We will have less regulations, which all of us want. We want less regulations. But first, let's improve our image, then the regulations will not be there. So I think that's the way to go. The next point that I want to share is, I would say, something which is very dear to my heart. I am very passionate about that. That so far, the whole world has been following economics. GDP growth, economics growth, income growth. That has been the only driving force. I think part of the ruining that we have done of ourselves, and I'm not talking of ours means only chemical industry. Today the whole world is suffering from n number of problems. If you look at the central cause of that is overuse, only chasing GDP growth, only chasing economy. And one of the things that has been mentioned repeatedly is that up to the, as the revolutions, industrial revolutions have progressed, the generation overuse, over-marketing has also progressed. So we are already in the current industrial revolution, which has already caused enough problem. And we want to still grow. And I think after COVID, one thing that all political leaders, national presidents, prime ministers keep on saying, we must get back to economic growth. We must get back to economic growth. I would like to question that. That is chasing economic growth the only objective? And at what cost are we achieving? I think we need to balance the economics versus the environment. It's not versus actually, environment should be probably a little higher. Which is where one strong point that I want to just share at this point is that these days one of the buzzwords for all industry is that we have to be ESG compliant. You have to be environmentally compliant, socially compliant, your governance standards must be very clean, very transparent and all that. Okay, for whom is this meant? It is for the producer. So I should produce in a very responsible manner, take care of environment, society, etc. After that, what do? Then I tell my marketing people, abhi jaake becho. Somebody referred in the morning, buy one, get one free. I think the lady from CCRI, she mentioned that, CGCRI, that buy one, get one free. That mentality of buy one, get one free and getting many freebies is, I think, ruining the world. And to top it all, I find it very peculiar that some of the best known names in the industry, and I'm not talking of only chemical industry, industrial circles, also keep on pushing this, that no, you have to be compliant, but ज़्यादा consumption तो करना चाहिए. So what should have been responsible consumption, need-based consumption, has turned into consumerism, and consume more and more. What do you do after the consumption is over? Which is why I'm not fond of the plastic bottles for the water, that what you want is water, not the bottle. And after you have drunk the water, what happens? What do? Throw it. It becomes a pollution. So I think we need to be very careful about what we consume, how much we consume, what do we buy, whether we really need that or it's just that because I'm given an incentive, which is where the role of the bankers comes into picture. They will keep on pushing. Typically, credit card owners will get a message. If you don't have money in your bank balance, don't worry. You spend 10,000 rupees, you only have 1,000. I'll give you EMI. You pay over a 10-month period. Is this required? I think we need to be asking ourselves, let the bank not tell us whether I need it or not. I need to decide whether I want it or not. A good example of that, my secretary, who is a Christian lady, she mentioned that a typical Christian lady at the time of her wedding would spend 30, 40, 50,000 on the wedding gown. And how many times in life is it worn? Once. But because it's wedding mein to kharcha is one part, but I have to be looking best. There's one lady of the community, she is doing a very good service. She says after the marriage is over, please give that gown to me. I will recycle it. I will give it to somebody at a 500 rupees, 1000 rupees after doing dry cleaning and all that. This is one way to recycle, one way to be responsible. That don't spend just because somebody says please spend. So sorry to take you out of the main agenda, but I think this is something which I'm very passionate about, and I think so I even coined a new word. We don't only need economists, we need econologists who take care of economy but also take care of the ecology. So this is what is required. Was that the last one? I think 1 or 2 slides are remaining, so no? So they are over. Okay, fine. Okay. Now, as I said, I have a few comments, and I am still, I hope, within time. Yeah, no, I have a few additional comments.
Sure.
No, I'm not over. Please reserve your claps for a few minutes. I have a few more thoughts to share. The slides are over, but I have a few more notes. Okay. Okay, I already referred to pesticides, I referred to city waste. One of the things that we have been looking at, both as a company and also through our NGOs, is water as a resource which is becoming scarcer, becoming less quality. So we can take the credit for getting the Israelis to come to India for drip irrigation so that the water is used in a very, very responsible way by the farmers especially, because farming consumes about 70-80% of the water. Then the next question is now, okay, I'm a progressive farmer, I put a drip system, but the water that I get is so hard that my drip system gets choked, it does not work. So we have developed some chemicals which will keep your drip system clean so that it does not cause a problem, you can continue to use it. Another problem that is coming is the salinity of water and soil is also increasing. So I was planting one crop till yesterday, now I cannot plant that crop because the crop will not even germinate, the seed will not germinate. So some salinity management, we have developed some solutions which are based on biotechnology, microbiology and not chemicals. So this is one area. As far as our global warming is concerned, climate change is concerned, I think it is now, at least fortunately, it is getting the attention that it deserves, but more as a problem, not as a solution. So we have been working on that for a long time. And the main reason is we produce too much of energy, produce too much of transport fuels, and keep on using them, and it results in carbon dioxide, which goes up in the atmosphere, and we don't pull it out. So it keeps on increasing the problem. So there's a need to pull out that carbon dioxide, both from the atmosphere and from the oceans. So we have been looking for ways to do that, and one of the things that we have discovered is that seaweeds, which grow in the ocean, they do the photosynthesis, so they obviously need CO2, they need the sunlight, and it grows much faster than anything which can grow on the land. So we are working on that. And as a material, as a natural material which will be coming out, it is so wonderful that you can extract many things out of that. A short way to describe would be you can get food, feed, fertilizer, fuel, fiber, etc., out of that. So many things can come out. We are working on seaweeds as a way of taking out the carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and from the ocean. However, just pulling out this carbon dioxide is not going to be full story. That can't solve the problem. We also have to stop generating more carbon dioxide as far as possible. Where does it come from? By burning any fuel, which is a fossil fuel. So I think the way forward, in my view, would be if we go out anywhere, any city, any village, anywhere, any shop, the amount of lighting, amount of air conditioning that we all have put up is too much, way beyond what can be reasonably justified as required. So the way forward is to stop generating more CO2 as far as possible without compromising your life. Lifestyle, no. I would say compromising your life and comfort. You can achieve it by using much less energy. So one is what can be called as demand side management, the other is the supply side. If we can do both, then I think we can achieve the climate change reversal, not merely adaptation, not merely mitigation. One of the things that I think Dr. Yadav mentioned was how do we use water wisely? You'll all be happy to know that one of our largest factories was in the city of Bhavnagar in Gujarat, and where we used to get water from different wells every day. So it will be hard water one side, another hard water and all that. Then we found that the sewage nala was passing next to our factory. So we picked up that sewage water, put it through what can be called as a biofilter bed. Using simple earthworms, they would clean up the water and we will get good water, no odor, no pathogens, nothing. And we would use it for our industrial water treatment, cooling water. And that has been working ever since very, very nicely. So simple technologies, nature has given this, it can be used for achieving this. Now, just last 2 points I would like to mention and then I close. As far as future is concerned, coming to chemical industry, 2 areas that I would like to just share as possibilities of where we can do something. One is that many of our reactions that we carry out are what can be called as exothermic reactions. So they actually produce heat. Typically what do? We have a refrigeration plant, create refrigerated water of low temperature and cool the reactor. So you spend energy to cool, but that waste heat which is generated through because of exothermicity, we don't catch that. If we find ways to do it, then we will not need the external energy, we will have the reaction energy being recycled. So this is one thought I would like to leave with all of you. The second one is, let's say, India and the whole world uses a lot of chlorine as a raw material. And a good part of it is used for what can be called as organic reactions, in which only half the chlorine is going into the final product. The other half comes out as byproduct HCl. There is no market for that. So you create a problem and then there is no market. So then now again regulations have come, hey, you shall not dispose it of irresponsibly. But when the production of that HCl is far more than what the country needs, what do? Part of it is going to go into some unauthorized channels and it creates problems. So Dr. Sharma, you might be happy to hear this, that if you look at the whole caustic chlorine industry, from salt to caustic chlorine plant to using a lot of energy to liquefy the chlorine, transport it in 1-ton cylinders all the way 200, 300 kilometers, and the empty cylinder comes back, and what the industry gets is a HCl byproduct for which there is no market. Can we find out some way of recycling, recovering the chlorine where it is being generated, the HCl is being generated, rather than doing it centrally in very big plants? So I think these are 2 thoughts that I would like. And like this, there can be many ideas which we can look at, from how to go to the new chemical industry, which is environmentally acceptable, regulatory-wise acceptable to the community, and yet we are also able to continue to grow. So thank you very much for your patient listening. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And may I request Assistant Professor Dr. Shashwat Basu to please come up and present a stole to Mr. Shroff. Dr. Shashwat Bose to Thank you so much once again, Mr. Shroff, and we sincerely hope that he manages to catch his flight.
Okay. Yeah, but give it in 10 minutes. Sorry for my some curt remarks about you.
Right. So, Dr. Oshit Das, who's our guest of honor, would be the speaker now. He is the head of refinery, research and development, and process development of Reliance Industries Limited in Jamnagar, India. He had earned his PhD in chemical engineering. Okay. Before introducing and presenting the discourse of Sri Oshit Das, may I request Dr. M.M. Sharma, who would like to address us, to say a few words. May we reach the mic to you, sir? Sorry, there was some misunderstanding. So we continue to M.M. Sharma, who would like to address us, to say a few words. May we reach the mic to you, sir? Right. So as we were saying that... Sorry, there was some misunderstanding. So we continue to M.M. Sharma, who would... Some comic relief was needed in any case. Right. So can I continue? In great trepidation, I continue. So he had earned his PhD in chemical engineering from the Ghent University in Belgium, and for more than 37 years, he has spent in research in refining and petrochemical agents, and indeed, he has developed and commercialized many from start to finish, many processes. No wonder that he holds 80 plus patents. Indeed, Dr. Oshit Das is going to be a speaker to whom we eagerly would listen to his experience and the extraordinary success that he has already achieved. Please welcome Dr. Oshit Das.
Okay, can you please load? Okay. Very good afternoon to all of you. It's indeed my pleasure to be here. First of all, I would like to thank Jadavpur University Chemical Engineering Department to organize this centenary celebration, which I really feel very proud of it. Secondly, I also thank them to invite me and give me this opportunity to share some of the thoughts that I have in this momentous occasion. In fact, I am alumni of the same university, same department, so I really feel proud and great about it. I am 1983 batch. I see my professors here, So it's a very, very emotional moment, you know. I could connect it, but let me also thank Reliance Chairman, Sri Mukesh Ambani ji, who has instantly agreed to be the principal sponsor of this event, you know. I just made him one small email request that this is 100 years of the oldest department in Asia in chemical engineering, and he is a chemical engineer, so there is an emotion connected. I could sense it. He instantly said that, Osit, please go there with a team and say my best wishes. He wanted to be here, but for the fact that he had to go abroad, he couldn't come, but he has sent all the best wishes through me. So we really feel good about it. Actually, mine will be a short talk. This is basically to celebrate chemical engineering. In the morning session, we have heard from Professor Sharma, Professor G.D. Jadhav, and many other eminent dignitaries that how chemical engineers can play a very vital role. I have picked up few examples from work of our own R&D team, just to demonstrate you the fact that how powerful can be chemical engineer. And I will try to prove that it is just not passing university and getting degree or getting good marks. The same fundamentals can be very effectively utilized to solve society's problem. Now the big thing is that when we connect our work with solving societal problem, then it is no longer a routine work. It becomes a life's mission. And in India, whatever we have achieved in R&D is basically when the work has been converted into mission. When emotion is attached to the work, then it becomes really a lifelong exercise to achieve something innovative, something great, something first time in the world, but not only in the lab. You have to go all the way to applying the same thing in the industry and solving society's problem. If we keep that big objective in our work, in our studies, and whatever we do, I believe that life becomes meaningful and also work becomes meaningful, because what we learn in university can then get an ample opportunity to solve real society's problem. Let me come now to this is just a demonstration of this basic fact. So I will be speaking about the role of chemical engineering in the green energy and chemicals, because today chemical engineering is at the crossroad. Why crossroad? I'll just show you. Can you go to next slide? Please, you will change the slide, right? I will not change. Can you go the previous one? Yes. Whatever I speak here, it is my own personal opinion, and Reliance has no hold on it, no response. Next. 3 points here. We are celebrating Jadavpur University's chemical engineering 100 years. So this is a tribute slide. It is the oldest university in Asia in terms of chemical engineering, and also certainly in India, and it is one of the finest department in our country. My very sincere, heartfelt gratitude, because I am an alumni. I feel really great that whenever I faced any difficulty, the technical difficulty, the learning that I have got from the professors have been so good, so fundamental, that I had really didn't look to many other ways but I just looked into fundamentals that I learned in the colleges, which has helped. So I really feel very good and proud about it. I greatly owe to whatever little I know of chemical engineering to the great gurus of JU Chemical Engineering. My salute to all of them. Next one. A very brief, you all know Reliance. Reliance is number one in the country in terms of EBIT and in terms of also sales value. It has a very strong presence in oil to chemicals. It also has a big retail, and also it has a very digital footprint. You all know that. Go to the next one. Let me come this circle of innovation, which is actually, you can see, there are 4 things I have written. Not visible here. The 4 circular: affordability, the availability, sustainability, and the productivity. These are the 4 circles which actually govern innovation. And each of them are almost independent. When you look at availability, India has been actually importing a lot of resources like crude, LNG, coal. We have started even importing coal. So availability in one hand, on the fossil we are not so good, but we have large availability of biomass, which is almost like 250 million ton availability of biomass. We also have a lot of coal, and there are a lot of other resources which can be used. Look at the affordability. The short thing is that still a lot of people live in the rural part of the country, and their gross salary is much less, their affordability is much less. So the technologies which are good in the city life may not be really affordable to a large part of the society. We need to develop products and processes for them. Third, most important is the sustainability. This is a new buzzword. Actually, it is encircling a whole lot of things, and the central theme is the net zero. And a lot of new innovations are going to come around that. And of course, the productivity, the efficiency improvement. Yeah, go to next. I said chemical industry is at the crossroad. And the crossroad is because there are 2 90-degree vertical lines. In one hand, we always want productivity, but we also need a very good ecology. So it's the economic, the sustainability versus productivity. These are the 2 crossroads which are actually bringing out a lot of innovations. You see the recyclability, net zero. There are varieties of things I have written, but basically it's all about how do we take care of both the things. Go next. We learned the core of chemical engineering, which involves reaction engineering, transport phenomena, and all that. Not that those core part of the subject will go away, but new frontiers are emerging. And the biggest frontier, which visibly is clear, is the interface between electrical engineering, civil engineering, and chemical engineering. We are using power today as utility. But 20, 30 years from now, power would be a raw material. Because that would be renewable power. It can have a lot of applications in terms of not only producing hydrogen. Process industry is now looking power entirely which are based on heat-based are getting changed to power-based. Like one of the big example is cracker furnace, you know, the ethane to ethene and propane, all the crude, naphtha cracker and all that. Furnace is a key. Now that furnace is heat oriented. So the chemical industry, big shift taking place is that all the heat related furnace and other utilities they are going to give away to switch to electrical things, Because electrical energy would be available, it would be more renewable, it should be storable. All these technologies are emerging. What I'm just trying to summarily say that electrical energy will no longer be an utility, it would be a raw material. So much so that electricity to fuel, which is now known as e-fuel, is also going to emerge out of it, where two raw materials will be there. Energy would be the electricity, and the CO2 would be another raw material to produce e-fuel. So this is the new frontier where it is going. Go to the next. Sri Mukesh Ambani ji, our chairman, has declared recently 4 gigafactories, all based on green energy. What are they? Energy storage, solar PV, manufacturing of solar PV, manufacturing of batteries, manufacturing of electrolyzer for green hydrogen, and manufacturing of fuel cell. In one of the AGM, it has been described, almost 75,000 crore would be invested on all these 4 gigafactories, and the work is already underway at Jamnagar to establish these gigafactories. Obviously, it would ask new type of chemical engineer who are very conversant on electrochemistry, for example. Electrochemistry is less taught nowadays, but earlier it used to be a very major subject. That same topic is gaining a lot of importance, because all these, you can see the interface is quite clear between electrical engineering, electrochemistry, and the chemical engineering. So diffusion transport phenomena, which is prevailing in some of these, batteries and others, are going to play a big role compared to the convective pipe type chemical engineering, what we have learned so far. Next one. Now let me show you few examples where the innovation and chemical engineering fundamentals are applied to solve not only waste to wealth, but a variety of innovation have been possible in process industry just based on fundamentals. This is one such example. DSO, those who are accustomed to refineries, DSO is a waste product, disulfide oil. It has a value of less than $150 a ton, okay? And it gets disposed after hydrotreating. So it is a real waste today, it is handled. What we have done in Reliance is, we have developed, we have a sorbent bed, and we have a process developed and commercialized. It is commercially operating for last 5 years. The DSO has been purified so much so that it is able to replace DMDS, dimethyl disulfide, which is an anti-cooking agent used in cracker furnace, which is also a pre-sulfiding agent used for the hydrotreating catalyst sulfiding. So the price of DMDS is how much? $1,800. And price of DSO is how much? It's about $150. That's the kind of value creation possible. And this has been patented, commercialized. We are now going to actually use this all over India. So the DSO, which is a waste, would be the feedstock replacing the DMDS. Next slide. Yeah, this has been a great innovation from our team. You hear a lot about O2C, oil to chemical. Now, this is a single pot technology, and this is running 11th year. We are almost ready for putting up the semi-commercial plant, which is going to be a major breakthrough. Why? Because this is, look at how chemical engineering is really applied. You look at single one riser. Today, FCC unit is known in the industry for almost 70 years. It is running in the refining industry. It has a riser which operates only 3-second residence time. Only single feed is processed. Now that the workhorse FCC has been converted into a multi-zone cat cracker, where there are multiple zones, at least 5 or 6 zones are contemplated. This is nothing but reactors in series. And each reactor is offering the right severity for the feedstock which would be cracked in that zone, and it can handle a variety of feedstock. All the waste type of feedstocks in the refinery are processable here, from C4 boiling point to all the way up to receipt, including direct processing of crude. And what is the intended product? It would be producing only chemicals. There is no fuel. How much? More than 70%. So this is the job what chemical engineering thinking can do. Just apply the fundamentals that we learn, and you can create a great innovation. May not be very complex, but it takes time. It takes time because demonstrating such technology breakthroughs is a lot of investment. There's a risk involved, so that's risk versus reward ultimately is something which takes a lot of time for such technology. Next. This is another classic example. The slurry oil, which is the waste product from FCC, cat cracker, is the lowest value product today. What we have done is, we have converted it into a needle coke, which is nothing but crude graphite. And from there, we have now made pure graphite, which is the anode for lithium-ion battery. What is the value creation here? Slurry oil is about $300, and the anode battery is about $3,000. And look at the need. And I have no hesitancy to say, this process is getting, we have commercially run it in our largest coker in the world is at Reliance. We have commercially run it, and we have produced the needle coke of very high quality, and we are going to produce in a commercial scale, and we are also going to put up the anode for the lithium-ion battery and also for the steel arc furnace. Yeah, next one. This is another example. I have a lot of patent. Almost throughout my life, I have done a lot of patent, but this is one process which has given me an immense satisfaction, because this is where I found the real breakthrough is there in terms of the catalysis, This is a biomass catalytic gasification. First time in the world that we have developed a catalyst which is having a supported K2CO3, and the catalyst is able to move between the reactor and regenerator, playing a very active role of solid-solid catalysis. Why solid-solid catalysis? Because the biomass is a solid feed, and the catalyst which is there is also another solid. When we started getting very good data, we really wanted to know what is the mechanism behind this solid-solid catalysis, which was not known. It is very little understood in the chemical industry that a solid can catalyze another solid. But fortunately, because of this CO2 cycle that is there, the K2CO3, it's a kind of transmigration from one particle to another. So it's an interparticle transfer of active site, but very well balanced. We have proven it and published this work. But I'm very happy to say that this is a breakthrough process which is going to be demonstrated soon. And I'm very happy that Reliance management has agreed to go to the next level to develop this into a commercial scale. So in single step, you can convert waste agro biomass which you are burning in the field to produce CO2 and to produce pollution. We are burning on the field today, and much of North India pollution is attributed partly because of this burning of, the waste biomass there in the field. That would be the feed for this. And what would be the product? Green hydrogen. How much? 11-12% weight percent. So if you take 1 kilogram, you get almost 120 grams of green hydrogen. Okay? And the good thing is, because it is catalytic, can you go back please? You look at the color of the water that comes out, the right side is the color if you don't put the catalyst. That means you have a lot of tar which is remaining in the finished syngas. On the left side you see, it's a clean water. There is no tar. Tar is absolutely converted. So it is able to convert biomass, coke, pet coke, as well as coal at the lowest temperature, which is unbelievable. 750 degrees centigrade, we are able to convert pet coke gasification, which today is being done at 1300 to 1500 degree in a thermal gasification. So that's what chemical engineering can do. Yeah, next slide. You all know about waste plastic and the pollution which is there. Who can solve this problem? Chemical engineers can solve this problem. Because it is very much a part of chemical engineering to find a way to develop a process for converting this waste plastic. It's a polymer, so you should be able to either mechanically recycle it or chemically recycle it, produce the pyrolysis well, and bring it back to refinery again to produce monomer and polymer. That's recyclability. I'm very happy to say that our R&D team has been able to demonstrate in ton scale a continuous catalytic process to convert any plastic, starting from PE, PP, flexi, multi-layer plastic, any plastic. We are not going to take oxygenated plastic or chlorinated plastic like PVC or PET, etc., because those are better, PET is better mechanically recycled. So this one is catalytic process which gives superior yield. It can convert any kind of plastic into high amount of high quality. It's a cat cracking happening inside. And look at the reactor. It's a rotary reactor. I find very little is taught about rotary reactor in reaction engineering course. But rotary reactor is a very versatile reactor because it can handle solid, all kinds of solid, particularly waste solid, have very little shape and size, quite difficult to handle waste. So rotary reactors are very handy tool. I would strongly suggest to include rotary reaction engineering as a part, at least one chapter in reaction engineering, because we had to learn this additionally. The rotary reaction engineering is not usually taught that much. But we have utilized the rotary reaction engineering to develop a catalytic process, a cat cracking process to convert waste plastic into pie oil, and we want to bring that pie oil to refinery and utilize the MCC process to convert into monomer and then finally to polymer. Yeah, next one. This is another example of how you convert a waste into a very valuable source of feedstock. Reliance is having largest gasification complex in the world. We have 10 gasifiers and 10 million ton of pet coke coal today. We are trying to convert into biomass also. But one of the byproduct is nickel and vanadium that comes out with the residue cinder. We have developed a process to really extract the vanadium and nickel out of that cinder. And what is requirement of vanadium? It is used for making ferrovanadium, which is one of the highest alloy, high cost alloy. It is used in all the very high, strong steel which are anti-corrosive and very high mechanical strength. Ferrovanadium is a very high value product. Secondly, vanadium is a catalyst which is used in the chemical industry. Thirdly, vanadium is also very much applicable and demanding for redox flow battery. And I'm very happy to say that this process is again going forward, and once it is commercialized, Reliance would be producing world 12% of vanadium would be produced at Jamnagar. So it's a very big quantity, and we have completed the demonstration scale. We are going towards the commercialization. Next one. Yeah, my concluding slide. I would summarily say that chemical engineering is at the crossroad of energy transition, decarbonization, and new materials development. Sustainability, affordability, and circular economy are major factors which will make chemical engineering more interdisciplinary, while core sector will still play a very important role. In new scenario, chemical engineering will play a very vital role in achieving net zero goal without harming the industrial growth. RIL has made major policy goal to achieve net zero by 2035. It's not very far, and we have already started our journey in that process. First, we'll become a carbon neutral company, first time carbon neutral company by 2030, and then overall net zero, including scope 3, by 2035. And once again, many thanks to JU Chemical Engineering for organizing this event, and I really feel proud and privileged to be here. Thank you very much.
May I now request our head of the department, Professor Roger Chakraborty, to kindly come up and felicitate Dr. Ashit Das. Thank you, sir. And now may we call upon Sri Robin Mukherjee, who is a Senior Vice President of Haldia Petrochemicals Limited, for his address. Sri Robin Mukherjee. Please welcome Sri Robin Mukherjee, representing Haldia Petrochemicals Limited.
Good afternoon, and thanks to the organizers, the centenary program of Jadavpur University Chemical Engineering, and distinguished guests in the audience, my friends, and the young students. Actually, I'm in a challenging session because it is the third session after lunch, so definitely getting the audience attention, I have to really try my lot, I think. Anyway, I will try my best. Originally, this talk was supposed to be delivered by my senior, Mr. Subhashendu Chatterjee, who is the Vice Chairman of Haldia Petrochemicals. Now, unfortunately, he had an accident while he visited the campus just to get updated on the centenary program, and thereupon he has been operated, and he is recuperating well now, but he is not able to come here today. And in his place, the organizers have requested me to deliver the talk. So I am here, and thank you, the organizers. Now, I thought to very briefly talk about role of chemical engineering in sustainability. Now, you know that sustainability, since morning I really do not know how many times this word has been used in this particular forum itself. So, Professor Jadhav has very correctly told that it is no more a buzzword, it is an imperative to the industry today. Sustainability is a big challenge to the industry, and the chemical engineering or process industry overall is trying to get adapted to the new norms, and there are systems and methods are evolving to judge the performance of the industry on sustainability front, and every industry is trying their best to meet the requirement. There is a new term many of us know, that ESG, environment, social and governance, where the companies are required to on annual basis report to their board and stakeholders their performance on the ESG. Now, chemical engineering has got a big role to play here, because basically what we are doing is cutting down the gaseous emission and cutting down the recycling, by recycling solid and liquid waste. These are the two ways we can reduce the effect of the process industry or any complex on the environment. Now, I will be using few live examples from Haldia Petrochemicals, what we do and what we plan to do in this front. And you know, Haldia Petrochemicals, it is Eastern India's largest petrochemical complex. It is a 2 million ton naphtha-based cracker. Feedstock is 2 million ton per year. And it produces polyethylene, polypropylene, and many other chemicals like benzene, butadiene, etc. The complex is operating for the last 20 years successfully, and now we are expanding within the complex by extracting the chemicals that is generated in the cracker, like many other chemicals apart from polyethylene and polypropylene are generated in the cracker, which we are extracting to get the specialty or fine chemicals from this array of chemicals that comes from the cracker. Now, in this process, what we are doing is various sustainability measures are being taken by the company, and I will just give example of few top line items from that. What comes to my mind as the first example is recycling of the residual fuel gas. Now, I'll just give you a small little definition of the residual fuel gas. We call it RFG. You know, this cracker, when the reaction takes place, it generates fuel gas, which is containing mainly methane and hydrogen, which is in surplus compared to the cracker's own requirement. So this RFG, either you have to use it economically and at the same time reduce the emission from this. So what HPL has done, this recycling this RFG to the power plant and using this for generation of steam and power. Now, had we not done this, the same steam and power would have been generated by using fuel oil. thereby emitting more additional gaseous emission. So by recycling this emission has been cut down, and also a big value addition is taking place. Then rather than burning in the flare, this gas is being used for steam and power generation. So it is an economic as well as environmental benefit that is getting accrued out of this. Apart from this, there are other measures like all the furnaces in the complex are fitted with low NOx burners, and the total complex is based on fuel gas firing. There is no fuel oil firing is used in the complex. And coming to the liquid effluent, we are recycling the effluent, thereby minimizing the effluent discharge from the complex, and also using incinerator for burning of all the solid waste that is coming out. To cut down on the fugitive emission from the hydrocarbons, total tankage system is used with floating roof tanks. So fugitive emission is reduced by that. Now, from here we go to a new project that HPL is planning now. This project will be implemented at Kaddalur in Tamil Nadu, and this will be world's largest liquid cracker that is being planned. Now in this project, a new technology we are getting, this is called TC2C, that is thermal crude to chemicals. Now this technology is developed by Chevron Lamas Global, and you know in 2020 HPL has acquired Lamas Technology USA, and it is a HPL company now. So we are using this technology to cut down the emission. The very technology itself is developed on the basis of reducing the emission from the crude oil. Where it is different from the conventional refining cum petrochemical, how the TC2C is different. You know, in a conventional refining cum petrochemicals, what happens after the distillation, the vacuum gas oil that comes out from the distillation process, that gets processed either in hydrocracker or in FCC, and the fuel produced goes for the finished products. In that process, it is also produces some olefinic and aromatic compound which is separated out and converted to petrochemicals like polyethylene, polypropylene, and many other aromatic products. Now if you go by yield of this, in a conventional refining cum petrochemical process, about 30% of crude oil that gets converted to petrochemicals, that is a material converted to materials which doesn't have any role in the emission in the environment. Balance 70% remains as fuel, and that adds to the emission to the environment. Now in TC2C process, what is happening, the crude is directly getting converted through a hydrocracking process. It is directly getting converted to petrochemical feedstock and getting converted to ethylene and propylene and other chemicals in the ethylene cracker. The resultant yield coming out is about 80% of crude oil directly getting converted to petrochemicals, and only 20% remains as fuel product. So straight away from 70% fuel product in the TC2C process, it is coming down to 20% fuel oil. Resultant emission, if you see, it is 1.6 ton per ton of crude oil compared to in a conventional petrochemical process, it is 6.2 ton per ton. So obviously, when you are reducing the fuel product from the process, the emission is coming down. So apart from these, the other sustainability measures that is being used by the complex is zero liquid discharge. There will be no liquid discharge from the complex. It will be total recycle of effluent, and no groundwater will be used. The total water requirement of the complex will be met by rainwater harvesting and desalination process. There will be also solar power generation within the complex, and we are also considering some amount of green hydrogen generation within the complex. So these are the way HPL is expanding their activities to sustainability, and I think while talking on the sustainability, I should touch upon the plastic recycle also, because that is another big way is affecting the environment. Now in a plastic recycle, there are two types of recycle that is being used. One is for physical or mechanical recycling, where the collected plastics are washed, cleaned, and then go for extrusion process, and then extrudeds are mixed with the virgin pellets to produce the downstream products. In another process, which is more molecular change, where the plastics are getting converted to pyrolysis oil, that type of process is also many of the companies are developing and already in process. Recently, Exxon has already commissioned in their Texas plant a 40,000 tons per year of capacity plant, which they are further planning to increase to 500,000 tons per year. So the whole industry is trying to meet the sustainability challenges in every front, and very vigilantly they are working on this, and we all should be in our practice of chemical engineering should try to see that we remain sustainable at the end of the day while practicing the processing industry. Thank you so much.
May I request Dr. Shamul Roy, Assistant Professor of the Department, to felicitate Mr. Robin Mukherjee. Sorry, to Shamul. And now we will have an online presentation by Dr. D.P. Mishra. Dr. D.P. Mishra is one of the very well-known alumni of the department. He was a chemical engineer of the 1965 batch, and of course, he is one of the best-known members of the chemical engineering fraternity. Amongst his many achievements are the Lifetime Achievement Award from the Indian Chemical Council in 2014, and also from the Indian Institute of Chemical Engineers in 2017. We will now have a presentation by Dr. D.P. Mishra.
Is it audible?
এরপরে ভোট অফ থ্যাঙ্কস দেবেন হচ্ছেন ডক্টর সুদেশনা সাহা, অ্যাসোসিয়েট প্রফেসর, অ্যাসিস্ট্যান্ট প্রফেসর। আচ্ছা, উনি দেবেন। তারপরে হচ্ছে একটা ফ্যাকাল্টি প্রোগ্রাম হবে, মানে ফর্মাল।
বলার জন্য উনি বললে শুনতে পাবে, আপনি বললে
বুঝতে পেরেছি।
Is it audible?
His microphone is muted, I think.
Dr. Mishra, you are audible. Yes, you are audible.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. We can hear you, Dr. Mishra.
Yeah.
Dr. Mishra, you can start. You're audible. Yes, please. He can't hear us. উনি শুনবেন কি করে? এই আমাদের মাইকটা অন করা আছে? Sir, you're audible. You can start.
Am I audible now?
Yes, you're audible. You can start, sir.
The PowerPoint are you getting the PowerPoint on that side? Yeah, now it's okay. It's coming, right? Is the PowerPoint visible?
Yes, sir. Can you start?
Can I start?
উনি শুনতে পাচ্ছেন না। ওই
Is the PowerPoint coming?
ওই মাইকে বলুন, শুনতে পাচ্ছেন না। Sir, can you hear us? You are absolutely audible. We can hear you.
Can you see the PowerPoint, please? Can you see the PowerPoint?
He's hearing his own voice.
Hello?
Sir, we can hear you.
I can start. Okay.
উনি শুনতে পাচ্ছেন না। উনি আমার মাইকটা কি করে?
Esteemed speakers of the day, the respected alumni of Jadavpur University, a chemical engineering department, and my dear students, my profuse apology today by not being with you, although I was ready to come due to some small sickness. So I apologize and provide my talk on the online basis. It would have been a great pleasure for me to be there with you and pay my respects to the honorable faculty who are there. I could see my professors, Dr. D.N. Ghosh, if I remember, and others being there. So, but that I was missed that opportunity. So today I am talking to you a subject because we are all agog for the $5 trillion economy as announced by the Prime Minister, and every segment of the economy has something or other to do it. Today, Indian chemical industry is between around $300 billion, and we want the chemical industry to quickly jump to $1 trillion turnover. For that, there have been some significant effort before to create a mega chemical hub in various places, including Haldia, and that is known as PCPIR, Petroleum Petrochemical Investment Region. And this was actually mooted by non-resident Indians from USA in their discussion to the the then Prime Minister in 2005, Manmohan Singh, and one of them was the chairman of Haldia Petrochemical, Mr. Punnendu Chatterjee, Christopher Menzies, and these are the people who mooted this idea, and every state had a presentation to Deputy Chairman, Planning Commission, Mantak Singh Alwelia those days for evincing their interest in setting up of this PCPIR. And I have mentioned about Odisha, Paradeep, but I also can confirm I was there in that meeting as the Director General of Indian Chemical Council, and Buddhadev Bhattacharya presented for West Bengal for Haldia. And it was a very good meeting, and after that the PCPIR Act was enacted in 2007. But the approval was available to 6 locations, which include Dahej, Mangalore, Paradeep, Haldia and Vizag. But quickly the years go by, nothing much happened. Haldia was cancelled, and then Nayachar in place of Haldia also evinced interest. It didn't. So the names which are there still remain as the names. Some activities have happened in Dahej, and of course Haldia has got sporadic developments of the refinery, petrochemical, PTA, all that, and I've been associated with most of the projects. And so one must understand what is this PCPIR we are talking of, and how can it improve the turnover of the chemical industry. Now, if there is a refinery, let's say Haldia or Paradeep, I have given Paradeep, and in the various streams that are coming, they will be used as the feedstock for downstream chemicals. For example, as you must see that FCC of the catalyst, the refinery generates propylene, which can go to polypropylene and then phenol, bisphenol, polycarbonate, and so the downstream and various products. And similarly, naphtha can go either to cracking or the reforming to come to the C4 fractions and be paraxylene, PTA, polyester. Kerosene can go to paraffin, linear alkylated benzene, and goes for detergent. Pet coke can be gasified and can go for ammonia and the nitrobenzene and lean. In this PCPIR, the basic the premise is that the feedstocks should be available to the entrepreneur, the main refinery or the cracker being the anchor client. Now, if this, the one that has been indicated, that is implemented, that would involve a investment of about $15 billion downstream, whereas the refinery, if I talk Paradeep, was 15 million tons and it was about 15,000 crores, means $2 billion. So $2 billion refinery can many companies coming into the fray. I will show you later on the various the chemical park they call it, or the equivalent to PCPIRs of the world actually. And so in this particular thing, if we go for naphtha reformer, now in Paradeep, for example, Indian Oil on their own has gone to polypropylene, ethylene glycol, and PTA they are going. But that is on their own. That's not the concept of the PCPIR. So the investments are coming from the owner side, and it is taking a lot of time, and it's not associated with many other world-class companies with regard to FDI, which we want to have a lot of FDIs into the country. Now, the in Paradip PCPR, Indian Oil is the anchor client. They have declared, the Odisha declared Paradip as the PCPR, Indian Oil is the anchor client. Government of Odisha is responsible for the land, water, electricity available for the total complex, and central government is responsible for port, road and railways connectivity. But anchor client himself, Indian Oil, has not declared what are the feedstocks they are giving to the various industries so that the industrial investors who are interested to put up the investment will come for that, and there will be central supply of water, electricity, steam, etc. by the utility contractor who will be responsible for, so it is like a plug and play kind of concept. And of course, there have been a lot of expenditure with regard to the port and road and railway connectivity, but the basic thing is that the anchor client and what these PCPRs are going to, what is the total concept of the PCPR, that is still to be addressed to in any of these PCPRs have been. So the action which was suggested that every PCPR should have a commissioning of a study for the total project, and every PCPR should have a formation of PCPR authority and a steering committee to navigate the project. But nothing has happened. Years have gone by, 15 years have gone by without much of activity. But if we look to the global chemical parks, what are they? We have Ludwigshafen in BASF, and BASF Ludwigshafen can be compared to our Reliance Jamnagar actually. Jamnagar will be a best example of that kind. There, Leverkusen, Germany, in Texas, Louisiana in USA, Rotterdam in Netherlands, are very close to us is Jurong Island in Singapore, and then the Shanghai Chemical Park and Nanjing, China. In fact, when I was the Director General of Indian Chemical Council, we had a delegation from Indian Chemical Council who visited the Nanjing Chemical Park actually, which is one of the world's largest with the ethylene cracker of 1.5 million tons by BASF. And then Yesu in South Korea, Maktafut in Thailand, and of course Jamnagar, as I said, Jamnagar is a mega petrochemical complex like Ludwigshafen. Now if we see some of the success stories of the chemical park, Jurong Island, the land requirement is not as much as PCPR wanted. PCPR wanted about 265,000 square kilometers, 250, and now in Jurong Island it is only 32 square kilometer area. 250 square kilometer was the PCPR requirement, and the majority of the PCPR got bogged in acquisition of the land and all that kind of thing. And then this Jurong Island has been operational since 2000 and has an output of $62 billion from the concept of that chemical park, and 32% of Singapore's manufacturing value. Total investment has been $40 billion, and over 100 companies, ExxonMobil, Lanxess, Mitsui, all the global players are taking part in that chemical park. That's exactly what we wanted that PCPR to happen. Shanghai Chemical Industry Park, if we go to Chinese, one of the biggest, the work commenced in 2001. By 2010, that has attracted $10 billion investment, and area is 36 square kilometers, and over 120 companies, BASF, Covestro, DuPont, Evonik, Huntsman, Mitsubishi, Air Liquide, Praxair, Vopak, Sinopec, all these companies are there, and it is based on a 1.2 million tons of ethylene, and it has got 1.6 million tons of isocyanates and phenol acetone, and it has got 10 to 16% of world capacity for polycarbonates and isocyanates. Now, this is a picture of the Jurong Island in Singapore. The land has been reclaimed from the sea, actually. It's about 7,000 acres, and you can see the refinery, ethylene cracker, and then industrial terminal, and the port facilities. Everything is available on a central basis, and then the downstream units can have their only process units where they will be supplied with the utilities from the central utility station. And so that takes, once you supply from the central utility station and you are only concentrating on your investment on the battery limits process plant, then your investment comes down substantially actually, and you have a central supply of utilities and of sites. Now this is a new one, low carbon future Jurong Island program, that CO2 to fuels and chemicals, then CCU, then flare gas recovery or waste treatment facilities. All these are kind of a central program of the revised chemical park. Now, so what we are getting out of this PCPR or CCR chemical park, we have a centralized supply of feedstocks. Like Mr. Mukherjee said in Kodalur, if crude is converted to chemicals or the building blocks, then each building block can go to different companies unless Haldia Petrochemical is not interested in that or they want to expand. That ensures actually sale of building blocks and assures feedstocks to the investors. And that could be the supply of power at a continuous and consistent supply at affordable rates. Water, steam, this can be centrally supplied to each plant's battery limits. That could be a common effluent treatment plant, wastewater treatment and district lines. Similarly, solid waste disposal facilities will be central. That can be pipeline corridor for transfer of raw materials. These are the things which are envisaged to be in the PCPR as a central facility. And then high quality roads and railway network for transport. Chemical port terminal with a high capacity with jetty and terminals, and natural gas network, and social infrastructure. If you go to the Nanjing Chemical Park, which we visited, it has got the university where from the passed outs will join the industry actually. It has got the banking facility, it has got the recreational facility, it has got the residential facility. All the social infrastructures are built into the chemical park. Skill development centers will be there, and central firefighting laboratory and central R&D facility. In fact, we could see the innovation center in Nanjing Chemical Park, centrally located. So these are the advantages of a central availability of PCPR, the examples which I came to. Unfortunately, this is yet to be materialized in India so far, actually. But this is kind of a roadmap of a PCPR, how we should go in planning of a PCPR, starting from the market forecast, product mix, finalization of land and utility needs, master plan. A master plan has yet to be done for any of the PCPRs, then land acquisition, then connectivity preparation, then the environmental approvals that need to be taken, then preparing an international model so that we can invite the the investors to come to this PCPI for setting up of their complex and the execution part of it. But lo and behold, nothing much has happened, although this has been planned since 2007. Now, what are the approaches needed? We need not be very pessimistic that nothing can be happened, but it can happen provided we follow some steps. Government must have vision for the Indian chemical industry. There has been no kind of target that government has for the Indian chemical industry so far. Earlier, in earlier days, good old days of my time, there were some kind of in the government, those digitity days, but they still had some kind of view. But these days, there has been no plan. The plan, the investors work for his own investment, notwithstanding a common requirement for the country. So we need to have a fair share and competitiveness, and so that we can attract the FDI, and that will go a big story for making India campaign actually. And the ministry must be empowered to take decisions and accountable for the decisions. So the ministry, chemical DCPC, should take the lead for this actually. We have a lot of seminars happening in which every one of them make presentation of PCPI, but nothing much has happened. Then there must be interministerial coordination mechanism, and also with the involvement of the states. In fact, even Haldia, whatever state it has, now it can be planned for having some integration of the facilities to get the maximum out of the investment. The laws, for example, they have 250 square kilometers of land, mind-boggling requirement of the land, and they get fussed in the acquisition of the land. We could see that Jurong has come out of 25 square kilometers of land, and with a $60 million turnover. The development of PPP models, and then we have, till now, India can be proud of Jamnagar facility. It is the best track facility of a global complex like Ludwigshafen. And then we could mock some of the international best practices model. Then the authorities must understand and act with regard to what is the concept of PCPI. They should visit the PCPIs in the world and find out. And we should have some the commitment from the stakeholders for the integrated planning and monitoring, and then there must be expert group for master plan and targets. So we have lot things to do to have it, but it is not out of our bounds. We have to have some intention and dedication and passion to make it happen if we want the development of chemical industry in a big way. And with regard to the number, if we want to see the growth of Indian chemical industry from $300 billion to $1 trillion, we need to have such concepts of mega chemical hub and chemical facilities. And this is what I wanted to present to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. D.P. Mishra. And as the addresses of our guest of honor come to a close, may I request Assistant Professor Dr. Sudeshna Shaha to kindly come up to the dais and propose the vote of thanks.
A very good evening to all of you. It gives me immense pleasure to deliver a vote of thanks on this auspicious occasion of the centenary celebration program of Chemical Engineering Department, Jadavpur University. This is the oldest chemical engineering department of India and one of the oldest in Asia as well. I, on behalf of the department, would like to extend our heartfelt thanks to our Chief Guest of Honor, Professor M.M. Sharma, Padma Vibhushan Professor M.M. Sharma, former Director, UDCT Bombay, for his gracious presence. He has taken all the pain to come from the Mumbai to here. Thank you, sir, for being with us. We would also like to thank our guest of honor, Padma Vibhushan Dr. R.M. Ashilkar, former DG CSIR, for his indispensable words of experience and insight. Also, we place on record our gratitude to our guest of honor, Dr. N. Kalaiselvi, Director General CSIR, for exhibiting her immense acumen in the field. We thank our plenary speaker, guest of honor and Padma Shri, Professor G.D. Jadhav, Emeritus Professor of Eminence and former Vice Chancellor, ICT Bombay, for providing a picturesque abstract of chemical engineering over the years. Unfeigned gratitude towards our guest of honor, Dr. Ashit Dash, Head Refining R&D Reliance Industries Limited, for aiding us visualize a potential of green energy in the future. We would also like to fervently thank guest of honor, Mr. Robin Mukherjee, Senior VP, Haldia Petrochemical Limited, for his rewarding insights. Let us not forget guest of honor, Mr. D.P. Mishra, advisor and former president of IICHE, for his invaluable words of expertise and wisdom. We are happy to express our sincere thanks to guest of honor, Mr. Ashwin Shroff, Chairman Excel Industries, for providing us with a purview of the chemical engineering scene for the present and the future. We would also like to thank our former faculty members for their immense contribution to carry the departmental glory for 100 years and building the department where it is today. We are taking this opportunity to thank Dr. Ashit Dash for taking all the responsibility to make Reliance Industries Limited as principal sponsor of this event. We thank Mr. D.P. Mishra for his immense help to bring in our gold sponsor Aditya Birla Chemicals and bringing other sponsors like Excel Industries, IVL Dhanseri, Deepak Nitrite. We would also like to thank other sponsors, Haldia Petrochemicals and MCPI, Vedanta, Bama Lorry, IOCL, ONGC, Richard Design Services India Limited, IICHE, RSC, without whom the program would not have been possible. I also would like to thank the donors whose name I am not taking individually, who have generously contributed for this particular program to happen. I, Dr. Sudeshna Saha, would like to congratulate and thank our HOD, Head of the Department, Dr. Rajat Chakraborty, all the coordinators, conveners, faculty members and staff members, and last but not the least, students of Chemical Engineering Department, Jadavpur University, who work tirelessly to make this program such a grandeur. Also, we would like to express our gratitude towards Jadavpur University Chemical Engineering Alumni Association and Global Jadavpur University Alumni Association for their support in departmental laboratory buildings and facelifting. Thank you all. Lastly, we would like to thank all for being such a wonderful audience. Thank you. I hope this 3 days will be a grand success, and it will help you to bring or to actually visualize your future later on. Thank you so much, all of you, and have a great day.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shureshna Shaha. And now we would take this opportunity of our centenary celebration to felicitate some of our faculty who had given seminal service to the department. And may I call upon the dais some of our retired members who are present here today. Professor Ashit Kumar Mitro and Professor Pinaki Bhattacharya, is he here? Right. So we would call both Professor Mitro and Professor Bhattacharya onto the dais. Professor Siddhartha Datta and Professor Marun Chandra Shaha, Professor Chandan Guho. Can we request all of you gentlemen to kindly come up to the dais? And the present HOD, Professor Rajat Chakraborty, would take this opportunity of felicitating our retired professors. Professor Rajat Chakraborty, HOD. Professor Ashit Kumar Mitro. Professor Ashit Kumar Mitro to be felicitated by Professor Chakraborty. Then Professor Pinaki Bhattacharya, Professor Siddhartha Datta, Professor Marun Chandra Shaha, Professor Chandan Guho. May we now request our most loved and most respected retired member of the faculty to say a few words one by one. Shall I pass the microphone, or would you like to come here and speak? Oh, there are also mementos. So just give us the opportunity of presenting the mementos. Professor Ashit Kumar Mitro, Professor Pinaki Bhattacharya, Professor Siddhartha Datta, Professor Marun Chandra Shaha, and Professor Chandan Guho. And now, may we request you, sir, to say a few words.
All my students on the dais, my brilliant students of the dais, and guests and would-be graduates, that is coming in graduates. I am almost 84 years old. I joined the department from IIT Kharagpur 1969 N and served as the faculty till 2004. So I have a lot of students. I gave you some history of the department, how it was formed, and how I saw. I will not take more than 10 minutes. In 1890s, Gurudas Banerjee, the then Vice Chancellor of Calcutta University, the first Indian Vice Chancellor of Calcutta University, 1890, he visualized that the course curriculum, the teaching standard, all these things by the Britishers were not up to the mark. They thought of national education. They thought of education which is literary, scientific, and technical. The movement started, and the movement started by Rabindranath Tagore, Subhash Chandra Bose Malik, S.N. Banerjee, who else? A lot of people. A lot of agitation in those days. Lord Curzon made partition of Bengal in 1905. So that time, Aurobindo Ghosh came from Baroda, joined the agitation and the movement. And in 1906, the National College, NCE Bengal, National Council of Education Bengal, was formed. 11 March is the foundation day. Hiranal Roy passed his matriculation from Communal Jila School, came to Calcutta, did not take admission in Presidency College, took admission in National College, knowing fully well the future is very bleak. But he passed with high honor in 1910 and proceeded with a scholarship to Harvard. He passed from Harvard, graduated from Harvard with distinction, came to Calcutta, joined National College, started teaching chemistry and mathematics. H. Roy students were Professor Hemgo, Tigon Sen, and others. He was thinking to start a course in chemical engineering, and his thinking came to light in 1921. He started the department. With Professor Baneshwar Das, he passed his chemical engineering degree from Illinois. So that started with 10 students in department, 19 hours per week theoretical class, and 19 hours per week was practical class. So it went on like that. A lot of turmoil, a lot of difficulty in getting students, but I could gather from the history that the stress was given on the fundamentals, on the practicals, and that served the purpose. Because we saw from the history, the 1935 batch and onwards, a lot of people started their own business, own industry, own method of engineering because job was less. When we joined the department in 1957, in our batch, I joined, I had a galaxy of brilliant teachers. Dr. T.K. Roy, SCD for MIT, Aurobindo Bose, SCD for MIT, who else? Professor Biman Chandra Chando, and a lot of galaxy of teachers. And that was a marvelous time. Best faculty in India. Best faculty in India, I can tell you that. I have visited all the places, all the departments of the country. I can say that at that time, it was the best faculty in India and best laboratory in India, the Unit Operation Laboratory. And that Unit Operation Laboratory was built by our ex-students. It was our ex-students, and they were running a factory of their own, and they made those plants. Initially, when we were students, our aim was to know hands-on training. That means we were never bothered about what is the problem. The industry took us and we could run the plant easily. In my career, I joined the Tata Chemicals in Mitapur, Gujarat for some time, and that's why we were never afraid of running a plant. I can tell you, when I joined as a teacher in the Department of Chemical Engineering in 1969 end, our stress was not only on the fundamentals, but also on the practicals. So our students did very well in industry, as well as academia and abroad. You heard the lectures of some of the ex-students of our department. Ashit is one of them, DP Minister and other fellow. They have all ingenious method of developing in this technology, and they have patented. I am really glad to see so many of our ex-students are doing so much good jobs. The department is definitely unique. I say unique because of the fact that we have a good fundamental background as well as a definitely hands-on training. I could say some of the things, but time is short, definitely. At least let me stop at this point, let others speak. If time permits, then we will speak again. Thank you very much.
Can we now request our next speaker, who is Professor Pinaki Bhattacharya.
Good afternoon, my respected teacher, Professor A.K. Mitra, my respected seniors, my past teacher colleagues, my dear students. I was requested by the present HOD to speak something on the past history of our department, Chemical Engineering Department of Jadavpur University. So as a result, what I want to discuss today is a 10 minutes presentation on the past history of Chemical Engineering Department, Jadavpur University. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'll just take you back to in the past, in 1905, when the British imposed the divide et impera, that is divide and rule, and that arose a national sentiment throughout India, especially in Bengal, to fight against the British rule, and that was probably the beginning of the end of British rule. So what happened there, in fact, the stalwarts there in Bengal, they asked for boycotting the British materials and to use the indigenous materials, what is in history, which is known as Swadeshi movement. During that Swadeshi movement, the people, students, they came out from the British, taught the methods of teaching, and our stalwarts thought that we must develop some system in which students should be taught in the tradition of India, in the tradition of Bengal, and at the same time, the technical education should be provided in terms of the national need. And that was the concept of National Council of Education. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask you to go to my slide very quickly because time is very short. I want to show some interesting slides, not on the material, but something else. You'll see, we'll come to that later. So I'll just request to have your patience to go through these slides very quickly. Next slide. So this was this I already talked about the concept of, that is a beginning of the Swadeshi movement. Next slide. Next slide. So with this intention, National Council of Education was formed in March 21, 1906, under the leadership of stalwarts there in Bengal. I've given the names there, I'm not going to read. And that too, it has started functioning in Bowaja State, 191 by 1 Bowaja State, Kolkata. There is the first office of National Council of Education. Next. Now, in 1921, the chemical engineering course was introduced in India and in Jadavpur, not Jadavpur, in Bengal for the first time, and this courses was made by the experts, and it was examined by Acharya Prabhu Chandra Roy. When he gave the green signal, the course started in 1921. Next. The present campus, what you are seeing now, that was leased to the LC, Bengal, by Calcutta Corporation in 1922, and it started its operation since then. Next. Now, recognition. Initially, it was not recognized by the British ruled persons, but later, it was given the recognition by Government of India, and that is called CET Bengal. We used to call that College of Engineering Technology Bengal, and which later merged as Faculty of Engineering and later to Jadavpur University. Next. Very interesting thing, there's a curricular development. Initially, I'm talking of 1921. You see the curriculum, the very interesting thing. We have this subject during that time, math, physics, chemistry, history, economics, drawing workshop, then mechanics, electrical engineering, heat engine and metallurgy, fuels, quantitative and qualitative analysis. We also did the same thing, same analysis. When I was a student there, industrial chemistry, unit operation, technology of oils and fats, and soap technology. Now, this course study was under constant review, and next, the recommended book during that time in 1921, these are the books were recommended to the student. You see, industrial chemistry, calculation of Haugen and Watson, heat transfer by McAdams, first edition, evaporation, condensation and cooling, chemical engineering handbook by J.H. Perry, the first edition Perry. I don't think most of you have seen, you have not seen the first edition of Perry. Elements of chemical engineering, Badger and McCabe, and of course some laboratory experiments were there. But these books, just go on next. The course was modified continuously. I'm not going to read this, but it's a continuous process, and it's just gone next slide. Course duration, it is interesting. Initially it was a 5-year course, later it became a 4-year course, again becomes a 5-year course. When I was a student in Jadavpur University, it was 5 years course. Then later again it was a 4-year course. Now it is a 4-year course. You all know it's a 4-year course. Next. Now, looking just, that's my last, but not, I mean the last but one the slide. You see, this is a building, a very old building. Initially the building was like that. You see our departmental building. Next. Look at this figure. I was waiting for, I said that I'll show something different. You see, this is a thing. These are the pioneers of chemical engineering, Acharya Prabhu Chandra Roy, left-hand side, Professor H.L. Roy, Professor Baneshwar Das. Professor Baneshwar Das is the first chemical engineer faculty member in India, not only in India, in Asia. He went to the United States, got his BS degree in chemical engineering, perfect chemical engineering. For your information, Professor H.L. Roy, when he got the degree, AB degree from Harvard, in chemistry, came back, then he went to Germany once again to have the degree during, and then he came back and took the department as head of the department of chemical. So you see, Professor Baneshwar Das, he's there. He was the person, was the first chemical engineer who took the charge of department. I think in 1923 he joined in the department. Next. No, just previous. I failed my duty if I do not mention the name of Professor T.K. Roy. He was, the next HOD after Professor H.L. Roy. And Professor D.K. Dotto, you see the figure of Professor D.K. Dotto, who was the head of the department for a very long time. My time also he was the HOD. And Professor R.N. Mukherjee, you see his figure, a notable figure as a chemical engineer who took the department very forward. And it's a relentless work of all these faculty members, those who have retired, those who are not present in the, here at the same time, who has been passed away. We just remember them with great, respect, their contribution to develop this department, what we are seeing it now. Next. So this acknowledgement, you see, I've got this material from Professor, a very well-written article by Professor Salil Ghoshal. At the same time, I had a personal talk with Professor Mitra. He is present here. He helped me write so many things in different ways to get the history behind it. So thank you. We have got a long heritage of chemical engineering department. I'm sure that still in future, there will be 200 years of celebration. We will not be there, personally you will not be there, but our future generations see the 200 years celebration in near future. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you so much. Can we request Professor Siddhartha Dotto?
Good afternoon, everybody. Respected teachers, colleagues of mine in the Department of Chemical Engineering of Jadavpur University, alumni present here, and my dear students. It's a happy occasion for me to be present in connection with this program of centenary celebration of the Department of Chemical Engineering of Jadavpur University. I am very much delighted. Delighted in the sense that after so many long time, I am meeting my old friends, alumni, and some of my present students. So I am very much delighted. And I like to thank the department for organizing this centenary celebration. We have been listening to the history of development of our department from our respected teachers, Professor Ashit Kumar Mitra and Professor Pinaki Bhattacharya. So anything, if I say about the history of development or anything, if I say about how the department grew up, that would be the repetition of what has been narrated or said by Professor Mitra and Professor Bhattacharya. Now the question may arise to many of us. You are talking about the department, its achievement, its teaching quality, research achievement, etc., etc. Now, do you know what kind of research works are being carried out by our faculty members and researchers in the Department of Chemical Engineering of Jadavpur University? we have, apart from the UG and PG laboratories in the department, we have about 7 research laboratories in our department. Am I correct? Maybe 1 or 2 have been added since I have left the department or retired from the department. What kind of research works are being pursued by our faculty members and researchers? They are pursuing research works on very emerging fields, such as biotechnology or biochemical engineering, energy engineering, environmental engineering, fuel cells, computational fluid dynamics, process intensification, etc. Now, what are the achievements? Fine, they are doing research, etc., etc. What are the achievements? I will tell you the achievements of our department in terms of research publication during the period 2000 to 2010, during the first decade of this century. This has been collected from the report of the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. We haven't prepared this. I have collected this data from the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. After 2010, I didn't find any data being published by DST, Government of India. So I will restrict my lecture up to 2010 vis-a-vis the achievement of department in the field of research and development work. So let me give you some information about our performance, about our achievement. I will be failing my duties if I don't mention the achievement of Jadavpur University in this connection, because chemical engineering department is a part of that. Whatever history we have heard from our 2 professors, that is basically the history of Jadavpur University. So let me tell you the position of Jadavpur University during the first decade of this century in research and development work. The first position is being occupied by University of Delhi. I am comparing our university with other universities also. We should not compare it with IIT, Indian Institute of Science, and the national laboratories we have in our country. I don't want to highlight some of the points utilizing this platform. No, I will not. So I will compare our department, our university, with the department of other universities. So during this period, for research and development work, the first position is being occupied by University of Delhi. And the total papers they have published during this period is 6,572. 6,572. And the number of cited papers is 4,884. The position of Jadavpur University now, the position of Jadavpur University is number 3. Second position is being occupied by Banaras Hindu University. Now, what is the performance of the Jadavpur University during that period? Jadavpur University has published 5,328 research papers during that period. And the number of cited papers, 3,749. Now, in terms of H-index is a measure of the productivity and the impact of the published paper for scientific community, in scientific community. So in terms of H-index, if you compare our university with other universities, you will find that during this period, the first position is being occupied by University of Hyderabad, and the H index is 62, whereas the position of Jadavpur University is number 5, having H index 55. Now, if I talk about the geographical distribution of Indian research output, particularly in the field of science and technology, the high productivity state in science and technology during the period 2000 to 2010, West Bengal position is 5, and during this period, West Bengal has published 56,430 research papers in science and technology. This has been made possible because of the huge contribution from Jadavpur University. That's why I have mentioned this geographical distribution of Indian research output. The first position is being occupied by Maharashtra. Now, let me give you the profile of top productive universities in science and technology during the period 1996 to 2010. You would be delighted to know that top productive universities, number 1 position is being occupied by Jadavpur University. So give a big hand to our faculty members, researchers, university authority, and I should say the non-teaching staff of the university also, and the officers of the university. Second position is occupied by University of Delhi, and third position is being occupied by Banaras Hindu University. During this period, Jadavpur University has published 7,821 papers, research papers, and the H index is 63. High cited papers, number of high cited papers 26, and international collaborative papers, remarkable for Jadavpur University, 1389. Now I come to the position of chemical engineering. I will skip other data if you are interested. These data are with me. You can check it or you can collect it also. Now, so far as chemical engineering research in our country is concerned, in terms of total number of paper publication and citation, during that period, the first position was occupied by Mumbai University. During that period, Chemical Engineering Department of Mumbai University had published 577 research papers with a citation of 6829. It represents the quality of the research papers you published in different journals. Third position is being occupied by our department, Chemical Engineering Department of Jadavpur University, among all the universities we have in our country. During that period, Jadavpur University has published, Chemical Engineering of Jadavpur University, I should say, 376 research papers, and the corresponding citation was 3996. Remarkable achievement. Thank you all. Thank you all, and the researchers also. I would also like to thank the undergraduate students and postgraduate students also, because when I was in administration, for 8 years, 2006 to 2014, I used to say, going to different departments, why don't you involve our undergraduate students? Postgraduate students already involved. Why don't you involve our undergraduate students to different research and development projects? So this process has been initiated since then in different departments of our university, and I suppose this is the result of that initiative. Now, ranking of institutions in chemical engineering, if you considering the period 1996 to 2006, and now I will compare our department with all IITs, Indian Institute of Science, national laboratories we have in our country. The first position is being occupied by NCL, National Chemical Laboratories, Pune. They have published during that period 1010 research papers. Second position, IIT New Delhi. Third position, IIT Chennai. Among all the state-aided universities, our position is number one. Like many other departments, many other organizations, many other systems, our department has weakness and strength also. Our strength is highly qualified faculty members and the bright students we have. The average of age of the faculty members, should I say that? Average, you don't have any objection, I think, the lady teachers. Below 45. It's a very good indicator for pursuing research. We have very good, well-equipped UG and PG laboratories. I do think, personally think, since I was associated with this department for about 50 years, 50. So I do believe, and I have full faith on them, that department will rise to the occasion, and among all the institutions and national laboratories we have, the department position would be number one. Let us hope and hope for the best. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We have a serious time crunch, as I was informed by the head of the department that Pandit Tejendra Narayan Mojumdar and Pandit Tanmoy Bose would start their program at 6 o'clock, and they need a stage preparation time of half an hour, so we have to give them the stage at 5:30. So may I request the two remaining senior and retired faculty members to kindly shorten their speech somewhat, and also there's going to be a the alumni speak, which can also please be shortened, so that if not 5:30, we have to sort of release the stage at 5:45 for the cultural program. Thank you so much, and may I now request Sri M.C. Shah, and after him Professor Chandan Guho, to give short addresses.
Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, and my dear students and alumni of this department. As a member of the faculty of Chemical Engineering department, I spent a lot of time starting from 1963 as a student in the first year class, and last I retired in the 2012 as an associate professor in chemical engineering. So for this long span, more than 50 years, I spent the time with my students, with the scholars, with the beautiful time I spent with them that I can remember till the last days of my life. So it is a proud privilege to deliver a lecture on this occasion. 100 years of chemical engineering, that is the oldest department in Asia. So this department flourishes every day. Now different branches are started, and this our chemical engineering department is proud of its different laboratories, especially the unit operation laboratory, where heat and mass transfer and some other experiments are done for different undergraduate and postgraduate students. Mainly, I am associated with the unit of functionality throughout my teaching career, starting from fluid mechanics laboratory to heat and mass transfer laboratory. This is a special field I have done. Now, my sincere teacher was Professor Dilip Datta, who was the head of the department. I served under him for a long time. Now there are different faculty members, there are many new faces are there coming from different institutions. But their association will furnish this Department of Chemical Engineering. Now, I see the Chemical Engineering Unification Laboratory where heat, mass transfer experiments are performed. Now, you can develop this departmental laboratory. There is a unit of operation laboratory. That is the core field of chemical engineers. Now, even if whenever I come here, sometimes my students ask me, few days back also, some teachers have called, sir, you come and see this experiment. I cannot perform properly, you can guide me. I am always welcome. As long as I am, I can help the department by my simple attitude and knowledge. Now most of the faculties are new to me, but I have graduated from this university in the year 1968. After that, I have served the Department of Chemical Engineering. Only as a few break of 5 years, I was a faculty member of Regional Engineering College, Durgapur. After that, I come back to Jadavpur University, and till date I am associated with this university. So this is a very good privilege for me that such a good institution was my mentor. And now, one thing I can remember, in the year 1963, in the year July, I have joined as a student of chemical in Jadavpur University. That is just a miracle. I have seen that I am from Tripura. In the month of August 1963, that most of the students already got admitted in the engineering. I have simply written a letter in the postcard to the registrar of Jadavpur in the year 1960, in the month of August. After a few days, in the month of August first week, I got a telegram from the registrar of Jadavpur University, PCV Mollik, that you come and join as a student in any branch of chemical engineering or metallurgy or whatever you like. Then in the month of August, there was an interview for scholarship from Bhabha Atomic Research Center in the year 1963 in the month of August. Professor PCV Mollik, the registrar, was then present in the interview. He told me, you are Mohan Chandra Shah, writing a simple letter by postcard. Yes, sir, I am writing it. That in the month of August, the admission was completed. He wrote me a letter that you come and join as a student in chemical engineering. That is the start of my life in Jadavpur University Chemical Engineering. And till that, I am proud to be a member of faculty Jadavpur University. So I thank you all that you have the privilege to be a student, as a teacher, as a member of this faculty. I thank you all for this, to have a gracious occasion. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. May we now request Professor Chandan Guha for a really short address.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am delighted and honored to be here at this moment, facing my teachers, my colleagues, my students, and my friends from industries. Chemical engineering was born in Jadavpur University in India 100 years back. We have crossed that long march. And at this moment, I want to say, to my understanding, chemical engineering was started when the cavemen first drawn out fire by striking two pieces of stone. Because when there is no energy, there is no chemical engineering. Now I like to highlight how chemical engineering has developed over the world and how chemical engineering has been developed in our department. One milestone of chemical engineering is 1960, when the subject transport phenomena was first developed, and the outstanding immortal book Transport Phenomena came in by Bart Stuart Lightfoot. From that point of view of time, chemical technology has transferred to chemical engineering, and after that it becomes the chemical engineering science, and based on which today we are developing and publishing thousands of publications. Until and unless it becomes a science, there cannot be so much of publication. I have learned chemical engineering from my teachers, from my colleagues, and my students are the best learner, best teacher of chemical engineering for me. Now, when I joined this university as a student, it was 50 years back, 1973. At that time, engineering was a 5 years degree course, 2 years was a common subject, and we entered the department for the learning chemical engineering from third year so on. At that time, many subjects were very quizzed. Just by an example, heat and fluid flow, momentum transfer, there is only one subject. Now it has been dissociated into process heat transfer and fluid flow. There was no transport phenomena. Transport phenomena came in our syllabus in PG degree. Chemical mathematics was initiated, process control and dynamics were initiated, and with this strength of this subject, our department teaching syllabus has gone from strength to strength. Now, what is the contribution of our department? Being the nucleus of chemical engineering in India, the pioneering department, and one of the nucleus of chemical engineering of this part of the continent, it radiated its glory through all directions, and it has reached the farthest corner of the earth. When I joined chemical engineering by choice, I was asked, or some question asked in my mind, what is chemical engineering? I had no answer. It was something like chemistry plus some mathematics plus some modern simulation. These words are not used those days. Those days were far away from these present days. There is as if not many things were named properly. If you want to indicate them, you have to show its hand like this. You have to point it like this. I am taking this line from the 100 Years of Solitude by Garcia Marquez. Now, these days, chemical engineering, when anybody asks me, I say whatever you see under the sky and over the surface of earth, everything is chemical engineering. Because chemical engineering has gone in so many directions, I have lost control. For myself, I can say I am just a simple teacher of the department. I have done projects, about 100 or so, all industrial projects or government projects, there I have seen in many diversification I have to work on. And whatever the subjects I escape from my, say, in undergraduate classes, and those subjects came into my path. So I have to relearn those subjects. And in that situation, my students, my scholars, till date, they are the best teachers. So chemical engineering dimension is fathomless. It goes beyond the sky. It goes beyond the level of the sea. It goes beyond the surface of the earth. Because from my experience, what I have gathered, my students has gone through many directions in their life. I myself have taught 18 different subjects in the department. Many of the subjects has been abolished. Many of the subjects has came in. And also, there were, when I was a student, the subjects were mainly based on the classical chemical engineering direction. Now, they have come into as biotechnology, nanotechnology, genetic science, and what not. So, I always keep in mind that engineering means to tailor-made a thing. To tailor-made a thing, until and unless chemical engineering has gone up to this level, and it will go up again and over the years and years and decades and decades and centuries. So it is an immortal subject. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and we'll absolutely have to rush into the alumni speak because so much time has been taken up before. Thank you, everyone. And may I call upon the stage Mihir Moitro, the president of the Jadavpur Chemical Engineering Alumni Association, and Sri Alok Basu, secretary of the same organization, Jadavpur Chemical Engineering Alumni Association. The Global Jadavpur University Alumni Foundation is being represented by Sri Bipen Ghosh, and we also have two of our external Board of Studies member, Dr. Ranjan Chakraborty and Dr. Omar Ranjan Ghoshal. We would they are our external Board of Studies members. And may I now request our head of the department, Professor Rajat Chakraborty, to kindly felicitate Sri Mihir Moitro, Sri Alok Basu, representing the Jadavpur Chemical Engineering Alumni Association. Sri Mihir Moitro. Sri Alok Basu, President and Secretary, representing the Global Foundation, Sri Bipen Ghosh, and our external Board of Studies member, Dr. Ranjan Chakraborty, Dr. Omar Ranjan Ghoshal. External members of BOS being now felicitated. And now it is over to the Alumni Association. And also mementos to all our members. And now it is over to Sri Debashish Ghosh, who is going to conduct the alumni speak.
ঠিক আছে ওকে আমি তাহলে এদিক দিয়ে বেরিয়ে যাই
Thank you, Mukhyamantri Di. Thanks for lovely sessions that we had the whole day. May I request Mirda, Sir, Dipenda, Ashokda, Ranjanda to be on stage. I would like to also call Ravida and Dr. Amar Ranjan Ghoshal on stage. Yeah. Request the Alumni Association's founding president. Kanaida, apni kothay? Yes, Kanaida, please come up on stage. We request all of you to just take seats, sir. Apna boshun, right? Yes, absolutely. Alokda, boshun. Please, sir, have a seat. Sitting can be random. Just to go straight to our program, because we are given very strict time deadlines. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, the eminent dignitaries on the dais, the alumni, the faculties, and the students present in this August occasion of the centennial celebration of the oldest chemical engineering department in India, possibly in Asia. To set the an excerpt from Life and Times of Hiralal Roy, where he has enumerated that alumni associations were meant to be much more than an expression of collective loyalty and togetherness. So much so that they were also sources of practical help and could exert influence wherever they were in industry, commerce, government, or in any profession. This particular excerpt was in reference to setting up a new association, which later on became, or which actually is the Jadavpur University Alumni Association. In this context, he also said that they could be, for example, enlist the support of donors and patrons. They could help students gain admission to universities abroad. They could arrange for loan scholarships to help students at home, and graduates could be helped to secure jobs in one field or the other. I guess there cannot be any better theme to have the retrospective reflection of 100 years of journey from alumni perspective. In this context, just to start, I wanted to play a video. I'd request if the team can just connect to the video, please. This is a video which is made by one of my very good friend, my schoolmate and 93 batch alumni, Sumit Mitra.
But the time when I leave chemical engineering or maybe step into a new world, এখন জানতে পারছি chemical engineering দিয়ে কি হয় না।
The Chemical Engineering Department of Jadavpur University was established in the year 1921, the oldest of its kind in Asia. As you know that the freedom fighters of our country at that time was interested in imparting technical education in line with the national education policy being pursued by our nationalist movement. As a result of that, the Chemical Engineering Department of Jadavpur University was established. During that time, many new laboratories were set up, particularly for producing different chemicals which were being used by the citizens of Kolkata and particularly West Bengal. Later on, in the 1955, when the Jadavpur University was transformed into a university, the Chemical Engineering Department grew at a faster rate. Since then, the syllabus, the curriculum
has been modified many times in line with the recent development of science and technology around the globe. And now we have in the department very sophisticated laboratory. We have altogether 7-8 laboratories apart from the 5-6 research laboratories in the department.
In terms of the research output, our department has been ranked at the #1 position for the 5 years duration during 2009 to 2014, which is based on the total number of publications, and this ranking is based on all the departments, on all the 37 departments situated at the Jadavpur University.
এখানে আমরা যেসব প্রজেক্টস করি সেসব প্রজেক্টস ইন্টারন্যাশনাল কোলাবোরেটেড প্রজেক্টস বেশিরভাগই, তাছাড়া এই প্রজেক্টসগুলো ইন্ডাস্ট্রিয়াল ইম্পর্টেন্স রয়েছে খুব হাই।
এখানে সবচেয়ে ভালো ব্যাপারটা হচ্ছে এখানে খুব স্বাধীনভাবে কাজ করার একটা সুবিধা পাওয়া যায়, আর নিজের চিন্তাভাবনাটাকে টিচারদের সামনে রিপ্রেজেন্ট করার একটা স্পেস থাকে।
কাজের স্ফিয়ারটা অনেকটা বড় এবং আমরা অনেক রকম সাবজেক্টের উপর কাজ করতে পারি, বিভিন্ন রকম ফিল্ডে আমরা এখানে কাজ করতে পারি।
আর টিচাররা তো এটা তো বলার অপেক্ষায় রাখে না, টিচাররা ভীষণ কোঅপারেটিভ, এখানে স্টুডেন্টদের সাথে ভীষণ ফ্রেন্ডলি, ভীষণ কোঅপারেটিভ, সব ব্যাপারে স্টুডেন্ট আর টিচারদের মধ্যে সেই ডিস্টেন্সটা নেই, যার কারণে এখানে রিসার্চ ওয়ার্কটা এত বেশি ডেভেলপ করছে প্রতিদিন ডে বাই ডে।
প্রচুর রিসার্চ অপরচুনিটি আছে, জেনারেলি অন্য জায়গায় বিটেক স্টুডেন্টদের দেওয়া হয় না, বাট আওয়ার ডিপার্টমেন্ট ইজ স্পেশালাইজড ইন দিস when we get ample amount of opportunity to work in the area that we would like to do: nanotechnology, membrane separation, biofields, energy field, and what not.
এখানে আমরা কাজের ভেরিয়েশনটাও খুব এনজয় করি।
I passed out from chemical engineering department probably about 23 years back, and although I don't live in India anymore, but I have worked in many organizations in India for quite some time, and what I've seen that Jadavpur University has a tremendous reputation. Wherever I've gone, people know about Jadavpur University chemical engineering department just by the name.
Presently, we are having the Indo-Norwegian collaboration project funded in India by the UGC, that is the University Grants Commission.
I'm Jansu. I'm coming from Norway. I'm a PhD student at the Norwegian University of Science and Technology in Chemical Engineering Department, and I came here for a research visit.
The collaboration is focusing on a new type of biofuel that has not been produced till now.
So the project title is butyl butyrate production from lignocellulose-derived sugars, Ecolodge. And the part done in here is the pre-treatment and enzymatic hydrolysis of the lignocellulosic biomass. And from then we take the rest in Norway from fermentation and separation of the products. And so I came here to learn more about the part done in here, enzymatic hydrolysis and pre-treatment.
And after 1 month, I will go to Trondheim, Norway to see what kind of work they are doing in their lab.
Enabling us to transfer know-how, exchange knowledge between two countries.
Our faculty members are having foreign collaboration with Australia, as well as France, then Belgium, Germany, Italy, Spain, as well as in some other countries in South Asia like the Singapore and South Korea.
It has gifted me with excellent internship which I wanted throughout my life. প্রথমবার বিদেশে গেছি ডিপার্টমেন্টের থ্রু দিয়ে, and সত্যি this is quite unbelievable for me, for somebody who comes from a suburban.
The ambience of this chemical engineering department and the campus led me towards the overall personal development. Today I feel myself confident delivering lectures in front of hundreds of people.
Be the HOD, be our teachers, everyone is very good. Like they have a very good detail about the topic.
The last 3 years I've made some amazing friends. There have been some amazing teachers who've taught us.
Say for example the microporous membranes, homogeneous membranes, the asymmetric membranes. Microporous membranes are basically contains a lot of pores. Okay, so it is basically homogeneous in that particular respect as shown in this particular diagram.
This is one of those classrooms where I've spent the best 4 years of my life. This is one of those classrooms where the teachers encouraged us to think out of the box, and I apply them in my professional life as well as in my personal life, and it helps me a lot. It makes a huge difference.
The library has a good amount of collection of the books related to our courses. The environment is such that we want to come here and read.
আমাদের এই ডিপার্টমেন্টাল লাইব্রেরিটি টোটালটাই হচ্ছে ডিজিটাইজড, সমস্ত বই কম্পিউটারাইজড আছে, যেটা অন্য কোনো ডিপার্টমেন্টে নেই। আর আমরা নতুন একটা কাজ করছি, পুরনো যেসব জার্নালস আছে সেগুলো আমরা টোটালটাই ডিজিটাইজ করে রাখছি, যে কেউ চাইলে আমরা সিডির মাধ্যমে তাকে প্রোভাইড করতে পারবো।
In recent past, DST Government of India, they have assessed the performance of all the educational institutions in our country in terms of number of research publication, citation index, number of active researchers in the university, etc. The Chemical Engineering Department of Jadavpur University is the rank is first among all the educational institutions we have in the country in terms of number of paper produced per active researcher.
Or whenever I go a few years from now, everything that I do will be credited to this department. This has taught me way more things apart from engineering.
Chemical engineering এর সাথে শুধু chemical engineering শিখিনি, গেছি ঝিলপাড়ে. We have got OAT, we have got our staff canteen, excellent seniors.
The terrace where we discussed about many topics, the these and current topics, over innumerable cups of tea and coffee. This is the terrace where I met so many friends with whom I'm still in touch. This is the reason I always come back to this department whenever I'm in town.
This is true that I did not know exactly where I should have landed, but department today gives me an objective of living my life with my full ability.
So that's the legacy that we are carrying forward too. Next, our Global Jadavpur University Alumni Foundation, represented by Sri Dipen Ghosh. He has to leave, so we had actually kept him waiting for the session. So I'd request Dipenda to speak a few words. What has been the contribution of Global Alumni towards organizing this centennial program?
Hello, thank you everybody, faculty members, students, alumni and distinguished guests. As Debashish mentioned, my name is Dipen Ghosh. I'm a 65 chemical engineering graduate. Actually, I'm representing Global Jadavpur University Alumni Foundation. Many of you have seen our logo in the standees. It's called GJUAF. Maybe you do not know what does it mean. Let me explain very shortly. This foundation, it was formed about 4 years ago under the leadership of Dr. Ranjit Chakravarti, who is also a 61 chemical engineering graduate. Our main purpose to provide support and help to all the departments of the university for their needs for the development of the laboratory or any other requirement as necessary to further the growth of the undergraduate and postgraduate students. Having said that, it is not that easy. It's a big challenge to raise the funds. But as Martin Luther King said once, don't give up, we have a dream. So we are extremely happy to participate with our local JCEA member for this celebration and also to help to raise the funds for the development of the chemical engineering department for this time, for the infrastructure and the new equipment. But however, our role is not only limited to chemical engineering department, but to expand to all the departments of Jadavpur University, and that's why we need all your support to join us so that we can make it a better place in the future. Thank you very much.
Very well put, Dipendra. Thank you so much for your crisp words. Next, I'll request Amar Master Moshai and our very revered Professor Ashit Kumar Mitra to speak few words about the Alumni Association of Jadavpur University and Indian Institute of Chemical Engineers, which are both integral part of our 100 years journey.
Friends, as the time is short, I'll just give a brief outline. Professor H.L. Roy, when he established the Department of Chemical Engineering in 1921, at the same time, he established the Alumni Association of NC Bengal at that time. Later on, the name has been changed to Alumni Association of NC Bengal and Jadavpur University. However, we started the alumni home in the corner of the big field there. Afterwards, by the donation of Indian Oil Corporation, by our ex-student of Department of Chemical Engineering, Mr. C.R. Dasgupta, 1943 batch of Chemical Engineering, the first chairman of Indian Oil Corporation, he on his name, you could get a donation of 30 lakhs of rupees from Indian Oil, and you could have a new building of the association. We have got different branches all over India and abroad, and we have several members. The department has started the ex-student association, which is now holding the meeting. Well, you please, definitely, my friend Ranjit Chakraborty, who is 1961 batch in chemical engineering, also the chairman of the Global Association, is trying very hard to collect funds and donations from various members abroad and in India to develop and help the university at large. So I hope everything will be utilized properly. The money should be utilized properly, and definitely we want to see the department flourish. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Please give sir a big hand. Next is a very interesting session. You have heard, all of you who are present have heard our very gracious alumnus, Mr. C. Ravi Prasad, in the morning. But for that particular project, two other great gentlemen of the same batch, 1971, are also present here, who are very closely associated with the particular project which is concerning, which is connected with our department. Let me introduce, you have all seen Ravida. So Ravida, and I would like to request Dr. Amar Ranjan Ghoshal to please come at the mic, and our very senior alumnus, Ashok Nath Nag. All of them are 1971 batch chemical engineering. Apna turn Ashbe Mihirda. Okay, Mihirda is also from 71. And Mihirda's introduction goes, he is the current president of the Jadavpur Chemical Engineering Alumni Association. Okay. I thought we would have the photo session together at the end of the program, end of our this thing. Okay. And here is Mr. Kanailal Pal, who was the founding president of the Jadavpur Chemical Engineering Alumni Association. Okay. Right.
আমি দুটো কথা না বলে পারছি না। এই যে আমাদের অমরদা দেখছেন, একসঙ্গে পড়েছি, একসঙ্গে পাস করেছি। ইনি প্রেসিডেন্সি থেকে অনার্স পাস করে এসে আমাদের কেমিক্যাল ইঞ্জিনিয়ারিং ভর্তি হন। তারপরে ওই যে দাদা বলা শুরু করলাম, সে দাদা আজকেও সেই দাদাই চলছে। এই এতটুকু বলার জন্য ইনার কথা আমি উচ্চারণ করিনি। পরেরটা বলি, সেটা হচ্ছে এই, ইনি 9খানা গোল্ড মেডেল পেয়েছিলেন। আমার জানা এত বছরে একসঙ্গে 9খানা গোল্ড মেডেল কে পেয়েছেন আমি জানি না। মানে আমি ওনাকে বন্ধু হিসেবে ভাবি না, শ্রদ্ধেয় দাদা হিসেবে ভাবি। এইটুকু না বলতে পারলে আমি এক্স প্রেসিডেন্ট হিসেবে অ্যালুমনি অ্যাসোসিয়েশনের এইটুকু না বলতে পারলে আমার মনটা বড় মানে ঋণগ্রস্ত হয়ে থাকতো। নমস্কার সবাইকে।
থ্যাংক ইউ কানাইদা।
অমরদা দুটো কথা বলুন।
I am very happy to be here. I am privileged to be in this centenary celebration. And here on the dais, I am with Ravi and Ashok. Actually, it is Ravi who was willing to give something during this to Jadavpur University, some equipment for unit operation. And with assistance of Professor Rajesh Chakraborty and Professor Chiranjeev Bhattacharya and Professor Ranjana Chaudhary, we could finalize some equipment in a small pilot plant, which we can do a high pressure reaction with different gases. We can put hydrogen or carbon dioxide, of course not very high pressure, 70 kg, but it can operate at 200 kg pressure. And also all equipment are made of stainless steel 316 grade. And there are all instruments and accessories and PID controls, SCADA, such that any student can be benefited with this. And it is just like a one can study a model reaction or can study the catalytic activity or selectivity of whatever he wants. So it is a equipment that Ravi has provided to Jadavpur, and we are associated as a friend to him to coordinate Jadavpur University and also especially the vendors to come to a conclusion, and so we'll see the results shortly.
Amodda, as always, is very humble. The project was just a thought in my mind. It was the gathered momentum after we met the Professor Chiranjeev Bhattacharya, Dr. Rajesh Chakraborty, and Dr. Pinaki, Dr. Ranjana. It gathered momentum, but the project would have remained just a concept and a thought or a dream. It made into reality only because of Dr. Omoranjan Ghoshal and Ashok Nag. Sorry. I request Ashok Nag to say a few words. He did these youngsters did a brilliant job of making this happen. You know? They worked so hard to make this happen.
Thank you all. Thank you, respected professors and dear friends and students. I'll just give some background. In the morning, we were talking about sustainability, hydrogen, green hydrogen, and CO2. Let me tell you my past thoughts about when we passed out. We were feeling, frankly speaking, we were feeling inferior. At least I was feeling inferior when I went to the interview board. So at this stage in life, we were thinking as an alumnus how we can help the present students not to have the same feeling as we had about 50 years back. So with that idea in mind, and Ravi being so kind and generous, we talked to the professors. What is it that we can do to help the present students? And then we felt that probably a modernization of the unit operation laboratory will help the students to get a better feeling of the chemical engineering, and they should not feel handicapped when they attend the interview. And nowadays, we'll have green hydrogen, carbon dioxide, carbon capture. So what we can do in the department so that the students get benefited, and not only the students, the research work that should also be going on so that Jadavpur gets its glory back. Let me give you some details, a very quick bird's eye view of the reactor that we'll be giving. It is a continuous high pressure tubular reactor about 1¼ inch diameter. Design pressure is 200 bar, design temperature is 700 degrees centigrade. It will have a electric heating furnace for carrying out reactions like hydrotreating, hydrocracking, and for CO2 also. It will have mass flow controllers, thermal mass flow controllers for hydrogen, for CO2, and also for nitrogen as an inert gas for purging of the whole system. It will have a high pressure liquid pump for the feed liquid. It will have scrubbers for the outlet gas. It will have collectors, it will have condensers, plus for the safety, because it is 200 bar pressure, it will have ruptured disc and back pressure safety valve. It will also have for logging the laptop and the SCADA system. So with this, I conclude, and I feel not only I, but all of us here, we would be greatly honored and privileged if this equipment in the Unit Operations Laboratory can help Jadavpur attain its glory again. Thank you.
I request once more, give a big hand, 1971 batch. I wish I would have been 30 years younger to work on this reactor. Sorry, okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ravida. Thank you, Amurda. Thank you, Ashokda. Please. Now I'd like to just, Ashokda, please. In fact, sorry I missed you because in the rush. The last we'd have Mirda, Ranjanda, Alokda, and Ashokda. Please come up on the dais, or rather the mic, and in 5 to 10 minutes, I'd request Mirda to sum up from Jadavpur Chemical Engineering Alumni Association. Mirda is the current president. We have heard our founding president, so I'll request Mirda to speak few words, followed by our vice president and...
Thank you, Devashish. Professor A.K. Mitra, sir, and I can see another senior person sitting there. Others are all junior as far as I'm concerned. Like sir said, we were taught to be more practical. It was 50% practical, 50% theory. So from the word go, I joined the floor. So I don't like talking too much. I talk less. And do I look like a president? I don't look like a president, man. I retired as a vice president. The presidents are all here. All that I can commit to you is, as the president of the alumni, we will help to develop infrastructure for the chemical engineering department. That will be our first goal. The second will be, we will try to facilitate opportunities for budding chemical engineers. We will also keep a slot to provide assistance and support to alumni welfare. There are a lot of past students who are in need of money today. We have some people and we are looking after them. We will look for more. And last, we will drive fundraisers, initiatives to keep a continuous improvement of the unit labs. I think that's enough, sir. Thank you very much.
Request Ranjanda to speak a few words.
Friends, I have nothing to say. All that I'm really very happy, feel proud and happy to be a part of this glorious centenary celebration. This is a lifetime achievement, I would say. My only two messages I would like to pass on to the youngsters. One is, in this virtual world, with the advent of virtual world, please keep pace with the external world. This world is progressing at a very faster rate. Don't be complacent with what we have achieved or what we are doing so far. Don't be very happy with what we are doing. Everything has been said wonderfully. All things were very inspiring, very encouraging. I am very proud of it. But one thing, keep it in mind, never be complacent. The world is progressing at a much, much faster rate, and we have to keep pace with that. Please take care. Don't be very happy with what we have achieved. Second, what has been written here, arise, awake, and stop not till the goal is reached. You can do everything. Activate your mind. It's not only the educational background, it is your effort, your desire to achieve your goal, and you will do it. We in Jadavpur University, we believed in that. Our legendary teachers, I can name many of them, Professor D.K. Datta, Professor R.N. Mukherjee, Professor B.C. Chanda, all these legendary professors have taught us those things more than these technical details. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I request our present secretary, Alokda to speak, and then the closing part will be given by Ashimda. Please.
আমি বাংলায় বলছি আমার নাম অলোক বাসু আমি অ্যালামনি অ্যাসোসিয়েশনের সেক্রেটারি আমরা কয়েক বছর আগের থেকে এই ইউনিয়নটা করছিলাম কিন্তু এটা সেন্টিনারি ইয়ার সেই জন্য আমরা করছি না পরে কি হবে সেটা পরে বলা হবে যাই হোক আপনারা সবাই এসেছেন ভালো থাকবেন শুধু আমার পরিচয়টা দিয়ে দিই আমি এখানে 1977 সালে পাস আউট আমি চাকরি করেছিলাম সিএসআইআরে তারপরে ছিলাম সিএসআইআরে 5 বছর ছিলাম তারপরে চলে গেছিলাম ইনস্টিটিউশন অফ ইঞ্জিনিয়ার্সের 3টে ডিপার্টমেন্টের আমি ডাইরেক্টর ছিলাম একটা এডুকেশন একটা এক্সামিনেশন আর থার্ডটা অ্যাক্রিডিটেশন এন্টায়ার থেকে আমার ডক্টর অমিতাভ ভট্টাচার্য জোর করে নিয়ে গেছিলেন গভর্নমেন্ট চাকরি ছেড়ে আমি আনন্দ পেয়েছি আমি যাদবপুর ইউনিভার্সিটিতে পড়ে আমি রিয়েলি হ্যাপি মানে খুবই ভালো লেগেছে কিন্তু সবাইকে ভালো লেগেছে এবং যে কটা আমি ইউনিয়নে এসেছি আনন্দ পেয়েছি ধন্যবাদ
Thank you, Alokda. I request now our Joint Treasurer, Ashimda, to give the closing comments.
Well, good afternoon. I mean, time is not there, so I'll just mention one or two things. From Jadavpur Chemical Engineering Alumni Association, we are proud to be associated in organizing this program, and we have helped the department in organizing this in terms of fundraising and in terms of planning the things. Of the events rather. Our Jadavpur Chemical Engineering Alumni Association formed about 4 years back with an object to reconnect all the alumnus who are present throughout the globe. And we have a site where we could reconnect many of the alumnus. Presently our strength is about 250. I request all of you to join the Chemical Engineering Alumni Association. The only one-time registration fee is 1,000 rupees. And the main purpose of forming this Jadavpur Chemical Engineering Alumni Association is to reconnect all the alumnus globally as well as to help the department in improving their facilities and raising by through way of financial support and all this. So I wish the department all success in future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ashimda. Thank you all for your patient hearing. Bye-bye. God bless.
We would like to thank all the delegates present here. I'm very much thankful to all our current and formal faculty colleagues and non-teaching staff members who had been along with us and motivated us throughout. So now there's a tea break for 10 minutes, and after that we'll be gathering for the cultural program which will be done by Pandit Tejendra Narayan Majumdar and Pandit Tanmoy Bose. Tomorrow we'll be again meeting for the International Conference on Chemical Engineering, Innovations and Sustainability from 9:30 a.m. And thanking you. As we have the cultural program, so there is a requirement for stage performance. So for that, the curtains will be closed. I would request kindly not to leave the hall. Thank you.
Hello. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the evening session of Chemervescence, our centenary celebration program. After an entire day of several talks, discussions, conversations, and presentations on several industrial and educational topics, it is time to enlighten ourselves with the beautiful tunes of music. It is with great pleasure we welcome Pandit Tejendra Narayan Mojumdar and Pandit Tanmoy Bosch to enlighten our evenings with an amazing performance and display of Indian classical music. Kindly, a big hands for them.
Namaskar. Good evening. First of all, on behalf of Pandit Tanmoy Bosch and myself, we would like to extend our gratitude and thanks to the organizing committee of this great two-day celebration of Chemical Engineering Department. Usually, as you know that for Indian classical music, we always choose the time-based melody or raga. Though we don't have that much of time left, first of all, we have to wind up by 7:30, And also I thought to play for two ragas, but let me start with one very beautiful evening raga. Name of the raga is Madhu Malati. This is a great creation of my Guru, Sar Samrat Ustad Ali Akbar Khan Sahab. First I will render a short Alap Jor, followed by two compositions set to Tin Tal of 16-bit cycle. My respect and pranams to all the senior faculties and all the members here present. Rag Madhumalati Alap Jor Jhala. Thank you.
you.
থ্যাংক ইউ ভেরি মাচ শেষ করছি